week?
Yeah, obviously, like coming into Berlin.
Chat, hello, how are you doing? Hello.
Yeah, the first game, I think he felt a bit nervous. I think today we're going to see the real Cyril today.
I've heard the scrim box. I've heard he's been performing well.
Yeah, yes.
It's true? Okay, love that. Now, the Icebox comp maybe didn't go the way that you
where
wanted
is the...
to.
We can do this now.
We're on EMEA. Comp, and why do you feel like it didn't
There we go.
succeed?
I'm not sure if it was about the comp. I think
muted? Not muted. Should be working, right?
The way the series went, the way the fashion that we lost Avon, I think it affected the boys.
Sure, tabbed it. Honestly, I had a Discord call with Saint earlier and I was muted, so but it might happen again.
You know,
Jack, thank you so much, Jack. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you so much.
We stopped doing the things that we usually do in practices, and
got the suits back. Yeah,
that was the major reason.
Thank you so much, Jack. Appreciate it.
Does this have anything to do with the map pool? Because you guys have been hit harder by the maps that left, I think, more than other teams. Have you felt that pressure and the need to catch up?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think our map pool is actually looking really good right now. In practices, we put a lot of time into the map pool. Obviously, changing the player, there's less time to actually focus on so much on the map pool. But that being said, I think we're on a good place right now.
And lastly, one of the
he thinks their map pool's alright. I'm a little bit concerned, but hopefully they'll.
Internationals and now as well is everybody knows what you do. Everybody knows what you like to do. And I think we saw some anti-stratting definitely coming out of Gentlemates. Did you feel that too?
Honest Game Enjoy, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Thank you for the 4 months. Got aspiration in life.
Where NATUS is
going to I want to enjoy my job, dude. And at the moment we're doing that, so. That's like
I said, I don't think we had enough time to go that deep into
enjoying life is the main part.
Preparing for the anti-strat that other teams will do. Obviously, we learned from that, and this game is going to be different.
Has that been a struggle? Teams anti-stratting you?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams try to anti-strat us. Depends on the time that we have to prepare. Sometimes we're more prepared, sometimes we're not so prepared for that aspect of the game. I think this week we put the effort into the things that were needed to change, and I think today is going to be a different day, honestly.
Well, I can't wait to see it. Yeah. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much.
I hope we do see it. But speaking of the anti-strats, Mini, show it to us. What were Gentlemates doing to Team Liquid?
Yeah, so we have a few clips hopefully here.
We're not talking about how today.
Team Liquid.
Unless we get
I mean, they played 30 maps this year already. Vitality played 20. The rest of EMEA is around 10. So they've shown a few of the same rounds. So here we can see a clip against BBL at kickoff, where we see Nats using the ult in vents. We now see it again against Vitality at kickoff. And I think the third time in a row, we're seeing it at Bangkok.
No, what is it?
And so they're coming home. And in their first match, we can tee it up that like Gentlemates used that
Pagan 5507 with the tier 1, thank you for the 19 months. Rumors in the air that Mind Freak is getting dropped. Any thoughts? I think that's not going to fix the role issues.
And that's just
that is the case.
Nothing you can do. And I know it's a very specific round, but I'd love for like the viewers at home to think about this more broadly. Like Team Liquid to come back with the same comps. And probably a lot
Why
of the
is
same
it starting
strategy.
an hour earlier?
So there's a lot of gaps in the way that
basically all of Europe
right now, or a lot
had
of
a time change,
information that other teams can use.
Well, I want to see what BBL do with that information and whether Liquid maybe change a little bit, like you said, find some more answers. But on the side of BBL, however, Billy, tell me a little bit about them and also their map pool.
Yeah, see, I love that Mini brought
up that. They need to change roles.
I wanted to kind of talk about the map pool. I think that
Cappy Bum with the tier 1, thank you for the 26 months.
Team Liquid were probably one of the best teams in the world on Abyss at one point. They were like 5-0 on that map. And of course, Bind is gone. These are 2 maps that
Good time change to be an APEK
watcher. Bangkok. So
yeah,
the map pool is looking a little bit rough for Team Liquid right now. But when we look at the comparison against BBL, I think going ahead at the veto, I can expect Split will go. BBL will be banning that. They don't want to go against Team Liquid on that. I'm expecting Pearl will go. They won't. BBL have been loving Pearl. Right, so I'm expecting these things to disappear.
But
this is when we kind of look at the last kind of 5 remaining ones. You know, they both had a performance on Icebox.
By the time in FM Esports,
super great from either of them the other day. So it's just
I only really played like mixes with
maybe
them.
they're just like, no, we don't want to touch it.
They're still fun. They're a fun org.
As much as BBL has a 0% there, they did have a really close game against Giant X and Kickoff. I will give them that. So it's just a case of where do they decide to go? Because right now,
China games this week, probably not.
I think for me, I think that despite Team Liquid being kind of nerfed by the map pool changes, I think that this week is probably one of the better weeks. Just because the Lotus, for me, like BBL hate Lotus.
They all hate the same maps.
And Liquid do too. So they're not going to be exposed on Lotus.
So Liquid will ban Pearl. That's BBL's favorite map. Then Liquid don't like Lotus, we think. They don't like Icebox, but either do BBL.
Underneath your belt even. And also, if you somehow go into week 3 2-0, we've seen it from other regions, a 3-0 could be enough to already secure your place
you're enough.
at
I mean, yeah,
it's
a
the rest
start.
is just about
It is a
seeding,
start.
about positions. So both of these teams have a very, very good chance today to kick their season off on a very, very good note. But here's the question, though. Magna,
so I think BBL can own this in the map veto, but I don't think they are going to.
But Billy, just how
that's my
much
thought process at the moment.
Does he have to come out, you know, with a crazy performance like Sivov did in order to convince us a little bit of Liquid?
Crowd, not today.
I think so,
Yampy's going to do the thing where he hypes up the crowd, yeah.
The maps, I think that there's a high
Dude, when
chance that we
Yampy
might
gets
see
a joke that
come
he
into
thinks
this
is funny,
in terms
he
of
will
comfortability,
just
right? I'm expecting
carry on
play
going the whole
double central
time.
on that ascent, which, as we saw the other day, is looking good for teams that are deciding to pick up the deadlock. So I think in terms of Serial,
He'll rinse
being
it,
able to
yeah, he'll
perform,
really rinse
if
it.
they get to ascent, I want to see him shine on that map.
I just think we need some more firepower around the Cats duo, the Nats Kiko. Like, I think those two have been by and far the best players on the team that I've seen so far.
Look at it, every opportunity, man. Every opportunity.
They need to shoot back.
Yes.
Shoot back a bit harder. Now, BBL have absolutely zero issues when it comes to shooting. They were shooting everyone.
Okay, let's see what the map
feels
like.
And they carry on. They continue to shoot even more here. And as we take
So
a look
BBL, in my
at the
opinion,
NAVI,
should
so
ban
this is
split,
where
but I
we
don't
spoke
think they're
about,
ban split.
You know, whether we won't get the Pearl, and I think you said no split.
Oh, okay.
Right, there
Hold
we
up.
go. Everything is kind of going how we're expecting so far.
Yeah, I think that is what we kind of expected. Team Liquid deciding to pick onto Fracture. Again, no surprises there. This is a map that both of the teams floated at the end of their map
see,
in
they
their
bottled
matches
it.
last week, so that's no surprise.
Okay, honestly,
Yeah, but BBL
again,
Haven
I think BBL, I think Liquid are happy, man. Liquid avoid the 3 maps that have been a little bit dodgy for them.
That is bold.
I think Liquid are very happy with this. Third map percent could be a banger.
It wasn't super bad. It got a little bit thrown towards the end, but yeah, I just think that looking at Haven, they've obviously got something super prepared for them to come into that and be able to pick that map.
You heard it from Lohan. Sometimes you just don't have enough time to prepare, and sometimes when you feel very, very prepared, that's when your whole team can shine. And this looks to me like BBL are very, very prepared, and perhaps they've seen something from Liquid where they could abuse and take advantage of.
Yeah, I think that Haven was slightly exposed last week from what I remember, and I think that BBL...
That's true.
That. Like,
I think Liquid kind of do the same strats on Haven as well, so I get the pick.
Information and tendencies out there, and BBL is the kind of team that have the coaching staff to...
Ascent? Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what comps people do.
And I want to see Liquid maybe not make the mistakes of perhaps letting things get to them. You heard it from Lohan, you know what happened on
No crowd on a Wednesday.
You don't want to see that happening.
I don't really know the reason why.
You don't want to see things happen happening when they're under pressure. So I want to see.
We think it's to
maybe
like save
Nats
costs, basically.
rally his team back a little bit.
Was this the veto I expected? Kinda, yeah. I thought BBL had a chance to do a curveball, which I think probably would have given them the edge in this game, but I don't think they did it. So I think Liquid are probably like 55. 45, but I think BBL with the map pip could have made it like a 60-40, in my opinion,
one point, and then they moved
percentages.
Raise.
So I think Liquid should be very happy.
Yeah, it was the Raise that they were playing. So yeah, I think it's interesting that they decided to go to the Neon. And
we got the Neon, we got the Vice. So this has a strong weakness on defense because people can just push you and you don't get info with the Vice.
But it's actually Serial going on to the table again. I have to call him out for that because he didn't look super comfortable.
But I mean, this kind of struggles on attack because the Yori is like limited as well. So this struggles on attack, this struggles on defense, so they both struggle on the same thing. I mean, wait, they both struggle on attack a little bit even.
He's not really been kind of, he's not one of the people that I thought about with the Vice too much, so I'll be very interested.
So actually expect, even though it's like normally an attack-sided map, I expect a defense-sided half for each.
The Nats will be on that north side, he will have an op, he will have an outlaw, so I want to see how they deal with that. But for now, it's time to welcome two new faces to VCT EMEA. Show some love, you guys, to Hazza and Cairo.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Sue. Look, stage 1. Both of these teams know
Damn.
a thing or two about
This is
roster
their
moves,
first
so no problem adding
tier
a couple
1.
new faces to the caster desk, Cairo. Yeah, mate, but the big thing for me though, changing the comps about on Fracture, it's a third iteration coming through from Team Liquid on this specific map, changing out the Rage, changing out the Cypher.
They finally got a chance. Dude, they've been grinding tier 2 for a long time. It's pretty cool for them.
First map. Absolutely. You look at their performance in the lower final against Heretics, then into the grand final against Team Vitality. I felt like we saw a lot more respect shown in that instance.
99 Caleb, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 21 months.
Thank you so much. In the competition, you don't have too many more to play around with. Yeah, and well, we're talking about respect. You look at BBL, the performance last week, now coming into map 1 of
Okay, we got Liquid on defense, we got BBL on attack.
Talking about what they've prepared coming into
I think that sounds like pretty good.
As the barriers drop, we get underway.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting the defense comp to win like 7-5 really with these. Unless BBL's got some really good stuff.
Out from the Tahoe this time around, though. Serial, this player into the squad who struggled last
time. Okay, Liquid does play a 4-1 retake with the wall over towards B.
Which will be taken for
and
free
the
by
wall's
BBL
weird.
after the utility.
The walls like to isolate the plant and then you have salvos. Nice. Really cool. Lovely little trap play.
An easy kill trap being made by Team Liquid. Nice early confidence builder, and that will get cut out pretty quickly by BBL. The vice grip towards main means that a flash Kiko should be a dead one. Yampi confirms it with that. Numbers back to BBL and the spike going down at long last.
This is something we've been praising Liquid all the time for, right? Just like good plans on pistols, ecos, bonus, anti-ecos.
You look at the split approach from both players. Loose crossfire being held.
BBL kind of Yampi handled the A push really well.
Reintroduced back to the angle.
And they played together very well in terms of contact swing. Nice idea from Liquid, but
really nice pistol round overall from both teams. You can see what Team Liquid are trying to do with the vice wall and the combination with Tahoe. But then on
Yampi, he'll be fired up for this game. I mean, he was in kickoff.
On this attack, knowing that they were under siege and well, getting their priorities spot on.
Exactly that. Nice boys. Nice boys.
Vibes high in the BBL camp, as you would be, coming off the back of that previous
win. Only thing invested is armor.
You look at these two teams, they battled in the lower bracket to stay alive as Liquid sent themselves to Bangkok. But on their return, they're the ones now fighting to keep themselves on course for another playoff run. As mentioned by Lohan before, the anti and how that's been an issue.
4 stingers and a marshal.
There's always the possibility.
Up over towards A main. Dude, the stun is. Damn, bro. Holy shit. That's nuts.
He makes them pay. Prophet the last one left, and he is a dead man walking.
Oh my goodness. Kiko, what is that?
Very nice.
The stun was insane, by the way.
You're seeing Team Liquid create that trap and BBL just walk
well, they got the 4 stingers, Marshall.
I mean, right now, like the shots were so nice from Camel and Kiko. The Sheriff's just spot on, heads on a platter.
Oh my god.
Hey, look, you can't forget this guy.
Oh, the little sidestep during it as well.
Last time we commentated one of his matches, and yeah, already. Finding his place on the smokes, I don't think that was ever something called into question.
Okay, well they get
one
upgrade with the stinger that they want to keep, so
it
isn't massive for the money, but obviously BBL have to eco.
BBL looking towards arcade once again. It's Sheriffs and a stinger on Levin to try and get something going here, and already they've taken tower control. See the things coming through and the utility that Team Liquid have to just straight away flood out. Camel first in. Yampi at least gets the trades, but needs to be careful of tower. Nats under siege here. Two players hitting themselves ever so close, but can't quite get onto.
Very nice from Nats.
Anchor on site. Kiko here as well.
The Nats vice.
It's looking easy for Team Liquid on this round. Vintage Nats. Exactly. What you expect from him.
Got the replay sound as rewinding
towards this B site. Does get
Kiko, yeah, no, he's just
need 3 more of those as he did.
He looks so good this year.
Patatek spotted, and well, he does peak solo initially, but support arrives, surplus to requirements.
Why did it start early? It's just EU's had a clock change.
What more could be said about that one? To be honest, it's just the weaponry diff. But I think the big thing overall is probably Team Liquid's like site setup and how they played that to flood back in straight away and be ready for that fight, because you can see what BBL are trying to do. They're trying to overwhelm the players playing on. Yeah,
okay, Camo with the op. Big buy rounds kind of for both teams.
The amount of ecos that we saw
Obviously more for BBL.
BBL winning 50% of those on the whole. It's the anti-ecos really that you want to be more concerned about in the previous round.
Yeah, this is nice. Kiko one away from his ult. They get that ult early. Definitely. Both teams going to want to be using their ults into this. Could definitely see BBL go for a double AWP default if they wanted to get the breach, and they did not expect the AWP here.
BBL want to keep coming back to. That's still not identified. They should have an idea. The utility coming through, and well, not long for this world, Nats.
23.
Just escape though. He's got a smoke dropped on his head as well for a little bit of support, and those thorns.
Imagine he gets another here.
They're going to last for a little longer.
Ah, it's a shame.
Magnum getting the fast, trying to play through the cosmic divide, find a little pocket to play within while the spike goes down. But I mean,
got the plant, got out of there. I say got out of there. Oh my goodness. Breach all into Salvo.
Hey, look,
hey, that's nice. They look nice on this map. Big prep.
And a different serial, and already you can see he's meshed very well with the setup that they've got here on the Teho, filling the gap that the orbital strike couldn't fit towards tower, dealing the damage necessary through his utility, and then all funneled back into the crosshair.
Yeah, and they really weren't expecting this op.
Not often we see him bring the op out, but getting its retrospective value and the rest of the team cleaning up. Yeah, I think as well. Like the
Brim ult? Oh, sorry, I meant Brim ult. Yeah.
The question mark.
Dude, the amount of times they get Brim and Breach mixed is crazy.
Not necessarily being moved on to maybe more of a comfortable role or whatever, and we're starting to see that more comfortability coming through. Top in the leaderboard right now.
Okay, money's great.
Take time.
Can even get an extra op and do it next round if they want it, if they lose this one.
Camo again, this time spotted by the stealth drone.
BBL go for a 4-1 with a drone, trying to make it look like he would follow the drone up with people. Only one person spotted over towards A main.
Able to take some pretty precious material on the map.
Yinsu's making Mini do TikToks. Oh boy.
This site could completely open up. He's got so much utility to support him though from Nats. He's not going to need any of it. Levin flies straight in. There is no second layer to this. BBL. This onslaught towards the site is shut down almost immediately. It just never gets going. Magnum, stray shots, finally connects. Now it's a 3v2. And with damage onto Camo, BBL have got them boxed in. Got to be thinking of Magnum's position here as well, being in CT. You can see Nats
Magnum picks up a gun.
Trying to find exactly where Magnum's gone, but he's in prime position to try and
Dude, this duel is everything, is it not?
1 versus 1 towards main now. Profek. Feels as if every round he's played so far has been Sheriff in hand, but now supported by the rifle of Magnum.
Big smoke into swing.
They're worried in case the players have escaped on towards Sand. Patitek's just trying to get a jump, but they probably would have held the sound cue there.
BBL have been trying for so long just to try and get this bank.
BBL need to rein this one in. The A site is the target, and now Nats has arrived. Whether they know it or not, they're straight into the jaws of the beast itself. Camo collecting.
Damn, nicely done from Camo on the 5 HP. BBL just tried something risky on the eco. It looked a little bit...
With BBL,
looks a little bit dumb, but it's an eco. They're trying to take a risk. They stun towards the right.
But Team Liquid are doing really good at being dynamic and switching up this Vi's utility, even though it wasn't needed in that last round. This operator as well.
What are the chances of APEKS against NAVI? I mean, APEKS have a good chance. NAVI didn't look incredible. It's probably like a, in my opinion, it's like a 65-35 to NAVI, just purely because NAVI are gonna ban Ascent. In APEKS, that's for sure their best map.
Set up for A main yet again, and now they start to show a little bit more of that disrespect.
But if there wasn't a ban like that, then it's like a 45-55. I think.
Canteen clear, not going to happen for Levin. Instead, he just wants to make sure that this space towards tower is filled. That's a player spotted in the process. The top of Kiko's head revealed, and the rope under BBL's banner. Yeah, you've got to be looking towards...
Oh, it's a great ult.
They're just going to use the breach ult and try and take Arcade. But the post-plant setup has it's placed for B main.
Oops.
In terms of the utility that's left to try and support this, the salvos aren't online right now. Got to wait for that one to come back up. Drone still available. It's the Armageddon from the
they went for an ult here?
BBL have to be concerned about.
Maybe.
It's given Kiko an opportunity to capitalize. 3-on-3 situation as it stands, and Kiko
with that kill, he gets... Oh, dude. He got salvos. With that kill, he got his ult as well now, so he can... Yeah, and he's repositioning. He can pop his ult for this.
It's ticking away from Liquid. They're fighting a losing battle.
It all came down to that one jaw.
Knows it. Profek finishing off
Sociable one away from his ult. As soon as he wins that, it's just a done round. Liquid used the ult into this as well. They should be pretty happy, BBL.
And on top of that,
restacks with the tier 1. Thank you for the 28 months. Thank you, thank you.
And then on top of that, you've got the
birthday today? Happy birthday, bro.
Into the salvos. Then obviously Prime spot, they also get the ulti online, so it's really nice leading overall.
Really important rounds.
Speak about that utility.
They used a lot of ults into this as well.
So
if Liquid win this, they get a crazy score.
A little more player presence right in the choke. I said before,
and we said most teams were looking for like a 7-5 with their comp.
Previous maps of Fracture,
but honestly, if Liquid win this, they get like an 8.
Opponents.
You would imagine.
Information for BBL now. The cam not quite spotting camo, but Magnum is there in time. Nice trade out either way. Although losing Magnum loses the control, the passive control that comes through from the traps of the Cypher. You can see both teams looking towards A main here. The proactivity in the mid-round, 1-for-1 won't suffice. Pattek needs a whole lot more from this position.
Every single time there's a trade for Liquid at the moment.
In doing so,
they're doing good to buddy system up. Oh, this is bold from Nats.
Yeah, well, the rotation's coming in, but it's Nats.
They clear top side and then insta take the rope down. Patty managed to get another, and they're just gonna be focusing on sight so heavy. I think Nats wins this.
A spike can go down easy enough, but it's still a 2 versus 2 here.
They decide to push through.
Looking to get proactive outside of the post plant. The spike's still not gone down. They were searching for a kill to send it back in their favor. Steps heard Nats. That's Sociable's opportunity to claw one back. With 30 seconds left. The war
Kiko, bro. Kiko's aim is incredible. 1, 2, 3 people for BBL that can't buy next.
BBL just looking for something to settle the nerves.
It's a weird idea to double push through with a stun. Because if you think of how many angles that they're open to, I'm not sure this push is ever right.
Changes needing to be made. You remember the first map of the previous series.
Think of how many angles they're pushing into there.
Have received so far since picking up this core of players.
It's 3 angles, and 2 of them they can be higher as well. In my opinion, it's kind of like 5 angles.
Following 2 maps to get back into the series is huge, and just as much as Anti played a big factor previous time around, with the coaching staff that they have here now involved, you expect there to be reactions to what we've seen from Liquid. Yeah, I mean, everything that Liquid have put forward so far, like they're winning out the aim duels, they're changing up their setups, they're being dynamic in the way that they're playing this defense, and BBL just can't
Kiko? Ah, man, the impact's crazy already. Sherbet Peach with the tier 1, thank you for the 27 months, thank you.
Team Liquid are able to trade out evenly, and on top of that, being proactive and using these zip lines to come at different avenues.
Did I rank Team Liquid in Plat Chat? What do you mean?
Top 2 players on BBL right now, both Profek and Magnum. But when you speak about a traditional Sentinel player, I don't think Magnum necessarily fits the bill in his terms of his playstyle. Likes to get a lot more aggressive. You saw him leading the line in previous rounds.
Dude, the right-click buff is
he's always trying to look
very nice.
for an insert, get deposited in a position. That was a lot of the game plan against KC. Set him up in Dish, for example.
It's just for ranked stuff.
Before the barriers drop,
the Vice nerf's good though.
In that position,
the Vice nerf had to happen. You shouldn't have an agent that stalls this heavy. Okay, this is kind of nice from BBL because they did the drone earlier but then didn't actually follow up with many people. So if they were in a position to hear this, they might just think it's like a 1-4 again.
Right now, Team Liquid taking control of the A main.
It's a great chance for Liquid, especially Kiko, to get his ult into this round.
Dude,
BBL are in trouble, man.
That's why they're trying to gain
Look at how far away they are from their main ults.
And just as soon as I said it was Profek that you wanted to place there, Magnum is now waiting towards Dish, so BBL can come back here later.
No Teo changes? Yeah, I don't know about that one. It seems weird to nerf the Vice, but not the Teo. And I hope they aren't looking at like rank stats because it's a team play agent.
Meanwhile, Kiko catches one from Arcade, but look at Profek right now. Right in towards that tower spot. That's playing right against the smoke. Magnum now starting to fight the front lines. He's already done quite a bit of damage on towards Pattek, so just needs to be careful in terms of how he plays this. Does have the support of Camo from main and ultimately pushing out of just Dish. doesn't feel like the safest of options for BBL. So once again, we're going to see them execute late round, but it's into NATUS' site.
That's pretty nice as well. Even when you just watch.
Profit activates at the right time.
Oh my goodness, this was close. I was going to say, even if you just watch Liquid in terms of when they lose map control, the positions they're getting into, like it's nice. You can see we're going to push through the smoke if we get smoked. Maybe push into this smoke as well, and they have like protocols if they lose heaven in terms of like playing off each other and being able to trade and people watching angles.
It feels really laboured right now for BBL, honestly, in terms of how they're playing. I think something that was raised multiple times as a point of concern.
Maybe they're just figuring out how to nerf it in pro play without nerfing it too much in ranked. There's no easy way of doing it, I think. I think they just have to accept it's not going to be good in ranked, but in pro play, they need to balance it.
Right now, though, it's just the players
playing.
It's
rechargeable damage. It's just going to be so good in pro play no matter what.
Got to be looking towards this A main trap again that Team Liquid are trying to bring out. Sociable, though, has already identified, or at least presence coming through from Team Liquid.
Oh.
Well, somehow they found Kiko trying to go under. Should be aware.
Looks like they're ready for the second. Kinda. Stun beyond, and that's probably the most perfect timing you could imagine if you look at the minimap here. Reaction to losing over towards here, they double push through A main.
Right now, that main play has suddenly turned to the aggression that we were expecting from the team, but Sociable is all too aware, prepared of it too.
What do they buff on KO? The left click if it hits a wall, your flash goes off in 0.8 seconds, and it's like a little bit visually better, you can see on the minimap. The main thing is like right click is, you get flash for 1.5 seconds instead of 1.25 from a right click, which is really, really strong. And your ult, instead of like rezzing, instead of it being 3 seconds, it's 1.5 seconds, so it's half. It's very good.
I think it comes through. Sociable's drone in the early round just to go in and identify what
it's a little bit more self-sustainable now with the right click, to be honest.
Round which BBL win as well, where Liquid are starting to show some of their macro game, at least with a different comp that they did in series gone by. I'm thinking of that Heretics game, that Vitality game.
You get your gun out faster as well, yeah, that's true. That's actually a big one as well. Your right click of the flash does more, it blinds them for longer, and you get your gun out earlier.
With the stun set up already,
it could be really strong. I haven't seen it like on a server yet. Chat, let's start talking about money, because at the moment BBL haven't been able to string rounds in a row, and it's been wrecking them. But this one, you would imagine, is the one up against 2 hero guns. Hitting pressure over towards top side. Yeah, they're looking for a reaction.
Lurking again.
In terms of the outlaw, he can one-shot everyone, but you got to look at this play.
Keeping him omnipresent, but there's only one place you need to be looking right now, and he's behind you.
Wait, no way! Oh my goodness!
Oh, no, the timing's insane. Although at the same time,
now this gets really weird.
Is close by, easy to go and retake that space that BBL just lost. But you can see they're feeling a little bit forced.
Yeah, they pick up that outlaw and they one-shot him back.
It's another one of those situations where it
oh my god! Yeah, now they know it's such a doable round, and they know they're going to be hitting over towards A because the smokes come in, they smoke them off, and they ult. Dude, Liquid have absolutely owned them in this round.
Late into the round after Liquid have been running circles around them. It's feeling like a bit of a directionless round, and to the last chance saloon they go.
Is there anyone else that can be one-shot? Sociable. How does Paddy want to play this?
Needs to be huge.
Dude, they don't think he's here, chat.
Invested by Sociable. Profit going through, almost playing like the duelist.
Grim ult stops the plant. They don't know this guy's heaven, by the way.
Who's been excellent as well, but they've not accounted for Patton. He doesn't call for the kill, and now it's up to Sheriff. A 1 versus 1. Initiator versus Initiator.
Had to take one more flash to try and play around with, but Sociable's already repositioned.
Salvos, of course. We got half.
Looks he's going to get half, although Salvos push off. Sheriff needs to be spot on.
He's giving away his position.
He doesn't know where Sociable is. Trying to tap, bait him out.
Oh my goodness, the shots are crazy. The shots are crazy. BBL cannot get 2 rounds in a row. 2 guns into this one from Liquid, some crazy shots from Patty.
It's a round like that you so desperately needed. Patitech now up to 12
last shot
kills
is everything, man. That's so nice.
A return to
this whole strat was good again. They got great strats right now.
Bottom 3 for ACS in Bangkok. but already showing those signs of improvement in these key matches where we need that step up from him.
Yeah, and you've got to be thinking the gut punch that BBL just got, being able to fight their way back into the round. And remember, that was a 2 versus 1 as well. Once the spike goes down, just not thinking about the positionings of players.
Yeah,
try and take a main for themselves here. It's a couple of rifles which they've thrown into the mix. Anything to get this one started. That's to be cleared from the corner. Up against the Cypher, so we so often see him play. It's Magnum that will fall instead. And BBL, once again, due to the perfect timing of Nat, are going to be heading elsewhere on the map.
A little bait from Serial here as well. Is it good timing, or is he swinging off of him? He's swinging off of him.
BBL just walks straight into it. The rifle of Patty.
Dude, look at Patty though. He's 15 to 6.
Well, he's got 3 more to try and contend with, and he won't even.
I said they would have a good defense half, but this is way better than what I thought.
And they're just extending this lead further and further. And with 1 more round to play,
Castrodazi, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you, the 11
months.
months.
Because we know how strong they can be on this attack side, and you know, when there are issues executing late round, not really knowing where it is on the map that you want to execute, being denied space so many times, having Patatek here, finding yet another 3-piece, is absolutely huge. And look, you look at Liquid's comp here as well going into the second half. They're going to be able to use and abuse those quick B takes, which we've seen from
You would imagine BBL win this, just purely because of the ults. These ults are too good, they combo well. I like this from Liquid, they feel like they have to get proactive, because again, if they sit on site against these ults, they're going to get wrecked. So they clear top side.
And this dimensional drift looking to identify where players are, and they know exactly where Patatek is.
Oh, tunnel vision?
Try and set this piece up.
Dude, Liquid are playing so well together. It's crazy what I'm watching. Everyone has a buddy as well. Everyone has a buddy. They have their initial plans before the barrier goes up. Is just better.
They can't get past this threshold.
Looks great.
It's the same problems that have been happening all half. But the good thing for BBL, they always find a way to fight back into rounds. And look at Camel being all alone in towards Arcade.
Magnum to challenge him. Huge 1 versus 1. BBL need the next kill in this round. Well, you've almost written it off. Steps heard behind the Nebula. Cam is broken before he can even get a look in. BBL have committed towards this left-hand side yet again. They'll be without the tools to try and do it this time around. Last little bits of utility coming out the belt, but it's Serial who volleys off yet another shot. Prophet put to the dirt. Buried in the backside. Serial yet another. Magnum 1 versus 3. A clutch which you could not see happening.
wins the duel on 2 HP. Okay, 9-3. I was expecting like a 7. They got 9 and they lost pistol. The BBL won 3 rounds. Pistol, 3 ults.
You're thinking of all the utility that they will have to push
I can't remember what the other one was.
And now thinking about this next half, that's where the real worry will come in for BBL.
Never seen me so positive about Liquid right now. Oh, they're playing a masterclass, mate. To be honest with you, they got a little bit fortunate as well with the map veto for the 3rd map, in my opinion, as well. So they're in a really good spot. Alright, chat, let me mute this a sec. Dude, that was a fun half though. Watch this, it's 8 seconds. Oh boy. Let's see it. Do I want sound? Sure. I have no idea what's going on, man. I can't believe Minnie's doing TikToks. It's a height joke? Oh, okay. I get it. Honestly, if that's the kind of TikToks they're gonna do, at least we're flaming Mini. Get off TikTok. You told me not to watch it 2 years ago, so you uninstalled it. Damn, dudes. I like that.
So a lot
Mate, if that's the kind of stuff that's on TikTok, we're not missing anything.
Well, The rumors about Liquid's downfall may have been greatly over-exaggerated. They've shown exactly why they weighed it to Bangkok at the start of the year, and with a couple of tweaks already, it is Serial amongst others who are leading the line for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. People were talking about, like, on the desk, kind of hinted at the fact
if Liquid lose this one, there's still a chance. Liquid's comp on attack, it struggles at the beginning, right? 4-1, you're always weak somewhere because of the Vice. You can't get pure hard info, only on like one of the sides with the wall. So if BBL are like insanely aggro and have good kill trips in reaction, then they can still win this. But from what I've seen from Liquid, I think their attack strats are going to be too good that it's fine.
Liquid perhaps, but there's other factors at play as well. In terms of this pistol round from BBL, already had Yampy having a little look towards B main.
More F? Maybe it's just a Twitch thing. YouTube seems fine.
Any kind of proactivity
OBS is fine.
BBL. Such a protocol-heavy team.
Caladan, thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 2 months. Thank you, thank you. You see, Czech got signed by NRG. Mate, are you falling for April Fool's Day stuff? Come on.
Just waiting for Liquid to press the button. And at the same time, while they're hearing this utility, I just want to point out,
not even worth
and the proactivity that
putting Twitter up on
to make sure there
April
is no
Fast.
locks coming through that we usually expect from a player like NATUS.
Fully set up for the retake.
Big
Jaws. Going to be flying on his lonesome in just a second. 2 players.
That second one is fast though. He knows he's hit the shot. He's already transferred it to the next. That was lovely.
So much for impact. And as the drone just confirms what we already know to be true, that Liquid are hold up here, there, and everywhere. It's a crossfire that BBL walk into to try and save the dying embers of this round, if not map.
There's no utility either for BBL to use, so this is just going to have to be straight up gunfights.
You're going for the full stick, and Sociable's going to defend it with his
life. They got half?
Has been halved already, and Liquid are in the best position to try and support this. This would be a 2 versus 4 if it comes off, and while
Yampy.
a little bit of time, it's the toes of Yampy that are just clipped away at as they stumble at the final moment.
They just caught your breath there for a minute, you know, you're like, surely not, it can't be. Unfortunately, like this is just a beautiful double coming through.
Oh yeah, there's everything from that. 1-1 pistols as well. BBL, you can't really force on defense, to be honest.
When BBL get brought down so
low, they gotta just accept this one.
You just can't like completely write them off.
And now I want to see straight away, what version of Liquid do we get on the attack? A couple of times that they were playing slow, playing macro, or just being
Ted is apparently helping out M80. Yeah, that makes sense. That they'll hire him. I said it would be somewhere in America's tier 2.
4 players from BBL are here. Magnum's the only one on his own towards A.
Great shot. Dude, Patty looks really on today.
Onto Prophet to start things off, and Camo's just the bait on the end of the string. Reels in the kill eventually. That's not until Patatek's found his second. BBL coming back into this with just classics. You are hoping for a little bit of damage perhaps, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, it looked like a stacked site, right? You're thinking to yourself,
very nice.
This is going to be
no
good,
damage
but it ends
done.
up looking like a house of cards, or maybe
looks like
for
a fast
BBL,
one.
a 52 pick
Not even 28 minutes yet.
Look, I think right now BBL certainly drawing out of a flat cap in terms of options, whereas Liquid are playing with house money. It's an in-zone flawless, which they pick up to convert themselves.
If BBL, I can't work out if BBL even have a bad fracture. Like Liquid's fractures look so good, I can't even like work out where I rate BBL on it. There's been so much nice stuff. There's been worrying stuff for BBL. But like BBL don't like icebox. They don't really like. They don't mind split, I guess. They don't like Lotus. Do they not have 3 bad maps? Both of these teams have 3 bad maps in theory.
BBL stronger in their setup towards that left-hand side with the cam contact as Prophet starting to walk towards Dish. They're looking to confirm that there's no presence towards Bridge. Prelu and Devon need to hold the line, and he's done it again. TP's
heavy
back to
armor
Lick,
diff.
and now he's safe.
He's done massive work here, getting the advantage through, but still needs to be careful about Team Liquid taking extra space.
You expect a player to be in this smoke. TP's going to cut across it. Blindside Patatek just ever so slightly. Kiko creeping up. 2 players looking the wrong way. Both initiators. Patty's
able
to get his kill as well, and they converge.
Oh dear God. The 2v5. They got a free sight as well. The pressure alone makes the rotate happen. They can't sound.
Rotation, it's pulled over Profek in the process, and so with him leaving only Magnum alone on the A site, it's a 2 versus 1.
Oh, the hopes and dreams for this round specifically rest on Magnum.
God, and they get the smoke right. Smoked them off.
Dotting their I's, crossing their T's, looking to clear everything.
Oh, what?
And somehow Magnum gets a spam kill.
Down to 4 bullets though, Patty.
If he tried something, he went for something. Sure, Liquid still got 3 kills. Like the 3 at the end did pretty good. There's 3 people that have to rebuy if Liquid win this. It's just a dumb map. So my thoughts on BBL picking up Magnum, I think it makes a lot of sense. He's a free agent. It's the role that he's good at. He doesn't have to IGL. No one took a chance on him this year as well, so he like is hungry, you would imagine. Simple Val with the 10 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. What happened to Chiwa? Just visa stuff.
As well. Liquid setting up towards Dish. They like to execute out of here on a number of rounds against previous teams.
It's not by choice. It's just visa stuff.
Maybe they'll respond to it. Nothing as of yet.
Look at the trap though that they're building up in Arcade, and Team Liquid starting to explore towards this side of the map with the spike. BBL know exactly what they want to do, and they've got Cam for contact as well.
I think if you're Liquid though, you see that deep star placed, you're expecting there to be something here. And so they invest the orbital strike just to clear the space. That's literally all it was, but it has bought BBL a little bit more for themselves here as the execute comes in.
So much utility on this site, and it's still Magnum who's come up far. Sociable should have been caught, and he's not.
Yeah, it was pretty nice from.
And now Kiko left with a
it was pretty nice from BBL, to be fair. Did they Astra smoke here and then just duel everyone? Astra smoke off one side. Focus heavy on the top. Everyone run through the smokes.
Kept up in the tower for now. Walking into the smoke, Kiko's going to get caught. That's another round for BBL. And to go back to what we just saw, I mean, the fact that Liquid expected that trap play, I like the investment of the ult to try and clear the space, but it was such a big win for the defense with that one lost. And I mean, you look at what's left already, starting to build up some decent ult economy for themselves.
Yeah, it's just such a chaotic round in general. It's just about who is able to get the picks and whatnot. And right now, Team Liquid, not happy with what they've seen. Going to go for their first time out of the match. Both have used one now.
Yeah, I would really expect BBL to go aggro on this round.
We're looking towards that steel garden.
I really think they're going to go aggro. Liquid here can probably just talk about making sure that they get this ult online. Would be like the plan of the eco, to be honest. Just get this ult for the next rounds, then you got 2 that combo pretty well.
Towards the middle of the field to try and win out this map.
Exactly. You've got to set up an end game for yourself as well. You can already see the preparation.
Okay,
all the way back
so what
to
I'm reckoning. Okay, so we can see the money now. What I reckon is BBL go aggro next round. If this is a buy, I think they definitely go aggro. But
and show to us to close. I think one thing I do want to touch on very quickly as well is how important experience is. It
is a rough spot for Liquid at the moment. I mean, they're in a great spot score-wise, but if you ignore the score, like BBL are good for like 3 in a row, maybe just because of their ults, as long as they don't mess up.
On that first Spike Drop podcast,
because they're about to get
that mentorship as well.
They're about to get everything, really.
And to close out situations like this where you feel far in front.
You refuse to ignore the score. I mean, that's probably what BBL are trying to do is ignore the score at the moment.
Get to the point now where Team Liquid,
okay, Salvo's early. Create a question mark over towards Dish.
That's what the 60 seconds are for in BBL's regard as well, because you want to make sure you keep this as clean as possible. Levin's picked up the Outlaw. We know how good
this is nice from BBL, but how aggro do they get? Is a little bit scary against the eco.
Min-maxing it a little bit. Damage control, right? Make
they
sure
lose this double duel here and 2 guns down.
So early in this game.
Levin under pressure. Doesn't want to stick around for any more. no TP to try and get out of. We'll have to place down a second one. And you're still seeing BBL have control towards this dish side, and even going further and starting to go towards Arcade.
Yeah.
I mean, you've highlighted Serial, but he's already dead, mate. The victory was pre-written, and Nats is no better. He's fallen off
No
a cliff.
damage. Kiko needs to do a little bit of damage here because their money's still low.
In the process, look at the ults that we're seeing coming up on BBL's side. Sociable has managed to net himself an Armageddon. Levin with the dimensional drift.
Good time for BBL, like they re-cleared the initial pressure and they got rewarded for it. So do Liquid, do something similar and then hold. I also now expect BBL to do a set aggro strat. I reckon the Outlaws getting thrown away and they're going set aggro.
And the timeout now, looking at it here.
Especially if they have a Euro ult to retake.
The Armageddon, dimensional drift. But
dude, Nats went for a madness.
I'm interested to see where exactly that trap is going to be placed, Cairo, but I'm sure we'll find out in just a moment's time. Yeah, it seems to be a deep trip for Dish, and we've also got one to stop the cross on the B site.
Okay, well there goes the trip.
A trip that's going to last that much on Dish. No, Salvo's dealing with that.
Ooh.
Nice shot from Levin as well, as the op has been upgraded.
Yeah, Observer got a little bit unlucky.
Spike not committed anywhere? No, even though it's just dropped down.
And with Serial dead before his drone, you then look at the tools that Liquid have to re-clear a lot of this space. It kind of falls to Nats and him using the Arcros instead. Goes headhunting himself, finds Prosek.
As we can see, this is a free. Oh my god.
From BBL. Liquid scatter to the crosshairs of Sociable.
They actually just double to then send it through the smokes.
Kiko in a clutch position yet again. He drops out a Dish. He's a dead man. 3 kills for Sociable.
Ooh.
BBL reducing that gap.
It was Liquid's tail though, right? Liquid's tail and then the breach ult to counter it. Yeah.
But you've got to remember that
BBLs? Oh really?
It's pushed Team Liquid back to another economy buy, a low eco buy. So right now,
and then you're trying to force him back into it. Sure.
And even though Camo had a brilliant start to the map, we're seeing that he's having real issues breaking into sites and breaking down what BBL have on the defense.
Still a good understanding from BBL in terms of the big round. Force him down to an eco Liquid, trying to stack some ults. Might be next round where they get him.
Close to having a flush 5. Couple used in the prior round.
When does Liquid start to worry? They start to worry if they lose that round when they start using their ults. So probably next round if they lose that.
Isolated so many of these fights had been. The slow look has not best fitted Liquid up until this point. The timing for Levin.
Oh my god. That might be the round. That might be the round. There's one kill trip on site. The camera got shot. They go heavy over towards heaven. They cleared all the tree. They got a vice ult so no one can get over towards side or do anything. Might even be able to clear the trip with this. Pick up the op on Kiko.
So hanging on to a couple more big pieces as well in post. Not just the Steel Garden, that's the last of your concerns right now. We've got to play into a retake. So often post plant set up towards Arcade.
God, they started to use the ults as well. Nice from Magnum. Great shot. Do Patty again though.
And so with Patatech kept on his feet, we'll try and send everyone else off it.
Got to be thinking about this Armageddon as well that's been held in pocket, but time is getting low right now for BBL.
Sociable. Making the most of the fact that they can't hear where he is.
Dude, nice shots. Serial, what a beast on this one. Good shot. It did feel, I don't know how you lot think about it, but it felt like Luna was a little slow. It'd be nice to see it from this angle. Okay, no, that's fast. That is fast.
I mean, from the first pick and towards the site setup, you could tell that Liquid have a plan and what they wanted to do with their ultimates. It pushes them on towards 12. A sickening round to lose.
They got a good amount of their ults. They used the breach ult into this one.
BBL's coaching staff, they're like, listen guys, we need to talk about that last one.
it's ults
Dude,
that come
BBL
up
get
in the
ecoed
middle
a
of the
lot.
round
It
as
happened
well,
in the
that make
K-Corp game
it
as
a
well.
little bit harder to prepare for if you're not expecting to see it. So, as you say, those conversations being held in the timeout as we speak ourselves.
He was sleeping a bit. Yeah, it felt a little bit slow, right, from his POV.
Ult cycle in
Thing is, it
general
looked
for
fast
BBL
from
to build a
Zero's
couple
POV, but it
rounds
looked slow
and
from
shake up the buy of
Loon's
Liquid. So then
POV.
losing the follow-up on the anti-eco again, like I said, feels really, really frustrating for all the hard work that they put in up until that point.
Yeah, something I'm noticing a lot with Levin's positioning as well, that he's been left alone, like the confidence in the team to set him up on an angle and just leave him. But like the TPs out haven't been good, right? Levin doesn't have the TP set up right, or he's overzealous, overconfident to try and get that pick. We saw it on the round previous with the Outlaw. He stuck around, got a pick, and then got out. With that,
Okay, 5 chances.
Even after the players
5 chances. One away from these ults. Kind of all advantage, really, especially if they can get one up. And a set round from Liquid, 5 passing.
About 7 or
2
so
info trips that honestly might get him a kill.
This placement here is just before the map could be ending. As I said,
yeah, Salvo doesn't hit the side, so this trip is still up.
Towards this side of the map,
oh, there's one trip.
Is perfectly placed, and Yumpy capitalizing with his aftershock already in towards spawn. Kika looking for the fight, but it's
no way, Nas is a beast.
Another vintage map from him. Another round. Has BBL so
holy, dude, it was a nice fracture from them.
They know where he is. And up as well
right,
to try and clutch
an easy
up,
call
but
now.
This is not the weapon you want. Perhaps, but that only means anything if Liquid are playing off of one another.
They get the info
Vice will now going to be triggered as he makes this rotation back through spawn. So with main the angle of approach, Patty's got the stun. You can place those thorns, and you can already see Nats on the spike. Time ticking away for Levin.
Sliggy read chat here for sure.
To take their map.
Yeah, salvos,
yeah, Horns, salvos. Literally an impossible round to win.
Everything has been spot on since they played this map.
Very, very nice. This was a strong fracture from Liquid. Very drilled.
Sorry, the road pick, sorry.
Map win. C1, thank you so much, C1. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Felt like a long time ago, but
okay, we've got Haven coming up, and I'm interested to see if Liquid changed their comp. It could definitely be tempted to. But I imagine with the other maps not looking that strong that they probably didn't spend too much time on Haven.
Remember about the goals that I said
I reckon they'll still have the
that's main focus for today. Remember about our communication protocols, boys. Today, let's have the communication as we had yesterday, clear and calm. Let's listen for the first calls, let's follow each other, and everything will be fine.
Dude, they always get the NATUS speech in the Liquid replays. They love it. Fracture was the Liquid pick? Yeah. That's what I mean, is then they probably just focused on the other maps. Stage 1. Map 1. Fracture. The cast is Scottish, guys. Scottish.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's a good leader, yes. His work ethic is also really up there. Very hard to match it. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. What am I doing? I was gonna try to save the VOD, but we'll just accept it. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing. Yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I
I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
What a terrific start for Team Liquid. They lead 1-0 in this best of 3 against BBL. I'm your host, VINCERE. I've got Minnie and Billy back here with me. That first half was absolutely incredible, Billy, from Team Liquid. You can't ask for more than that.
It was so, so nice. And I think a big part of that was seeing Nats onto that Vice. I think it was just so, so nice. He was such a great anchor on the site. And yeah, I mean, I think as soon as BBL lost that anti-eco, it looked a little bit dodgy from there on out for them. So yeah, difficult for BBL in the end.
Yeah, and here I think we kind of talked about it before, about the first kills, first deaths, and generally, like, last time it felt like there was individuals missing from BBL, and I think this time around again, I think Yampi 11, like last time, didn't have a great series, and this time starting off a little bit slow. I will like to point out, though, that, like, we talked about all that prep stuff with Team Liquid. It kind of went out of the window because they played Fracture and had a completely new comp.
They did, and the new comp looked really, really nice too, right? We even right out of the gate on the pistol round, Minnie, we saw some cool things from Team Liquid.
Yeah, a nice little innovative pistol round strat, like almost like a concept I've never really seen before, where you use the Vice Wall to trap players into a space that they cannot escape from. Genuinely, I don't think I've seen that. So nice from Team Liquid to mix things up.
Yeah, I think it's nice as well because, like we said, they just got back from an international event. You know, we talk about how much prep have they actually really had and what can we expect from them. And I think that maybe caught BBL off guard as well. I think this round in particular, round 10, this ultimate coming out from Nats was so, so nice because it forces BBL to rotate to the other side. And as they're rotating to the other side, you can see Patitech set up there with an Outlaw. You can see Camo set up there with an Operator. Managed to get the pick onto Camo, which allows them to get onto site. But, I mean, this is when it just gets a little bit difficult for them because BBL, they're not really able to adapt other than like trying to take these fights.
And this clutch from Paddy, Minnie, this is what you wanted, right? You wanted someone else on this team to step up outside of Nats and Kiko.
Yeah, Patitech heard the call. And he's been good this year, but in that last week he wasn't so hot, but back to Patitech form. If he's performing, if the Cats duo is performing, then they're in a good spot.
Valorant is a shooting game. It is a shooting game. And they were shooting a little bit more than the side of BBL, which I think is pretty surprising.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially given the loss that they had against Gentlemates last week, they've bounced back really nicely going into this first map. So yeah, it's been really nice to kind of see them come together and of course welcome Serial into that team too.
I'm so glad you said that. The bounce back, the performance. Lohan said it, Serial, he was a little bit shaky, you know. He's had to uproot his whole life, move to a new country and instantly be thrown onto the stage in a very high pressure situation. And we can see it from the stats. His first map against Gentlemates on Split versus his performance here night and day, and this is the reason we were so excited about him when they picked him up, right?
Yeah, of course, and I think as well, he openly said in that interview with you before, you know, he'd never been on bootcamp before, he'd never played on a stage in front of an audience or anything like that, so I think it's really, really nice to see him kind of warm up to that stage and, you know, fit in with the team a little bit better, and he looked a lot more comfortable on Tejo this time round than how he did last week.
Now, Bosa said that he looks like Paddy with a moustache. Minnie, now you're here with us. Do you agree?
I think Bosa's got the the worst eye for what people look like. Don't you? Do you think that's true?
No, because like the whole Chronicle looks like Ryan Gosling.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think that Bosa's got the best eye for how people look.
Right.
Exactly.
Comeback looks like it.
He does. And speaking of comeback, BBL, we're about to move on to there. There's so many layers. There were so many layers really to that segue. But BBL, they are going on to their map pick. Now, you were both a little bit surprised with this. Minnie, tell me why you were surprised and tell me how they can make a comeback.
There was better maps to pick,
I'm
maybe?
surprised because it was one of the stronger maps with Team Liquid this year. They didn't look so great the last time they played it, but it does play into this kind of prep narrative. Like Team Liquid have been running very similar things on the Haven quite a lot. They're quite exposed. So BBL have probably seen a weakness there and tried to, you know, abuse it.
I think so, and I think as well, like before I was like, oh, how much prep time of Team Liquid actually had to prepare, but of course Fracture looked really, really great for them with the different composition. But I think when I'm looking at BBL, for them to be able to pick into
who's going to win here? Haven? I don't know, this one's close.
Really nice cooked up, because of course the last time they played it was against
I feel like it depends if Liquid thought this map was going to get picked.
They let it run away from them,
which I don't think
they ended up losing it 12-14.
They might not be super prepped on it.
I want them to kind of iron out any mistakes that they faced last time and not let silly rounds get away from them, because we've seen that in the first map too.
And I want to see them to be mentally strong coming into this, right? Forget about what happened last week. Forget about what happened the last time on Haven. You heard it there from NATUS as well. Listen to each other. Make sure the comms are good.
Dude, that would be disgusting.
Because there's a very realistic chance.
I think with where Liquid's map pool is, that they wouldn't refresh their Haven and they would keep it the same. They got 3 other maps. If they're perma-banning Pearl, they got like 2 other maps that they need to focus on.
Get their heads back in the game. Maybe came into that match against Gentlemates last week with.
Will I be watching the Minecraft movie? I have no idea. Maybe.
Not
exactly like.
And I think from there on,
thing is, I've never played the game, dude. So like everything will go over my head, I imagine.
You know, we need to respect every single opponent that we come up against.
No berries. Thank you with the Prime. Appreciate that. We've got EU Will with the Prime as well, with the 18 months, and we've got Chema Yuki sneaking in a 5 gifted, of course. Wait, not even. Do you know what? I got baited by the 5 minutes. Sneaking in the 1 gifted. Thank you so much, Chema Yuki. I looked at the 5 and I was just like, he's just dropped another 5. Thank you so much, Chema Yuki. Appreciate you. Fewest error. Well, dude, they had the time to do it. Okay, I respect this. We've spoken about this comp before, right? This is the 100 Thieves, and it only works if your Neon's a lunatic, and Camo is definitely a lunatic. So we do get the Kiko ISO. Damn, Liquid knew that Haven was going to get picked. They could 2-0 this.
So we are going to see Serial back onto that.
Luckin with the tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate the 16 months.
It's Kiko and Camo that we're looking at here as that double duelist, and of course, BBL, they have played double duelist on
a lot of this might come down. Well, I say a lot of this might come down to Camo, but honestly, if Kiko just farms, then they're up against so many ults, and it might be really rough. This comp is better on attack, but if the Neon can get aggro A, honestly, it's kind of strong on defense too.
So Hazard and Cairo, I'm looking forward to seeing if BBL can take us to a map 3.
Hey,
Kiko ISO, with how he's playing, it could be really scary.
What kind of a look this is for Liquid?
You prefer the Omen or Astra more with this comp? Which comp are you asking for? The Liquid comp? Honestly, I think I prefer the Astra. Wait, you have to have the Omen because you need to be able to fight A. And you want to have the Omen for the 4A push on defense. Pretty sure that's right. Unless you want a double stun star. I think you want the Omen flash. BBL on defense, Liquid on attack, and Liquid go for a contact prod over towards C, and then these 2 are waiting for a reaction. Break the camera, make it look like a hit, smoke goes over towards Garage, and very, very nice. Ooh, it's a great dude, got double?
And then Magnum able to shut out the engagement itself.
Got a nice shot though.
Spike isolated now.
Good double swing from BBL.
Team Liquid get Team Liquid. How does Serial on Nats get this one back?
I'm surprised Magnum got a double here, to be honest.
See right now though, BBL ever so slightly worried about the positioning and perhaps the availability of Lux that Liquid have. Is
when did Serial join? After Bangkok.
Such a strong
his second best of 3 at the moment.
What you do with it? This smoke. Yumpy concerned of it, still holding on against his former teammate.
Yampi's... Nah, that's timing is wild. It's wild. To see Yampi's reaction as well. As soon as he's looked.
Got to be looking at the utility though, as BBL try to come back into sight. An info dart, 2 shocks, and even the paranoia. A boatload of information, and already getting the first pick.
Okay, recon helps. He could speed up over towards here at the moment. This is nice from Cyril. He knows they shot the recon here, so they don't think he's front of sight. Okay, nice shots. Straight up just nice shots from everyone in BBL, really, especially Magnum. 2-1 in pistols.
But well supported instead this time. A 2 versus 1, which they'll convert. That's another BBL pistol. Yeah, similarities from that first map. The Sentinel getting a double kill that puts the team in towards a winning position. Levin just so unfortunate to be caught out there. But this long fight is everything for BBL. And you see on the replay there as well, it was a cam early on placed for the contact.
Nice, Martin!
The fucking yeah, no, it was. That's probably a good way to put it. Thank you for
that was such a good one.
But yeah, look, well, I mean, it wouldn't be a real inauguration into EMEA without getting used to
audio issues.
But look, we can see the league officials are investigating. We'll be back on.
Yeah, we certainly will. But I think this allows us to take a step back.
Complain about the timing, yeah, that's good.
Between BBL and Liquid.
Resuming? Oh, this is a fast one.
Coming into this matchup, I was really excited, right? Because even though there was one match, right, you had 2 different trajectories for the 2 teams. Liquid, you were thinking, oh, is this them kind of falling to the wayside because of how many maps they've played, which they've already answered. And BBL, where you're thinking, are they the real contender?
Does look like Liquid like to buy a couple of sheriffs on the ecos, especially their first eco, which does mean that later on down the line, people might punish them with outlaws.
Could be their way to answer back.
We'll see. We did get the plant down, so this one makes a lot more sense.
Of their off season, got so many reps up on it early
on. We buy the armor. We walk over towards short. I wonder if this is a little bit of prep that they buy the outlaw. This is twice now that where someone who's like taking first contact buys light armor.
But look at Kiko.
Cyril did it on the first
Another scary position for BBL, but one that they should be aware of.
Oops.
Magnum's doing 360s.
Dude,
I don't think this is 2012.
Has he got so much HP?
That's left alone. The only player to buy a light shield that's allowed him to survive this long.
Well,
and I don't even know how he ends up in C-Link in the end there as well.
I don't even know how Magnum's only taken 1 bullet, really.
No idea how it happens, but look, here we go into the rifle round now. BBL have the anti-eco under their belt. The importance of it stressed in the previous map. That carries forwards here. As Magnum finishes off his triple with a kill on another player that he has shared the same side of the server with. There's so much overlap in terms of
it must have been Americas or Pacific
on these teams.
I thought Andy was going to replay it. Yeah, I thought he might as well. And we spoke about this, right? Literally just earlier. I said that they might have people that get one-shot by the outlaw because they're buying too many sheriffs. I'm really nervous for Liquid on this one. Might be one of those where like they lose the bonus just purely because they don't prioritize heavy armor.
Placed for identifying these locks, B main and towards deep in garage.
Missed the first map. It was really dominant from Liquid, to be honest.
A priority highlighted for Liquid against mates, doing the same here. Early deposit, as you know, on the map of Levin. Just outside a lobby, Drone trying to clear this. Patty the one to do it. It does reveal position, and utility in support from Yumpy was good.
Okay, Drone reclear over towards A to make the rotate go over towards A, then insta C here. Got luck over towards Garage. Done a smoke to try fast flood from BBL.
Of the aggression, Magnum certainly cannot. Still though, a quick pause to affairs.
Yeah, it looks like NATUS is on this as well.
Down Camo, going towards backside. Sociable not looking towards what was below. Leaves the last 2 remaining players of BBL in a clutch, which, well, already is not
11-28. Thank you so much for the 16 months. Thank you for that, bro.
I'm a little bit surprised that BBL
Appreciate the tier 1.
Heavier price on Garage there.
So convincing round from Liquid.
Because as I said before,
2 deaths.
It felt like the foundation that Liquid built
2 deaths, 1
armor
armor rebuy, so BBL will be like relatively
the most recent tape that we would have on them if you're talking about, you know, preparation.
I mean, does Liquid need on attack?
Many times,
it's more of an, well, in my opinion, it's more of an attack comp, so maybe like 7.
As soon as Magnum goes down, it's a difficulty from that point onwards. Yeah.
It depends. Sometimes I watch 100 Thieves with this comp and Asuna just locks this down. So they could do that as well.
Get into that smoke early, or you hold the kind of cross out, right? Already,
Plumber App, the Prime, thank you so much. Appreciate the 24 months, appreciate the Prime.
On a lobby, and this time they're going to fight it early.
Ooh, smoke to dodge the recon.
Does have his ult up here. Chance to pull a player in, perhaps.
Yeah, they spot it early as well, it's nice.
It's utility used on the side of Liquid instead to just take long control. Now investigating towards sewers. Patty yet to invest, but the drone is expected. So as it flies through, up and out into the light, as it is quite a sunny day in Berlin, it's going to capture Profex. So that's Kiko now in the 1v1.
Camo's getting so many important kills.
Elsewhere for Liquid. He will find Profex in the Shadow Realm too. So a 5v2 presents itself. Liquid in full control. Even getting to deposit more utility.
And they're saving trips in the afterplant.
Maybe at the back of their head, thinking about saving.
Okay, no damage done.
At the very least. I mean, the money not looking
Pluke with the Prime, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 24 months, thanks for the Prime.
And Liquid now looking to hunt. And I love this too. Hat off the head from Nats. Kiko's already signed off on his kill contract.
Oh my god, Camo.
Add a couple more. Camo goes chasing. And with Magnum, the last name left on the list. There is no way to erase it. It's Kiko to finish it off flawlessly, an in-zone flawless to tie the scoreline up. Yeah, spot on. Everything about that, the fact that like you get such a minimum impact ultimate, right? You look towards the neural theft as not being one of the greatest, and now it allows you to go then and break BBLs by stop them having something to work with in the next round, and build up your own ultimates
soon, okay? In 10 seconds. I want to fully break economy for them.
Yeah, there you go, it's spot on. Mate, get it posted on the TikTok. 500
yeah,
IQ,
I mean, they did do it.
Doesn't have a hat. It means that his brain can grow to new sizes, not restricted by the headwear. That's a bit of a reach. Jokes aside, against pistols here. The B site is where Liquid go. I mean, now people often say you never go B against the eco. They want to take some extra space. And with double tap active,
guys,
they walk into trouble. What did I say? Neural Theft invested as well, so they'll get a full grasp of what's going on. And look at the late flank coming through from A lobby.
Huge if Sociable plays his cards right, but instead, he's just a little too eager. A couple of rounds now where he's been a step behind the play when he could have been ahead of the curve instead. Levin with a face check, shoulder spotted, so's the barrel. It's betrayed, Patitech, and so Yumpy will capitalize. 3-on-2, BBL with just a man advantage.
And because the two players had pushed in towards
they still had the trip over towards B, they kind of get good info that they're all coming through spawn.
Rifles to work with. This
is
not looking good right now for Team Liquid
as
they isolate the two players that they're working with.
But yeah, and Nats is still towards Gareth, so it's only Serial fighting on site. He's separated from the man
30 seconds left.
Who is mentoring him in this team, as he said before, to lead by example. Stress the importance of it, but it cannot be done on this round.
Good amount of upgrades from BBL here. Oh, Liquid really sent it. They do trip on the left side with smoke, and they want to push over towards A.
As the round was happening, some people say do not go B when they're on an eco round. And BBL do so well to pick up the rifles and snowball that into
I just don't know if they need to take the extra map control. At least they did it together, I guess, but
my word is gospel or anything. I think
it does cost them.
Break away from that conditioning at times and go for something unexpected, but there are reasons
against an eco as well. I think you just plant for outside beam, but
yeah, just neither of these teams can finish their dinner when it comes to anti-ecos, I guess, or at least that was the trend before.
Magnum did really good to get into a strong position though. Oh, the double trip.
First won't catch him, second does. Down to 47. Now the backside space is where they'll look to fight Liquid. That's a frustrating
oh my god. Dude, he nearly got a third.
Even a second one as well. BBL though, still trying to work their way back through with the 3 players that they have remaining.
No drone, no stun. little bit of silence required before BBL can engage.
Yeah, Recon in 6, so you would imagine BBL are chilling for a little bit. What a kill that is.
Rolling Thunder online and straight into the site. Patty though, looking to try and escape in towards CT, but doesn't get his timing right and loses control of the site.
You gotta give it to Sociable, he played this pretty well.
They're working on the spike and they're working on this
Yampy
round.
fragged out heavy. Sociable in the 3, like it's a 3v3, right? And he's just, he knows that the 2 have to play. He's waiting for his recon as well. The 2 play, they get the kill, do the ult, and he's literally just running back. He knows that, because as soon as they know that there's 2 people there, they're just gonna run in. It's just even 1v1. So even though Sociable dies here, I think he played it great.
He's just going to clean up the round. So really well played between the members of BBL. And now with this lead established,
okay, now
to try and build on it.
Liquid's money. They get 2-9 loss bonus on this. So maybe with a plant they're actually okay, and it's just Nats that takes the hit.
But I mean, it's going to be used straight away. Yeah, it's a combo with the front line, but as soon as no tags come up, it's
the classic.
To search elsewhere for Sociable. Does catch on to Kiko. Still, double tap is available for the
Dude, what on earth did I just see on the minimap there? Profect's taking a 1v1 on spawn, he just uses Omen Flash.
I think at this point in time, so you are expecting it if you're BBL right now, and the setup is there for
yeah,
it
dude,
as well.
This is an easy call. Go fight the Omen that's holding A on his own.
Already,
you take out their smokes.
From BBL, they should start to have an idea about Liquid leaning towards A, and that's confirmed through Profec's contact. With how much BBL were
oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh god.
It looks so horrible the whole time.
But instead, Profec has cut them down to size. With Serial gone, there's no smokes left. You're straight into the
they still don't know about Yampy on short. And honestly, because he was holding so low, they might not expect it. Yeah, Nats just doesn't expect it. They just thought it was Omen early. Yampy played this pretty well though. Just tucking into short baits his team.
I don't think they're even going to be able to set up the post plant. They got to look for kills, and with Camo finding yet another, he's got to funnel more bullets back in the magazine before he can give it a second go. Grouped up with Patty, plant goes down. BBL still in front by just the 1 man for now. But Liquid have reacted
Liquid
well
do the most perfect thing as BBL decide to group 3-person behind. So they actually get some map control. Patty has his ult if he wants to use it. Decides to play on site, so we're not going to see it. What a shot.
Find use for it, but instead it's the shots which will connect for him. Yampy getting one back. Sewers where he hung out for the majority of this round. Now looking to finish it there.
That got close.
Go
this was pretty nice from BBL though, right? Because they initially had the pressure here, and that was the pressure that got Camo killed. So the 3-person group up was very smart from them.
See how it was working for Liquid generally. But on top of that, I think for me though, it comes to the early rounds, like the fact that BBL identified.
Wait, did Camo look at CT? Because someone showed that earlier, like what, 15 seconds ago, 20 seconds ago?
Alien becomes so much easier. Right now though, Liquid have seen enough.
They cleared it, yeah, but they could have been in 2 positions that they didn't clear. I'd be pushing over towards A main. They cleared like
quite a few strengths that you'll find
just
on the
close.
side, actually.
They could easily be someone like on the corridor here.
Yeah, you've got to be playing Kiko like a second initiator and helping set up Camo in those instances. You only have 1 undercut now, but with the suppress that it has as well, it's such an effective tool for going for these quick executes if that's what you want to aim for. In terms of ults, they've built a couple up here as well. So again, we look towards that strat book, that playbook, to see what exactly it is they have prepared for us, because already we've seen variation from BBL.
It's really nice, you know, seeing the variations, etc.
You gambled it there together?
Like,
I mean, yeah, probably.
Forward, like,
when you clear it, you maybe just gamble,
right?
but
you think towards the last
it's
fracture, it was like
one of those situations that imagine there was someone hiding here and he gambles, like we're flaming him either way. Like it's all hindsight, no matter what. Better just to focus on saying that BBL did good.
It's not hitting the same. Yeah, it's
like if he gambles and starts facing here, but we actually see a guy who's tucked in here and just sneaks around the corner of their contact, like with them flaming Camo, like it's a lose-lose for him, really.
But I mean, I can't help but feel at the same time, is Serial the man to be playing that role? Because
just,
not only have you put him on a controller, which he only showed for the first time.
Still a lot of hindsight. It's hindsight against you to see the minimap.
Heavy, and when you're focusing on that kind of stuff, it's a lot more difficult to perform on, you know, just shooting your gun in your hands.
Ooh. And they might think they cleared back a site, yeah.
and he's working well.
Oh, nicely done from Perfect. Dude, this was a nice fast flood from BBL.
A little distraction, a bait and switch, and it works so well.
And it's starting to look like the Liquid strat book is a little bit thin, for sure. We spoke about it early in terms of their map pool, right? Lotus is risky for them, Icebox is risky. So there's probably like 2 maps they had to focus on. They wanted to change their Haven. They focused a lot on Fracture. They probably focused quite a lot on these 3 and wanted to change their comp on Haven. I reckon they got like 2 days on it. Maybe 1. Oh, I think Pearl's a permaban, I think. It's twice in a row.
Very different to how Chua plays the role.
Ascent, yeah, I mean, had to probably do Ascent as well.
He does like to get very
in the time they had, it's hard to spread it all and do a new comp. That's why I thought they weren't going to do a new comp, because they still had a lot to focus on.
He wants to stick around. Young player likes to be aggressive, and he's certainly being here.
Great trade though.
Popped out, and that's too easy.
Oh my goodness, he's so good with a Bucky. The Observer did incredible to catch everything here.
1v1's taken, and Liquid win them all.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. It's the micro again, I think. Just so many isolated engagements. This is how Liquid were able to sow chaos on Haven in their previous map against Gentlemates. Some of the rounds that did look really scrappy, but they're fighting on multiple fronts. And on a round like this, when you can give Camo a Bucky,
lovely round for Liquid though.
Why not? It's a
lot of gun upgrades, and they managed to pick up their own attack
of course, it's Liquid that pick it up.
Yeah, Observer did perfect here. It was incredible, to be honest.
There
was so much going on.
Valorant, right?
Let's get Zilv to a Masters, man. Look at him go.
And just wants to try and go more. And I think that's where, being a young player, you'll see that, inexperience, right? Rather than being more passive because he's on a lesser buy.
Good job. At the same time, I feel like it
Big
is also
distraction
hard
over
to
towards
put
A
that
is
down
the
to solely Levin. As you say,
of course.
It's
the ISO with a gun walks through B. Oh boy, it's a set strat. Omen flash over towards here, recon deep. 2 pass and push. Surely we fall back after we get the first kill. ISO hits the jet. Do they then stick around to try and cover the body?
Now looking for that fight.
Yes, they do, and they win the duel as well. Dude, ISO is so strong. It's so strong, man.
Through the kill contract, Nats as well, fighting his way.
When you got someone who aims like Kiko as well, this is incredible.
His position, Nats aware of it. Prophet trading out, the 1-for-1 does put them a player short. BBL. This is going to be a serious test.
How do you nerf it? You wouldn't nerf it, you would just add an extra orb. Do what they did to everything else.
2vx's situations previously. This feels like a whole different kettle of fish, and Sociable playing a corner you'd typically consider one and done. It has to come up with the goods and then some.
Prison Valorant agent, it really is.
No tradability, individuality.
Sociable might be able to dodge the recon here. Yeah, recon doesn't go high enough.
This is the one corner you need to clear that the
reveal
does not scan, and Sociable is very nearly
Perfect is here early. Dude, Kiko's aim, man.
Prophet, the idea, TPing in towards C-Long. You're waiting to see how that first engagement goes in the 1v2, but just nowhere near it. 6-4 though. You're looking for BBL to make good on this advantage that they've taken in the early rounds.
And it comes right back to what I was saying before the round as well, how Levin is always looking to try and...
Let's go!
Call for what it is exactly that he wants, the setup utility, and you saw that reflected in how he performed with such confidence against Fnatic in kickoff, when on the Euro a lot of the time he was like running down mid on Abyss, and while he had the support of his team there, they were also coming to him, and it was pretty clear between them, like, okay, I'm actually going to hang around a little bit longer,
forcing into it.
I'm trying to do that.
Magnum takes the hit.
So important, as we stressed before. I think the difference on a map like Haven, when it is more fundamental, is that then that vocality is a little bit different. It is more like, what are you calling, pre-round rather than anything else.
Single duelist jet, not viable anymore. It's viable.
Now looking towards
just the fact that there's better options these days.
What they're looking to change. Is there anything you'd immediately identify as like problem issues apart from the individuality?
Liquid's good on defense. It's better on attack normally.
For me right now is
like they might struggle a little bit.
before they showed us two different styles. They were sort of default.
On defense, a lot is down. Like the double duelists can still like dominate defense. And if you look at how they're playing, they still have a good chance.
We've heard the word Palorant thrown around a few times in our years, I would say. But his way of playing, yeah, you're expecting those reactions. If you can find a way to sort of stimulate a certain area of the map to get a set response, then that's exactly what you're looking for, finger on the pulse. And I think a lot of that comes through mid, as I was saying.
I like the positioning of Magnum here as well. You look towards the kill traps on the east side. You've got to be thinking of that buff that ISO got,
they go
right?
for
The
a
undercut. Now,
double kill trip, you break. They kind of love this. We've seen it a couple of times. So one over towards Garage, right? Info trip into kill trip, kill one.
For example, if you could land that onto Magnum, then it's the setup gone. He is held up in the heavens as it stands, though. Double kill trips down long. That's the one counter to Camo that you'd be looking for, but he gets away scot-free.
Yeah, with a first trap, there's still a second one hanging around, and still BBL have control of the site.
They're going to feel like they created pressure.
It's only
they are going to walk and find it, though.
Bit of mid-rounding from BBL. Sociable only able to clear the corner, but Kiko, the healthy player, happy to help out those in need. Camo taken down by the toe.
Flash is good. Cage goes up in time.
Still in behind this cage. Space which needs to be cleared. Oh, up again. He's just going to send it straight in
Oh my god, he just managed to avoid it.
Into Yumpy's open
Still though,
arms.
it's a nice round from BBL.
Kiko, last player left. Not on the smoker this time, but to save the day from the duelist roll.
I mean, if there was a player to do it right, here's the TP. But 4 players, and Yampy to put the cherry on top. The ulti, which essentially decided the round. Team Liquid forced to walk into a trap. 7 confirmed, an advantage for the next half to work.
No flashes? Yeah, no flashes is hard.
Only 1 round remaining in this one.
I was saying, because this is what, Doombros, this is what 100 Thieves use. And I'm always, every time I talk about this comp, it's just like the Neon has to be a lunatic.
Yampy, a player as well who we maybe didn't see it in the first map.
The Neon's got to do some crazy stuff.
Struggled to frag out while calling so far. Having a fragging IGL, the
Neon's got, the Neon's got to make up for the no flash by just being hard to hit.
The other thing as well.
Asuna, why are you question marking? Why are you always lurking as well?
Going walkabouts in mid yet again. He's punished on an opening duel.
Trying to put severe pressure on towards Garage right now, forcing out utility from BBL. But right now, BBL are
Lucky 3017, thank you so much for the 11 months.
Now
thank you.
Elsewhere on the map, you're looking at Magnum walking down C, and the rest of BBL looking towards A, not wanting to deal with mid at all.
Happy to give it up if they have a setup.
Drone clears over towards A. They saw nothing, and they hear the drone back. They're probably just going to stick 3 here. Oh my.
To try and cause an issue, but the one you've got to be concerned of is the Hunter's Fury. That question mark space given an answer, but it feels like more of a red herring right now.
Spot on. Nats though wants to continue moving
but
forward.
Nats is going to enable before his team.
There's a player right behind him. Trigger discipline. Just to make sure there's no more. And well, there you go, converted into a kill.
Okay, fast reaction. Do they go Garage up? Damn, the timing on this is going to be close.
Okay, there's nobody else here.
Oh dear God.
Garage. Magnum has a boatload of them right in front of his crosshair.
Dude, I was worried there. He actually did a little bit of damage to Patty as well. They get the plant down. If Patty,
an advantage. You're looking towards the utility to come back in on, and there's so much to be used.
BBL have been brilliant in their retake so far, but this one to find an 8th could truly separate them from Liquid heading onto the attack side.
Did he just stun them as they swung?
It's Kiko out on an island finding himself in a BBL sandwich, and he doesn't like the sound of that. Stepping back into the reveal. And when the limelight hits his face,
flash. Man, BBL played this round
BBL to clean house
so well.
At the end of the half.
It was so nice.
12, they'll have the majority of the rounds this time.
Yeah, and the big thing coming from Fracture
would I want the
towards Haven,
I mean, it's not the worst idea ever. It's just the fact that Nats is going like after they've used the drone, so the likelihood of them having a stack on A is like really high. So I think they should be fake pushing B, and then he makes the luck instead of them doing that. Like they just create pressure A, so they're gonna have people there. So that's why the luck doesn't really make much sense. right? They're good on defense now. They're pretty drilled on this map as well. Like that round, they played very nice. As much as I didn't like the NATUS luck early, the 4v4 was played like well. Every single time they're very aware of like what the reactions will be once they get over towards site. Very disciplined over towards spawn as like everyone else makes the play through garage or behind C. It's like every single time they left C here, right, or had to retake over towards C, they're always making sure garage or behind C plays, and like the pass and spawn or the 2-pass and spawn is just holding. Because the most likely reaction when you don't have map control here to just take one of these. Well, honestly, most people take spawn these days, but depends on who you have alive as well. BBL look drill team. It's like Liquid, at the moment, this is like what you expect from Valorant, even though this hasn't happened that much recently. Like, they both look more drilled on their map pick. People are starting to get a bit more clued up on the maps once you see demos out there. 2 Fame for names. Thank you with the Prime. Thank you for doing that.
BBL back in action and making the better of that first half, it's safe to say. The word that you said,
Jake Scott as well.
Control.
Thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate that.
Performance is really what we needed with how messy some of those rounds looked towards Fracture. It's onto the attack side though, where they had previously struggled before.
Yeah, and well, we're looking for them to make good on the mistakes that they have done. As for Team Liquid, how does this comp look like on the defense, right?
Any benefit on playing the Neon here? I personally think your retakes better. I think your aggro A becomes a little bit better on defense as well.
Just before we get underway. Hopefully resumed fairly soon. You like the color red?
For sure, your retakes are better. Often the no flash, but
I completely hear what you're saying. With this
maybe your A retakes worse, but your C retakes better. Although you can wall over the top over towards A. Nah, I'll stick with what I said. I think the retakes are better.
You're talking about a team which, in this fixture, historically, I know we've seen changes between them. Liquid have won 5 out of the 6 meetings between the two in VCT EMEA. And I think that's sort of... That's calling to BBL's history as well, and to re-inspire the fan base that has followed them for the last 4 years. You think even this game, if they were to win it and go up 2-0, they have never won more than 3 games consecutively in a row in the league, whereas it feels like the identity is a lot different. The team culture,
Thoughts on the Vice now?
Is there as well. You aren't just
needed.
removing the old guard, which now ultimately represent Eternal Fire and challenges.
I still think it's a little bit too strong, to be honest, after the nerf. But
played here as well.
It's a step in the right direction.
As well, when you look towards Liquid and what
the 10 seconds forms were
a team or an
always too
which
strong.
Is used to being at the height of any esport that they play in, and specifically in Valorant as well. When you think towards the history of this organization,
how do they not touch Teo?
Yeah,
I don't know.
And towards like
I guess next week maybe.
Roster, now trying to move into like last year, now into this one.
Feels like it does so much damage to forms. Yeah. What is the Vice now? Your forms have gone from 10 seconds to 7 seconds, and your wall is 6 seconds, and it used to be like 8, or like nearly 8.
There is legacy there, right? 25 years celebrated this year. I think a big thing for me too, when you look at the players that they have and the core of this team, a guy like Kiko, for example, the reason why you keep him on is because he is so hungry, so eager.
I think NATUS and Yampi are doing his ideals. Doing good.
Any role that they
I think the coaches are helping them out a good amount as well.
I think that's where it then becomes a
really
difficult situation
Cleo,
for someone like
with the Prime, thank you so much for the 2 months as well.
As I said, again, on this map, specifically when you're playing Astra, which is such a complex
How do I nerf Teo? Yeah, we've spoken about this a little bit. I think you just put the salvos up, 55-second cooldown, so that there's some kind of thought process, instead of just aimlessly map control at the beginning into side exec into after plant. Like, you have to at least be able to choose 2 out of the 3 instead of having 3 for 3.
you're talking about a team which has a Challengers Academy.
Glack01 with the Prime. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you. I think Vice should have the same restrictions as Killjoy and Chamber in terms of yeah, maybe, because honestly a Thorns either side on the main choke points is a nightmare to play against.
But with that being said, we are finally ready to get things underway.
Would you agree PaperX is struggling because of a lack of a proper initiator? I mean, they've got like 2 duelist players that can't play all the duelists. That's my main problem. You got 2 duelist players, and Forsaken's are better Neon and Yoru than the 2 duelist players. That's the real issue.
Not quite at squeaky bum time just yet, but the pistol could decide quite a lot. And that's a different setup to what we've seen from him before. Can for a little bit of info, but realizes this site is best left. Towards Garage he goes, but Levin is looking. Does he want to disrespect this smoke? Nat doesn't have the right idea.
Nats is like as if he's doing this. Rotate goes in, walk over towards A.
And BBL know that after the initial aggression, they can go and re-clear towards A.
Go back site. Only with a double tap, yet to equip it, fighting out solo, fearless, he falls, Sociable following it up.
Looking like a double pistol, looking like an ascent.
Levied over their heads. The threat comes in from both sides if you're Liquid. Time is of the essence, and you've only got 2 players to digest this with.
Yeah, not only that, you look towards the layers that are happening on screen as well. Levin's been deposited late for a flank. BBL though, there'll be so much utility.
3-1 for the pistols, 2-0 on this.
Gorgeous round of Valorant.
Yeah, really well played from the experience, as I said before, to the youngsters
the
on this team.
With the 6 mums, thank you, appreciate the prime. Thank you for the kind words as well, bro.
Effectively coming in. You're seeing so many of these rounds also where Sociable is so valuable, and the reason why I'm mentioning him yet again is he's the eldest rookie in VCT EMEA since partnerships began at 28. So, you know, it's not often that you can't really call him a rookie because he's been in the Turkish scene for so long.
I said earlier they do this a lot.
Really well for,
they go for 4 sheriffs. So in that big buy round, Liquid are for sure going to be able to buy. Sorry, BBL are for sure going to be able to buy an outlaw. But we also saw that this one on that eco earlier on Fracture.
FPX buy. Yeah, it's not even really that much of a anti-eco, right?
FPS buy,
BBL go for triple stingers, double goes.
Please. That's just what I have to deal with on a daily basis.
Dude, they don't have any map control.
It's an FPS game after all. Let's see if they can shoot some people.
Do they react once the trip goes down?
Right now, no extra space, but you can see how much Liquid are respecting this. They finally get back in, but that's when the utility comes out the belt.
Oh, it's not.
What a second shot, bro. Oh my god. Dude, nearly again.
And now Patidek playing from C-Long. He's already stunned up. That should be easily converted.
Dude, Kiko with the Sheriff.
Has completely thrown me. That's double digits for BBL.
Oh, this for sure getting an outlaw out here.
They got a lot of money to throw around here as well, with the Stinger being a cheap weapon. I mean, what do the repurchases look
Hello,
like?
Pansy.
An outlaw,
yeah, they're doing good.
Sorry to spoil it for all you at home.
They're doing good. But, 2 kind of one-sided maps though, so like they can't get overhyped.
The difference is this time they won the pistol round. You're now coming into an attack side round. Some nice shots from Kiko Sheriff.
Some nice utility as well. Like you saw the grab well being used as well. By I think Team Liquid, well, it was Team Liquid because BBL don't have one. But they, like to try and force players into like a bad position. Early gunfight. Levin loses out.
Camo winning that one again. Strange seeing him in action at the start of the round.
1, 2, 3, 4. That would have been one shot from the outlaw.
I think most clutches
feel like they missed a opportunity here.
So as the round goes on,
it's a 6-person duel on C. Yampy's absolutely sent it. Dude, I was watching Yampy on the minimap. He's absolutely sending it. His 2 teammates were in front of him, and he manages to be the first to swing back sight. Okay, well, we're going to send.
This time.
I mean, I put a big question mark on the Stinger buy, like how it was going to work, but already you're seeing how they're using it on that C side of the map, manipulating through Garage, forcing the fight.
Stinger, yeah, the EU teams are slowly getting better with it.
He's calling his second and last time out of regulation.
Time is a flat circle, man. Look at these entries. I mean, it's just players running out, spraying to the side.
Yeah, some look better than others.
So quickly into position because of the movement as well, and Yampy is loving it. And this timeout comes at exactly the same point in which it did for BBL on Fracture.
Why would they change comp with only a week of practice? There's so many demos out there, I think they'd run out of their Strappercon, Haven, and I'm telling you, a week is long enough to change a comp.
I think, like, you look at Liquid,
you can change a comp. If you have a really good thought process, you can change a comp in a day, in my opinion. But to be like super confident, like 2-3 days.
I find it even interesting in this whole
But I think you can. I think if it's like a new comp that people haven't played against, you can probably win with a day.
So many people said
like have a good understanding in a day.
He wouldn't be ready for the jump up without the time that he had on Go Next, and it was that little bit time before on Diamant where both.
Yeah, I think they just thought they were going to lose with their normal comp, so they wanted to try something different.
Which was sort of like the catapult which started.
But again, we spoke about it a little bit earlier. Liquid have a lot of things they have to focus on
because he was a T1 player before,
in their week off.
It took a little bit of time for him to get back up to that level. Alongside Profek is where he did it, and well, now he's got to beat him.
Right, look towards B though. Look at the players ready to line up, and look at BBL close by. This could be pretty spicy at the early doors.
Not going to show all too much. Couple loose cannons, Liquid.
Okay, they shoot the camera.
Away. It's a gentleman's agreement.
A little bit of pressure over towards middle, that's it.
Have to be said of this, but Serial, who could be hot under the collar momentarily, but looks like Levin's the one going to be fighting him. He has struggled in those first duels.
Levin. Closer. The timing's insane.
Just didn't expect them to quietly re-clear the info.
And that's a big one to lose out. That's your Astra gone.
And that's the only player that was looking B. He's just turned his head.
And now Liquid have to go, try and re-clear towards this B side, and BBL are sitting waiting.
Levin takes those every day of the week, but shouldn't be getting any more. It's Kiko to peek into him next. Very easily could have fallen asleep at the wheel, but no, Kiko in for a fight and then doubles down on the double tap, and so sociable.
Double?
I think you know the next words out of my mouth. Doubles up.
Still a Thrifty in Yampy's hand. That's Thrifty. Keep calling that Thrifty. A stinger in Yampy's hands.
Yeah. Dude, he's so rich by now as well.
Yeah, no, he's just keeping the stinger the whole time.
Nats can't put a stop to things.
But he looked good with it. On the replay, looked good.
He broke their backs with some of the impact he had on Fracture, and one on the fadeaway would have been good if he hadn't been snatched from the darkness by Profek.
Yeah, Patty's trying to come back out through this CT spot. This is not the position you want to be in.
It's a stinger again.
I think you'd be thinking about a save here, right? You look at the money, factor on defense, and
dude, Yampy's got the stinger down for sure. He's been on that DM. Okay, 8 chances, Liquid's money. Everyone's sitting about 3,000.
He finally found an upgrade. There was one on the floor, but to me, it comes back to this, you know, slight lapse in concentration, perhaps from Serial. So focused on other things happening on the map, and it's a point that I've made several times. And you see it there specifically, that when you're so focused on, you know, micromanaging all the different utility and stuff like that, you can get caught up in these kind of things sometimes. And that's no fault of his own. It's just being thrown into this situation. Not all of that's on the player, it's on the team as well.
Going back towards mid once again. More players invested from Team Liquid, and this time they're sticking around. Getting a kill contract.
Boy. Oh boy. Nice shot,
meanwhile, Kiko's got one pick, but at the same time, BBL have got the rest of the pack. It's just 2 players left on Liquid's side.
Kiko was trying to thin out the herd with the ult to help the mid push. But now, the numbers are stacked against them, and this is for the map. It's been over in a flash. Patty revealing his position. The 2v1 begins with his death.
Okay, 2 dominant maps.
Well, you've got to rely.
I'm excited for the Ascent comps.
Kiko. And
Ascent's so open these days.
He's stunned up, time's ticking away. You're expecting BBL now to take this. In fact, it's almost a BBL guarantee. Gets the first, looking for one more. You see that BBL are just stalling for time. They know exactly what they need to do. We're looking at Ascent here, Hazza, and what that third map holds for us as we move on to that with a BBL win.
Yampy hyping up the crowd.
The regional reps from Bangkok on the second map of their choosing. An experiment gone wrong, perhaps. ISO dropped into his test tube. And back to the drawing board with them. We will see if they can respond on the deciding map.
Is the crowd there? No, no crowd. That's why he's doing it. Every second he knows he's on camera, he's going for it. Okay, yeah, a lot to work on for Liquid, they didn't really do a lot of the stuff that I see 100 Thieves doing, especially on defense. Not that we got to see too much. What's Liquid's weaknesses? Why did they lose this map? I mean, it's just time on the comp, I think. They're very drilled on Fracture, which meant that they probably played a good amount of Fracture. I think they thought that BBL would pick an Icebox or a Lotus, even though they both kind of hate the same maps. They might have spent a good amount of time on that as well. I think the veto was hard to predict, so it was hard to split their week up. And I don't think they spent too much time on this comp. Super excited for the Ascent comps though. Ascent's been very open at the moment in terms of what people are playing. We've seen triple Initiator, double Sentinel, we've seen double Duelist. Have we seen a double Controller? I feel like we saw a Viper comp. Yeah, we have seen a double Controller. Everyone's playing something different at the moment. We've seen some Waylay. ERG, yeah, that was it against EDG. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
What a response from BBL. We will be getting a map 3 after a very dominant performance from them on map 2. I am your hosting, so I've got Minnie and Billy here with me. Now, we talked about how Liquid, they have an opportunity to close this out. We even saw some new stuff coming out from them, but in the end, Billy, we can now understand why they chose Haven.
Yeah, apparently it wasn't a risk at all. Apparently they really had things set in stone, and you know, I expected more from Team Liquid, I think, especially when we saw that double duelist composition for them to only get 4 runs on the attack, and then that was the last we heard from them. So yeah, great turnaround for BBL.
Yeah, I think that it looked a little bit one-dimensional from Team Liquid. I think that they didn't have defaults really. It felt like they were just kind of all-inning a lot. It looked like they hadn't, you know, they had a week of preparation, but it didn't seem like enough for them to bring out a new comp.
No, but on the side of BBL though, you would expect the likes of Levin to be the one carrying them in a performance like this, but Minnie, it wasn't him this time around.
No, it was the Magnum and Yampy and Profek. I love that Yampy farming here after I kind of called him out on the map 1. It just feels like every time I say something negative or kind of critical about a player, they just next map just farm. So I appreciate that one.
You're the prophet. And who are you gonna flame for the next one?
It's down to chat. Chat decides.
Oh, chat.
Yeah, chat decides.
Okay. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. We will get back to that. But Billy, Magnum, you know, we talked about how this is so comfortable for him. Yeah. We're rolling back the years on Haven. Nobody's going to see when he's there.
Honestly, he was great on Haven. He was just able to anchor that C site. Like, he was just so good. And like this round in particular as well, that pistol round, it was just so nice. Like, he's just always there. It doesn't matter where you try and go and see, he's there. He could be down C long and flanking you guys on his own defense. So yeah, I think his setups were super strong.
Yeah, I think he's just like Haven's so old at this point, and Magnum's played Cypher a billion times. Like, he knows when to be on site, he knows when to be off site, he knows when to be flooding, and I think that just really played into, you know, Team Liquid didn't have that experienced strategy So Magnum was able to read into that very well.
Muscle memory almost, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just the reactions are so natural for him. And also, I love the vibes he's bringing into this team as well, and the communication you spoke of too, Minnie. But let's talk about the changes on the side of Team Liquid. What was the game plan or lack of game plan you saw there? Why do you think they changed their comp to this in the space of a week?
I think they just felt that they were being prepped against, which I think is correct. They were getting prepped against. And I quite like the fact they're bringing out something new. You know, not the perfect version of the composition, but I think it's a nice attempt. But yeah, I think that they just didn't have the layers to the playbook. It felt like they were going all in with a double duelist, which is fine. But once that stops working, Magnum's holding you down. What's that next layer? Like, how are your defaults looking? It didn't seem like they had the layers.
Yeah, I have to agree. It looked really tough, and I know that you kind of touched on it in Agent Select as well, Sue, but seeing Patitek on that Sova didn't look super comfortable. We're used to seeing him on that flash initiator, so yeah, I think they struggled a little bit. And when I seen Kiko on the duelist, I got really excited, because we know he's great. Whenever they have run this double duelist on split, usually it does work for them, but yeah, I think with the Astra as well, there's a couple of question marks. I don't think that, I don't want to say that it's not a fully thought out composition. I just don't think that they've fully figured out what they want to do with it, like Minnie says, with the defaults and everything, how they actually want to approach the map.
The roles might need time, right?
Yeah.
We have to remember, Serial is not an Astra main.
I don't see them playing this again.
Yeah, a one, like a Lotus.
I think Teo might be back.
Ah, okay. We'll see next time. We'll see next time they play Haven here. But that is all for this map. We will be moving to Ascent. I don't know if you guys expected this or thought we could get this, but once upon a time, this is the only map that BBL would win. It would be the days where they would go to a map 3 purely because they insta-pick Ascent and they will win on it. Now, there's only 2 Turkish players left on this roster, but surely, Minnie, with the firepower, with the agent pool, so on and so forth, you should expect them to be quite good here.
Yeah, but I think the BBL we knew was the 5. I've said it before, it's the 5 Turkish power. I feel like it's not quite the same here. I'm excited for both teams. I think both teams have got players who've historically been quite good at Ascent. I'm looking at NATUS specifically. I think he's always been a shining light on this map on the Sentinel. So I'm looking for just a good, solid Ascent from both.
Yeah, I think when you mention, you know, BBL and having Turkish players, I think our expectations of Levin do need to be higher, because I think that he had a great performance when he first played in Kickoff, and I think that he's struggled since then. You know, he had a great debut, and I think coming into this, you're onto your 3rd map against Team Liquid. I'm expecting you to step up to the plate.
I wouldn't even hate a sociable Jet here. Back in the days, many moons ago, he was in the conversation as one of the Turkish Jets. He just was, you know. And he has a lot of experience on this Jet on Ascent as well. I don't think we're going to get that, but if we do, I wouldn't hate
it. The fan vote's saying 30% BBL, so I felt like I need to flame someone on BBL just a little bit.
I don't say
I think it got
they could do it, but I don't think they will, because it will mess up them as well. Just the fact that
now we see if
it's just the fact that I don't know. I don't think
Flame. Would you consider Flame to say we need to see him do more?
I don't think
reached his full potential.
Do you want me to go harder?
No, not too hard, but you know, give
one
your
of the best players in
50%.
VCT. Yeah, he was under a big paywall for a while.
Yeah, let's ease it up a little bit.
We did this for another day. The BBL fans will hate me. They know I love the team. You know.
There's definitely people that wanted sociable like 2 years ago.
Okay. On the side of Liquid, however,
he had a
Paddy can also play smokes here. We've seen that before. Serial can play Initiator here too. The Deadlock, you know, he has played Deadlock here.
Sebasti is one of the players.
Maybe we have something.
Oh my goodness.
We do have something. All right, let's start with Team Liquid. The double
Deadlock.
Senti Billy, you called it.
Yeah, exactly.
Deadlock
I just thought, you know, Serial Sentinel player played similar roles to Nat, so
that's disgusting to play against. They have got a KO though, so Liquid going to be relatively smart with their setups.
That single initiator.
They got the no flash.
I'm a little bit worried about, you know, where are they going to be able to seek out that information other than the one drone that he has. We saw Patty
wasting that drone a couple
of times on their maps last week.
They got no Sentinel.
So that is my concern with Team Liquid's composition at the moment. But looking at BBL, I really like this. We have the triple.
Wait, she prefers this comp over this comp? I mean, they both have giant flaws.
I mean, it's a crazy matchup, to be honest.
It is a
really
crazy
like
matchup.
BBL's comp, but like if they had a Sentinel in here instead of the 3 initiators, I'd love it. It's an awkward composition to play against for Liquid, I think, because BBL are going to have so much control on the map. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's a lot of util to break a lot of this stuff.
Whereas BBL have lots of
Prowler, knife,
so it'll be interesting to see how that
drone.
Plays up.
I just know that Sliggy is probably loving this triple initiator comp right now. I can't wait to jump
triple
into
initiator?
This
I'm not the biggest triple initiator fan. I like a Sentinel on this map.
BBL get the memo that the KO
I do like a Sentinel. I'm more of a double Sentinel guy in this map, to be honest.
Triple Initiator's what we get for Liquid. It fits. Right, the glove fits here.
Both comes to spicy, both comes to crazy, to be honest.
The desk has already summed it up perfectly for me. This double
Liquid's comp on defense should be pretty disgusting, and they start on defense. Let's see what they got. See if these two combo well. There could be a lot of trap plays if they wanted to go like real simple with it. Camera contact into GravNet. My guy buys the Sheriff. Camo, not shit. Dude, everyone's W king.
I mean, it doesn't start pretty well. It won't continue either. These frenzies that would have been looking to rush forward are put into the worst possible position to try and find players here.
Dude, nuts from Serial. Good pistol on this one. 3-2. Just hits so many shots.
That's just carnage. That is just pure deathmatch.
Just straight up body shots.
Meet mid and let's see who comes out on top.
I really like the way that Liquid.
Did Omen have a Sheriff as well? They both did? Oh, okay, yeah, they're just body shotting.
Combos like GravNet salvos a lot. You're playing further back. You're expecting that, but you're not expecting them to just like dry peek swing out mid. And I think it's important to mention.
It doesn't matter how many initiators you got if
they're
just sending it.
Mentioned on the desk. We've seen this comp played a few different times. BBL should understand how it works, right? We saw C9 in Americas go for something similar. APEKS in EMEA as well. Those both good examples. We've also seen poor examples, such as Talon against RRQ the other day. So, got to make sure you're getting the value out of that utility. Not needed for the first of those rounds, though. So, Serial solo on B right now, I think, has to be the.
What do you think of the solo Teo on Ascent? If I've got a deadlock and like a vice, I'm kind of fine with it. Basically, if I've got a vice, then if I got a deadlock, then I want to play Teo. Everything else, I probably prefer solo on this map.
The spike has made its way towards the B side, and the wall deposited from Team Liquid. BBL, well, they're trying to continue to explore the map. It looks like they want to commit to B. They have to wait on the wall coming down. So much going against them at the minute.
Stuff like this barrier mesh, which is a really important tool, not just for slowing down the executes that BBL will want to make with the 3 initiators, when the only
BBL could have a really hard time here.
On this Yoru,
which comp do I prefer? I prefer the Liquid comp, which kind of sounds a bit mad, but as long as you use the Cypher smart on attack, you're okay.
But good enough to get them through 2 rounds unscathed. It's an in-zone flawless.
And again, we speak about the Team Liquid buy,
with
right?
the Vice deadlock, I prefer the solo Teo, yeah.
BBL will have to be careful of that moving forward.
C9 played the Sova really nice.
For me, I'm not
Honestly, they played the Omen really nice.
Triple initiators. I know we've played a pistol.
They played the whole comp really nice too.
We haven't seen the full width of the kind of initiation utility, but you're expecting to be I see BBL going and clearing out loads of this map, and as many said, having
bonus round for Liquid, and it looks like they want to go aggro. We've got GravNet top mid into Salvos. Yeah, GravNet didn't hit anyone.
With the deadlock and the Teho, with that utility thrown out initially.
Knife goes over towards middle. Tell you what, the knife did give them information that they didn't actually push heavy over towards middle. They take the TP, draw them back, double. Oh, the smoke down bottom middle, that normally means they want to punish mid. Yeah, problem is it becomes a little obvious as soon as you see that smoke.
Opens up an opportunity right now for BBL.
In reaction, double push over towards short from Liquid.
All alone right now.
Nicely done.
He's going to hold off the site as long as he can. Prophet, brilliant position to cut off this
road. Chill, you did enough.
Found the first of the kills. Nat's the next.
Why?
But he will land his with a ghost in hand when he had a rifle and then picks up the Vandal instead.
It's a weird situation to be in, a 2v2 with every single player isolated. Don't want to give a 1v1, and BBL trying to link up the last 2 remaining.
To head towards mid for now.
No utility.
Levin just looking. Left. You know that the Cypher setup is more likely than not on A.
They go into the Cypher.
It's difficult to try and break those traps.
NATUS going to be close enough to Windy check his camera. He might be close enough to get kills off his trip.
That would have been the info, but I guess they just
not
managed
timing.
to get a look on this one yet. So into the traps they go, just side-stepping it, safe plant gen.
He's got camera still.
We'll wait for Kiko to arrive. Yeah, that retake cam used early to identify players.
Nicely done. Yeah, because they don't have the pressure. They didn't clear over towards A main, so they thought it was A main.
He's on 77 HP, right? 3 armor, that's not really nothing to talk about. Needs to be clean fights. Needs to
Very
win
nice from Kiko. Oh, that duel top middle is just everything. It's hard to not think about that duel, to be honest.
About the buy and how dangerous it could be.
Got into 3v2, you spotted one, people are in position so that you can pinch the one that's over towards middle and you take a 50-50 duel.
Especially the Prowlers, for example, that's probably
great shot.
The key bit of utility you're going to have to try and shut down the traps, or at least find where they are. I mean, you got a KO knife on Magnum as well. I think as important as the stealth drone is, that's also something to look at taking it offline. Because if you don't know where the Cypher setup is, you come in late round, there's always the threat that NATUS is going to put up
a lot of money now for Liquid.
Solo fight dice.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about similarities between what BBL are running and what we've seen elsewhere in EMEA...
prefer the Cypher deadlock or the Vice deadlock? I prefer the Vice deadlock, but I'm telling you, the Cypher deadlock with a Teo can have a lot of disgusting plays as well. The thing with the deadlock with another Sentinel on this map is your strat book can just be huge.
Doors, BBL just defaulting on this round with a mix of weaponry, and it's that lack of investment that gets shown as Camo is able to use his Outlaw to great effect, 11-1, and then dips away. And I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. I mean, you talk about an identity shift for BBL. They've only played 2 comps on this map since the start of 2023, being the variation of that default Killjoy and Cypher variation.
Yeah, this is the first time we're actually seeing BBL play with this this roster on Ascent the full time. We've never seen it played in off-season. We've never seen it played up until now.
And that's the same thing where Liquid having lost
they choose the side with the solo deadlock, maybe.
Icebox didn't look great coming in against Mate. Is your Ascent any better? Could this be something which they're able to use as a benefactor on that push back towards top 3 as another spot opens up for Toronto? They look to have bounced back well, having converted the bonus. Able to shut down what is left of this BBL purchase.
Yumpy missed his stun as well.
So nicely played, but at the same time though, look at Magnum flash out, but he's got a stinger, man. It's so unfortunate.
It was good on Haven.
Yeah, and it feels like if the dude, he's actually can't plant because of the trips, right?
Yumpy will go.
Is he gonna hit the second one?
A little bit of time.
Okay,
it's not quite enough to stop the plant coming in, so extra credit at the very least. But
and also,
yeah, I felt like the comms weren't great here, because if he was going to rotate to the other side anyway and he heard him rotate, like having the stinger close there would have been the thing. Okay, great round from Camo, buys the Outlaw, pays off heavy, gets the upgrade, got his ult, and Serial 1 away from his ult.
That would have been a chance, but Liquid up to 4 rounds, and as it has been sort of stressed at this point in time, bouncing back from that first series, with a new player, pivotal, and as consistent as Camo has been so far, with a sniper in his hands.
Together, guys. Don't give him anything.
Which isn't what you usually see from him. He is more of a rifle-based player, I feel like.
Even another proactive round is looking like.
Going into the op.
Another big buy rounds for BBL.
So far, but
they could want to go aggro. You got kill set up over towards A in case they fast react.
Even towards mid as well. This could be some form of vision strikers.
What we're saying, Gravned into Salvos. Yeah, and here comes the insta reaction over towards A. 2 kill trips. Might have to
use to reveal the position of the traps. And so is Profek in the corner. Nats to remove him.
They've even invested the Armageddon on top of that. Levin had a chance from window.
Nats. Lunatic, 5 bullets. Last bullet killed him.
A 2v3
Nats, man. Nats' POV was great to watch. Pretty smart from Team Liquid though. Super aggro setup, pinch over towards front B. That's both buy rounds at the moment. Buy v buy when they're gone aggro. And then just a setup with double kill trips with Nats over towards short. Yeah, it's a nice setup.
Another Talon show.
Another Talon show.
No,
this one has 4 behind it. We're okay.
A lot of focus on mid with this comp right now, and outside of B, the fact you're able to throw that early utility through the window does really help, I think. And BBL calling a timeout, the first of their timeouts in this deciding map. It feels needed as Pal looks to the notebook for answers.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen so far, I think we've put our question marks on what BBL are doing, but I think at the same time,
am I happy? I mean, there's a lot of thought process on the defense at the moment.
The variation of the old vision strikers, the fact that like how they're moving around the map, and the combinations that while we haven't seen get total value from, like Team Liquid have clearly.
Zarek Val, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. I mean, with Liquid having played a lot of the same stuff which we saw before the player change was made, it's nice to get something not only new, but comfortable for Serial as well. I think, like, Mini spoke about even the Viper ults in the pre-show, but I think even Spagsafara's Haven, for example, the performance that BBL have just shown.
Force them down to another eco. Money. About to reach max for most players for Liquid. Another outlaw to farm the low.
Other than that, you know, the reads were good. Into this next one, it's another outlaw for Camo.
This is the old patch? Yeah. I don't know when they play the new patch, might be next
when
week.
You look at the BBL comp, right? Something that they'll get massive value from.
PL, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, thank you.
Armageddon,
Appreciate the prime. A Fury 75 also with the prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We need to see BBL
some ults on the ecos. They at least get the spike over towards site, but he's on his own. He's got to win that duel. And this looks desperate from BBL. We're using ults onto an eco. I'm not sure they're going to get around at this point.
Yeah, and the spike elsewhere. How does BBL even try and get that one back? Like, they're just exploring the map, trying to find a way into the back lines and catch the players off guard, take duels, etc.
Liquid know where the gap lies, trying to plug that space exactly.
Okay, very nice.
So. Triple kill.
Dude, I can't believe they've done that after a timeout. I would love to know what they actually talked about in the timeout, because I can't imagine it was that.
It looks like BBL have definitely been in the kitchen cooking stuff up. We saw the Icebox comp, now we're moving on towards Ascent. And there's one thing there's got to be we're sure of, is the fact that there's definitely a fire in the kitchen, but it seems to be on certain comps that like just looking a bit overdone.
Now, I like that little piece on the eco, which they're a bit happier to invest. As you say, they do have several strong ultimates which they can look to. One of them will be the null command from Magnum against this double Senti comp. Probably the strongest ult that you could be looking for to take all of that extra utility offline.
Okay, nice. Prowler over towards
BBL considering it, Salvos to take him off the line.
Liquid, bit of a change. Cypher now over towards B.
Doesn't identify that trap that's been placed.
Guys, what are we doing? Solo walking? It's almost as if you guys have got 3 initiators. I'm not sure you need to do that.
But, you know, we're only 10 seconds away from him having a second 0 point here, and now they don't have the ult to hit the site either, so hung out to dry.
And Liquid's so ready and willing to go and fight and push forward again. Out from short, peeking, seeing what's there.
They know there's a trip there.
Looking for the sound sensor. Finally, Cotton's onto it. As the mesh is about to fall on A, it's an opportunity for BBL to give this one a go. Still young Pete hanging around in the belly of the beast. Cosmic Divide coming in. Set up for a short
so we saw ults on the eco. We now see ults on the 4v5. You can tell they're a little bit desperate. I'm really surprised that Serial is not even expecting behind him.
Cosmic Divide! But it's Kiko playing behind it, that's the issue. Yampi finding a deposit to work with in towards spawn. But Sociable still needs to worry about one. Patitech playing within his own team's smoke.
Patty's absolutely owned him. Absolutely owned him. Yeah, dude, I'm not sure they're getting around here, chat, to be honest with you. He hasn't even looked close to one. The double Sentinel starting on defense when it has some fort behind it, first time you're playing against it, looking rough. And they need to make sure that their KO, like KO is probably the most important part faster than their team right now, and I'm assuming their KO be solo or walk up short in their zone.
Mid-round, Serial committed to switch. That's where he falls. The Cosmic Divide to literally just isolate
Good
that
fought
one
from
area.
Liquid though, and a lot of their setups. They're also changing it up all the time. Cypher's been over towards A a lot, different kind of trips. Cypher over towards B this round, spotted Cypher over towards B, then now got different trips over towards A. Same camera majority of the time, but camera's super strong here. They had the trip over towards middle, which they found, so BBL going to go default, try find that trip over towards middle. Another ult used on the eco from BBL.
Oh, this is a really heavy investment. It's a super early Armageddon that comes across lane. So while that space had been cleared out, BBL bail on the situation. Another A site which they'll go towards. Magnum to drop at a moment's notice, down to the last 3 players, up against 5. I mean, you're looking at Sociable's Guardian as the key piece of weaponry to work with. And while this is all happening, you've got to be looking at the Team Liquid. They're coming from every avenue. Prophet thrown into the snake pit, he falls. Serial adding further woes.
Chat, what did BBL second ban to play this map? They don't even look... Like, I know it's very hard to go up against what Liquid are doing with the double sentinel on defense, very, very hard, but... Lotus? Ooh, and you know that Liquid, last time they played Lotus as double... They played double duel this comp, didn't they play Reyna or something?
The rounds are cut close. But close doesn't quite
not sure you can warrant picking this map
your null command,
out of those two for this.
Into an eco, your Nightfall in that
Yeah, you gotta stop using ults on ecos.
For an opener, on another eco. We've not seen
Reyna
them
Clove,
on the gun
yeah.
rounds, the swing rounds, where you can try and maybe gain greater effect. Difficult.
Dude, BBL might be a little bit cooked,
right
to be
now.
honest.
Exactly
Icebox not looking good, Fracture not looking good, Ascent not looking good.
BBL fading from this decider.
What map did I miss?
As I said,
Lotus is probably not looking good if they're thinking that this is a thing. Bad at full maps.
The same on Haven. It's not the story today on Ascent. Yeah, I mean, you can see there's clear frustration coming through from the PBL coaching staff here, especially with
that Haven though. That's true. That Haven though.
Ultimate usage has
You're
been
right.
With no sort of backup to it. On top of that, like Team Liquid have just had the run of it. Every time we see gunfights being taken, I always feel as if you're favouring Team Liquid in those. And BBL, when they get these site takes, I'll ask you a question. When's the last time you felt BBL had an advantage going in towards a site hold or whatever? You never feel as if they're in a good spot. Ask you a rhetorical question. Yeah, well, I was going to understand what you're saying, and I think right now for BBL, a focus that you see from a lot of the team comm videos as well is going to be comms. Make sure that you're still communicating, that you don't
so you guys are now on a buy rounds, but you're miles away from the ults because you've been using your ults on the eco.
With the deadlock, this new comp is doing work.
What are you guys going to do?
But look at the scoreboard as a comparison between the two teams. You know, well, Patty only has 4 kills. Yampi has 0, the opposite number, right?
Oh, and now after the timeout, we're going for kill traps. I like it.
Team culture so important.
Good amount of trap plays. Heavy over towards short, playing super passive over towards B. They know that the fast stuff hasn't been working.
Needing to create an environment where they can stoke comebacks. Kiko TPing away, but not punished. The sound sensor, the safety net, and Camo happy to take that timing mid-round.
The passive net, so they have to go aggro and find it, so you don't have to worry about A, so you can focus heavy on short.
Trying to get something.
Nice from Liquid.
So hot on the mark. Magnum at least gets the trade out, but still more players to worry about. And
that's crazy that Camo wins that, by the way.
Seems to just go Team Liquid's way. That's number 9, and we are yet to have a retort from BBL.
It's another staggered execute as well. That knife hit Nat. There was no trap to defend the site, nothing at all. Camo with a cerebral timing. Consistent as ever.
The 13-0.
And the rest of BBL falling.
It felt like it early.
The pedal, guys. Keep it up. We're playing good.
Nice. That's no better way to see it. It's what we mentioned about this comp before. You can take the fight to your opponent. Liquid conditioned that. Now they've dropped back into the bunkered setup, and BBL have multiple threats to be thinking about. Seeing if they can trigger that A trap as well. Using extra steps through the fake out. Still, look, Team Liquid don't need to panic.
top of that, drone's
I love how they've gone
in
into
terms of
way
their
more
information.
passive
3
setups
players
now.
identified through mid.
For all the talk we've heard about utility and how overwhelming it can feel at times, BBL not getting the most out of theirs. The reveal and combination of the suppress have done decent work to reveal players.
Damn, dude, maybe it's the best chance. 1v2 is the best chance of the round so far.
Player into the side is going to have to go ahead and win BBL there first.
With only 50 points.
Oh, it's smart.
As well. He's baited the players
Kiko's on top of it though. Oh, it is a nice try from Magnum, to be honest. It's a good try. I love that Kiko is still ready for this as well.
The leader of Team Liquid finds double digits.
Western Talon's Ascent. This is one of those again. This is very similar to the C9 game that we saw. Liquid's comp is so much good thought behind it. The first time it shows it's going to beat anyone in Valorant. Especially if they start on the defense side.
To, you know, in this situation now, exactly what you want to see, Kiko. Yeah, a couple missed bullets against his former teammate. Yeah, nothing more than just that.
Like, they should be able to win some rounds with the Orcs BBL, but they used them on the ecos.
As well.
They just messed up kind of early.
Ultimates coming up online for BBL, and
they're melting. Oh, they're for sure melting.
To a lifeline for the second half.
Hanging off the olive branch in every sense of the word. 1 foot already in the grave. BBL got to dig themselves out, build a foundation, get some rounds under their belt.
Honestly, an A hit right now isn't looking too bad.
A lot of the game we saw in Game Changers, EMEA with G2 and GX on this map.
Teo damage under so that you can take under. What are we doing? Okay, let's do it with the info. There definitely isn't enough forward on the BBL combo. I'll say that in terms of what they're doing, but I just feel like Liquid stuff is too nice right now.
At the same time, we look towards the main once again.
Big jaw, big jaw. Kiko's aim is incredibly snappy, man.
BBL just continue to hinder themselves, hemorrhaging players, and there's nowhere to go. The annihilation, the player through shot is stuck through door, identified. Prophet needs to come up huge,
nicely
but
done.
Do it.
One last chance for BBL to get around here.
A pistol that decides this full map, this full series, in the next half.
And it is rookie stage. It's Serial to save the day again. Brilliant timing on the barrier mesh to just drop it in the door frame. So many of these rounds coming down to the wire, but BBL haven't got the bottle, and so they're getting battered instead.
I will say BBL are missing a lot of shots as well, though.
It's been a bounce back from Liquid. And their former servant on the receiving end is history against this team from kickoff up until now has not looked great. With 11 rounds already, dare I say, this might go 13-0.
Looks set.
I've cursed it now. I've cursed it now. Hey, and look who it is.
No, I know. Hey, listen.
Had to be done.
It did. But yeah, I think like for as much as we can criticise BBL, I think we can really compliment Team Liquid.
Yeah, you gotta compliment the Team Liquid. The double Sentinel is good for.
Not only just utility as well in the game plan, but like the individuals who have stepped up here.
So the game plan was good, right? Double aggro on attack. Sorry, double aggro on defense with a setup that makes sense in case they react. Oh my god, dude, everyone's aiming. This is one of my biggest problems with Talon, right? It didn't make sense when they were going aggro.
Land for all too much value. It's the Armageddon that you're looking towards. The graph net to have them up to their knees. BBL can't get out into the site without a duel, and it's Yampi doing the battling for BBL.
And they tunnel visions. 12-0. Dude, masterclass of a defense. Bit of a shocker from BBL. I would love to have just seen something that maybe made more sense with the Teo damage and the Yori TPs. And then the ults on the ecos was pretty appalling. But I still kind of want to keep it positive because Liquid had a lot of nice stuff. Mixo, yeah, he's got the tweet out right now. Typing it out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No crash out. I mean, this is what should have happened in the ROQ game, really, if they had good fort behind it. So I can't really be mad. These are double sentinel comp. They got a lot of fort. The stuff that BBL's doing wrong, but there's so much good from Liquid that if we focus on the double sentinel, I feel good about it. BBL could not adapt. That's true. After seeing this, you're really worried about K-Corp. But K-Corp played the good maps at BBL, right? Apart from the Icebox. Inoc91. Appreciate the prime. Thank you, thank you. I'd be more worried about BBL's Lotus, to be honest. They don't want to pick Lotus here, but they wanted to pick this. Storefy live with the tier 1. Appreciate the 10 months. It's also the
with BBL trying to write a
they
new
played
legacy
Fracture
for themselves and
oh god. Oh yeah, you're right.
Success. They have been stopped dead in their tracks.
Dude,
by
I picked
Liquid,
Koi against K-Corp. Maybe I'm feeling it more now.
Picking up a record which no one would want to hold on to. The last 13-0 in EMEA from Fnatic beating Oglu in 2022, Cairo, 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's not something you want to hold on to. I guess one round at a time for BBL, right? Like
you don't say.
Yeah, I know, but like you have to try and spin it some way, mate. As we look towards the triple initiator, they'll be able to go and try and fight.
Okay, we rarely get to do this one. 12 chances.
The tail, which we never seen much of.
26-minute game at the moment.
Maybe it has more effect on the defense.
Inexperience was cited by Liquid as the reason for their shortcomings on the international stage. But this looks to be a professional performance from front to back.
Yeah, he's not flaming. They were actually called Oglu. It was OG and London United mixed.
You have to hold on.
He's not just randomly flaming a team. That was their name.
At least getting one. Oh, hello. Two. Unable to escape the salvos, but an advantage now for BBL to work with.
Uh-oh, looking less likely.
11 able to even the score, get the odds back in their favor. Twice as many players. 2v4 for the old heads.
NATUS is 14-1.
And identifying exactly where the Tahoe is. Closing the door, but the timing's
Joe.
insane for Nats.
It could have been on.
Get it to work.
It could have been on.
Nats escaping up towards
Ooh,
him, and the
still on.
footsteps will be heard, but there's no way that he clutches up from here.
Nats has already had his impact in this series. Now he wants a little bit more. It's a 1 versus 1 right up behind.
Oh my god, the timing of it was perfect though.
That first round on the board as BBL break the ice.
Hey, at least they're not getting that record, right? That's the big
yeah.
thing in the back pocket.
Avoid the tweet.
Production scrolling through the tomes, the annals of VCT EMEA history. How long has it been? Oh, sweating 3 years? And then this from BBL is great. Just to highlight a little bit of the micro as well. Shutting the door was actually a decent idea, I think, on paper.
Yeah, I agree.
Slightly overlooked Nats coming through it, but then fighting main, you know, having a priority.
Yeah, 11 chances.
Listen,
they do it again, by the way. Fast passing peeking round corners against BBL buys light armor because they constantly buy a Marshall once they win pistol.
3 initiators though. I didn't have that in the script.
It's crazy how the judge does that still.
Brilliant work.
Is no armor,
yeah,
but
really nicely done. Sociable's taking a great time in. Okay, nice round. In zone flawless.
Zone flawless indeed. That's what we like to see. 2 rounds for BBL. 1 at a time, as you said.
That's it. That's all you can do, mate. And on top of that, an in zone flawless makes your bonus that little
winnable.
bit scarier, which you have to win. There's no.
I mean, you can't let them go. You can't let them get over towards the site because their after plan's too good.
I don't know which one it is. Like, spend everything. You know,
especially if they're saving a trip.
To be saved here. If Levin, okay. We're going to cut away from the replay. If Levin doesn't buy heavy shields, if someone doesn't tell Levin to buy heavy shields on this round...
Time to jump. He's saving for the next one.
No, that where is it? It's...
you know? Yeah, I get you, man. I get you.
The slig pen's already been whipped out, so...
Oh, I love it. At the same time, though, Levin, he's gone walkies, mate. found himself towards top mid, and unfortunately, well, he won't need
actually, yeah, no, to be fair, I think he just knew, so that's fine, honestly.
Yeah.
Get away with those once in a while.
And also at the same time, BBL, they take space towards B main. They're starting to push up across the map. I think they should start to have an idea about this being A-sided.
Is in a fantastic position to gatekeep B right now. BBL playing with fire, mid left open. They realise that this is what you've got to go for, right? Liquid are going to be fairly
Imagine they're not there. I mean, this should be the end here, really.
Try and exploit it.
And that's
Dude, this is nice calling as well. They've been waiting for this. Can they dodge the Prowler? Yes, they can. Can't get much better.
Timing on the Prowler is absolutely horrid.
Yeah. Into triple swing dash sensei.
Back. Profek finally spotting out those Liquid
Whoa,
players.
that's Ever.
Caught by the Seas, drop back into short they go. That's Nat's position. Profek looking to hold the line for what could be the last time. Support arriving.
It's a really nice smoke, though.
It's Yumpy to drag Liquid down.
Spike down, and the last two remaining players on BBL reconvene, get together. They still have 2 flashes on Magnum to work with.
Liquid's past.
Yeah, Magnum has a judge, though.
From finishing off this map here and now.
Yeah, there's the judge. 4 seconds, Yumpy runs away. Damn, dude. This is a 4v5 at its
3
peak.
rounds BBL. This show doesn't stop just yet.
Yeah, I feel as if we're watching a guy be resuscitated on the operating table every single time.
Guys, these first rounds, they will just do stupid things to try to win the game, okay?
Okay.
Didn't you guys do something stupid to try win the game? Pretty sure I saw a Yori top mid outlaw against heavy armor.
When you hear him shout like that, you would run through walls for that
That's
guy. Right
funny.
now, BBL, that's
I'm not
what
sure
we need
that
to
call
see.
makes sense with what they actually went for, but nice to get the nice to get it on the replay.
We've got a lineup here from Serial
9.
as well. That should be dropping into market. I'll be playing from that position right now. Tech has salvos, of course. The cage just to threaten. Nuts has done this a few times already. Lineup is still there, but there's no player in that position right now, not unless Levin wants to rotate.
Yeah, this is nice stall.
Well, it's really hard to get it through this choke now.
That they have, the triple initiator doing
Yeah,
really
might
well
have to
right
see
now.
it Omen TP.
The timing was completely off there as well as Liquid looking to get up in their face.
Hey, it's not too bad. I thought this was going to go worse, to be honest.
To just
Big duel for Yumpy.
So far as the rounds go. Oh, and that's a triple kill from him now, but cause for concern in this round. 3 versus 2. Swiftly settled. 11 and sociable.
Okay, 8 chances. At what point does the Liquid coach start calling a timeout here?
Like a possibility, but we can never really be excited about it because of how close Liquid are to closing it out.
It's actually winnable. I mean, they should just get all the ults though, Doom Bros.
When did the warning lights pop up for you?
What are their ults on this?
That's what I'm thinking. Like flashing.
They don't have the best ults.
I mean, I know we had Pansy
Deadlock
the other
tail,
day talking
though.
about flight attendants. Like, if they have a worried sign on their face, then you know that the plane is starting to veer off course a little bit. But BBL seem to be on track right now. We've got an Odin in the hands of Profek.
The other thing you have to remember, right, is right now BBL have no timeout, so it's just cruise control and gotta let the players go.
I like that idea, just breaking off
I
the
saw a
shielding
cage
of
line
Link
for middle.
with the Odin looking for a spam off of a reveal.
The drone over the top. Oh, almost got him.
Damage.
Actually, almost caught him at middle here.
Well done. BBL with still plenty of tools to work with. Ooh. Magnum's knife in the next 10 seconds, but I don't think he's going to get a heads up on this short play.
Oh, it needs to be careful, but I don't even know if Liquid are going to commit to this properly, right?
Lovely shot.
Brilliant angle from Magnum.
Yeah.
Just saw through the slit. Nat's now removed.
Oh, it's fat. Oh my goodness, I thought he hit that.
What?
Oh god, I thought he hit that. Honestly, the shot of the clone was kind of sick.
180 flick.
I mean, Magnum gave us a 360 earlier.
Yeah.
And he'll need to give us more than that right now.
You gotta do a lot, mate. Don't have to worry about any flashes though.
Drops back with the flash, salvos at his feet. It's a bit of damage. Profek's Odin out in the open. Magnum last line of defense again.
He had to try dodge the stun as well.
Liquid in position. 3 versus 2 situation, and in terms of the retake, your Prowlers and Drone are gone. It is just that horn.
Yeah, and they get a lot of info over towards heaven here.
Listen, probably waiting to use the C's and the salvos at the same time. As identifies, Sociable making his way through A main. Yumpy Chance to isolate, sees the gun, but can't win it.
He saw the gun as well. Okay, really nice from Liquid. This comp, especially on defense, had a lot of theory behind it. BBL, dude left him hanging. BBL, BBL kind of messed up though, for sure on their attack. They used so many ults on their ecos, and then they just had nothing for their buy rounds. It was like one of those where they messed up at like round 6, round 5, and it just really hurt them.
They've played more maps than almost anyone else globally. They're in the top 3 for that metric, yet still they're showing no signs of stopping here.
I think as well, like narratively speaking, coming out of this game, this is a really big one, right? Because everyone was starting to take BBL more seriously, wondering what can they do, what
I'm worried about their map pool though.
But on top of that though, right, we've seen Liquid, Liquid be tested in terms of like their map pool and how quickly they can adapt and bring forward new ideas. What they brought forward was really nice on the interview.
The good news is though, for Liquid, they got another strong map.
Today is a different day, and they've proved that. Definitely. Liquid with a fantastic performance. Just still getting used to the Wednesdays and
he's winning NAVI APEKS. I think NAVI have the advantage because they'll ban Ascent.
Plenty on them in the server. BBL
it should be NAVI, but APEKS still have a pretty good like icebox if they want to fall back to that. Maybe they have another good map. Big Bad Bid with the whole year. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the whole year of support.
I think so, and now like the wider group as a whole gets really excited.
How much does this comp at double Senti suffer from anti? It does suffer, but honestly, you have so many options in your strat book that you can just change it up. Like you saw even on this game, like it's so hard to anti if you just look at all the Cypher stuff. Nats had a different, apart from his cam that was used in the same spot all the time, like he had a lot of trips and they had a lot of stuff, and you can just change it up. You can fake a lot of stuff they were doing.
I am now joined by Paddy from Team Liquid.
Hello.
Congratulations.
And they didn't show that much on attack as well, which is nice. Dear Fate as well, thank you for the whole year. Thank you, appreciate that.
But I think I was getting a little bit worried after Haven because your coach said, you know, last week after that Haven, maybe there were some issues that didn't get sorted in between the maps and they costed you a best of 3. But today, it was as if Haven didn't happen. So how did you manage to turn that around today?
I think we just have a lot of confidence right now, and we are focusing really on ourselves, and like we really don't get to ourselves like that we lost to Haven, because I think we still have a lot to work on Haven. So like we kind of knew if we go to Ascent, we start defenders, we're gonna smash, and we did.
Was there ever a little bit of like, oh no, not again, it's Haven again, we could have 2-0'd and thinking about the past, none of that?
Nah, none of that.
No? Okay, that's good. We also heard a lot of Nat speeches. I think it's almost famous now. We hear a Nat speech every single week. So
Sideshow, thank you so much for the raid.
When
thank you. Appreciate that.
You
hello, Raiders.
How we doing? About the comms, to relax. Does that
guys enjoy the Ascent?
In, you know?
It definitely sink in. Everyone listens, and it definitely helps, because sometimes you forget about the most important things and the easiest things as well. And he keeps reminding them every game, so you instantly lock in and you just reset after the, let's say for example, Heaven that we did. We just full reset, we played our game, and that's it.
I think everyone knows that Nats is, you know, the leader, the voice. So I wanted to ask you, who's the second person? Who's the person maybe when
the double Senti comps are impossible to play against if you play them well? Yeah, that's what we were talking about as well. Dude, that's why I was so angry at Talon.
Yeah? You like that? Being that kind of
like,
yeah,
just put
I think it suits my personality, especially.
Have you had to do that a lot on this team, do you think?
No, because Nats is doing a really good job at it, and our coaches said that like he should be the one doing it because he's the captain of the team.
Now, when it comes to the new things we saw today, we don't have that much time. I can't ask you every single one of them. So I'll knuckle it down to how much time have you had? Is it just been that week of changing all these things coming into today, or has this been brewing in the background that you wanted to change comms and roles and so on and so forth?
I think everything is pretty fresh. We don't really have that much time, especially with changing the player. We had to go basically through every map. So, I mean, changing comps, you know, coaches are cooking, you know, and whatever they cook, we're gonna play. So it's just that simple.
It's not a risk to you guys, you think? Because the season is not that long, you know, every game matters so much.
I think there is a risk involved, but it's a calculated risk, and I think our coaches are pretty fine with taking a calculated risk.
Everyone has full belief. Yeah. Full belief. And last question for you, the Sova, my goodness, it's been a long time, you know, a year, maybe even more at this point since we've seen the Sova. Are you comfortable with that agent? You know, I feel like some people have to sacrifice their comfortability a little bit.
I don't know, to be honest, if I'm comfortable on it a lot or not. I think I just need to get more reps in it, and I think I'll be fine. But yeah, the Sova call was kind of last-minute change, so...
How last minute?
Last minute.
Today, last minute? Yesterday, last minute?
I mean, yesterday.
Yesterday? Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Well, you couldn't tell. You couldn't tell. It's all good. Yeah. It's all good. Thank you so much for joining me, Patisek. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
We will be heading to a break now, but
okay,
don't go
so
anywhere.
I reckon they
because
had
when
one
we come
day
back, as you can
Haven,
see behind me,
and that was
APEKS
yesterday.
will be taking on NAVI.
That fits with what we were saying though. They thought they only had one day on Haven. Probably playing Teo. I think just their whole week they probably had they had so much to look at. They might have had double down Fracture though, knowing that they were going to pick it. So I think BBL could have gone anywhere with the map picks. Kind of surprised they didn't go for Lotus, as we can see it probably would have been better than this, but if teleports on binds teleport you to a random teleport, how you like it? What? Obviously I'm not gonna like randomness in
Red Bull gives you wings.
In a FPS game. Anything to do with randomness is awful. What kind of a question is this? Okay. Is in the patch notes, dude. You chat. Please stop falling for April Fool's stuff. I beg. Just if you're if you're susceptible to the people that are lying to you on April Fools or doing April Fool jokes, please just stay off the internet for a little bit. Can't handle it. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Whole lot of times I doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Welcome back once again to VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm joined by Billy and a special guest on the desk. Kiko, welcome. Massive congratulations. Before we get into everything, I wanted to ask you, are you aware of the fandom of Nats and Kiko? Cats, are you aware of this?
I mean, I think I saw it on the broadcast once, like the cats, something like this, but that's all I saw.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny.
Yeah, you like it? Yes. Okay, we have an endorsement from Kiko. We love cats.
We do.
We love cats.
We were highlighting it last week. We were highlighting it again this week. Yeah, we love the cats duo.
We love, the synergy that you and Nats always have, it feels like, especially on that defense we saw. But I have to just go straight in and ask you about the ISO. We were incredibly surprised. We didn't think you were going to change your comp so drastically. And Patty said that the Sova duty he was on just now was decided yesterday. It was super last minute.
Yeah.
So what about the rest of this? Your ISO, how long have you had to prep this? When did you guys decide to change this comp? You can be honest.
Let's see.
You can be honest.
I mean, we had yeah, no, it was just like a last-minute decision. I think we had one crack of it. So, you know, I think I touched ISO last year, a couple games.
Yeah.
A couple games of prac, same as this year basically, but I played a lot better this year compared to last year on the ISO. But, you know, it was just like a last-minute decision just because I think that I was playing well, and they wanted to like, yeah, put me on ISO, and let's see what even happens.
Oh, it was your choice?
Yeah, I mean, I know it wasn't my choice. It was Evo. It was Lohan's choice, and yeah, I mean, yeah, he just did us to close out, but I don't think that happened. It's whatever, to be honest.
Do you think that you guys then suffered then, having like less prep time? Because of course, coming back from Bangkok and then having to get everything sorted, new map pool as well, we were kind of highlighting that you guys have probably been hurt the most with the map changes. Do you think that that's kind of made you guys suffer in terms of prep time?
Yeah, definitely. I think that since we came back to Bangkok, we switched out a player and 2 of our best maps went. So I think that, yeah, we were pretty low on time in terms of map pool, but I think we're in a good place right now. I think we have a good direction, I would say, and I think it will be fine.
Yeah, that ascent was great. We love that. We love the ascent. Now let's talk about the next match, because we do have APEKS taking on NAVI. They're gonna look for a bounce back after what happened last week. And Billy, maybe I'm biased, but it seems quite close. This is not as a big of a matchup you would think traditionally with an org like NAVI versus APEKS. I think it could go either way today.
I would have to agree with you. And I don't know if I'm just like riding on the fact that APEKS managed to get a map off of Team Heretics last week. Like, I think I'm on that kind of APEKS wave, and I'm a tier 2 defender as well. So like, I love this org. So yeah, I think for me, coming into this, NAVI, they need to like flip the switch and really kind of figure out how they want to play. And APEKS, in kickoff, I would have said this is an opponent that they should be beating.
Yeah, 100%, especially in this group, you know. Okay, Angel not looking so angry right now. We'll see what happens a little bit later. Kiko, you got any scrim bucks? Have you scrimmed these 2 teams at all?
Yeah, we scrimmed both of them. APEKS are looking good.
APEKS are looking good.
I love to hear that.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, you're really fueling, you know, our delusion almost. But I mentioned already, Angry Angel. We didn't really see Angry Angel last week, I don't think. I felt like he could have been maybe feistier. He himself tweeted, in case you guys don't know the context of this, after kickoff, he wanted to show us in stage 1 a new NAVI, a new Angel, specifically an angry NAVI and an angry Angel. So we're gonna play a little quick game of how angry can Angry Angel should be. I'm just naming it like that now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show Billy and Kiko, you guys, a couple of clips from NAVI's game last week, and you tell me if you were Angel, how angry you would be, and we will have a little meter, you know, on the screen. We'll see it in just a moment. So let's just kick things off with some of the comps that we saw. Now, I'm going to try and not be angry Yingsu here. I'm going to try and be as calm as possible. So, Billy, when it comes to some of the NAVI comps that we saw, how angry do you think Angel should be?
Refresher. Yeah, let me
and you too, Kiko, if you want to take a look at what they ran on Fracture and Split. Is this a cause for any anger?
I don't think Angel is angry, because of course he's the IGL, so I presume that he would have helped put these together, and he should have an understanding of the ideas of them. So I would say, given how they went, not super angry, but not in the middle, super happy either. I would say lukewarm.
What about you, Kiko?
I mean, as Joe, I think he's choosing the comps, to be honest, with the coach. I mean,
but if it was you, how angry does this make you? I've never seen you angry, to be fair. Not that type.
Mean,
yeah.
Split, I would say, because I wouldn't be playing Duelist. I guess I would be playing like Astra or something. So I guess it would be up there a bit.
Yeah? In the middle. Should we just go in the middle?
I would say in the middle.
I think in the middle is where we are. In the middle is where okay, I like that. I like that. We're starting, you know, a little bit warm. Next, I want to show you some highlights, and I think this is one of the things that's made me incredibly happy. I'm not angry about this whatsoever, which is Koala Noob, specifically on that operator as well. Super, super, super impactful. And when your duelists are doing things like this, Kiko, there's nothing to be angry about, you know. He's just he's contributing to this team.
Yeah, I mean, he's completely throwing. I think he's playing really good right now. I think that I don't know if I should say this, but if other players are popping off and he's playing as good as he is now, I think they're going to be really good.
So the rest of his teammates need to maybe reach this level.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're able to. I think that, you know, he's playing really well. So.
Yeah, I don't think that they should be able to just rely on Koala Noob. I think that the other players need to be able to perform, especially when we look at the experience of some of the players. So I think Angel is very happy.
Yeah, happy Angel. Yeah. Happy Angel, happy Angel. Yeah, I like where this is right now. Last but not least, again, I'm going to try and stay calm. Whew. There were some lineups that were missed from Angel himself. Now, the reason that I'm particularly angry about what we're about to see is that you cannot do this next to Xiao. Sorry, but Xiao is on your team, and if you play the fade, oh, sorry, Kiko, I'm scaring you. But if you choose to do this next to Xiao, Billy, you cannot. You have to be perfect.
I can't. Yeah, let's just look on the minimap. That did miss.
Wait, no, he missed his one twice,
yeah,
though.
It's 2 rounds in a row.
It's 2 rounds in a row.
The one over towards A might actually be
he
for
looks
them.
off to the side, too. He's like, no one saw that, right? No one saw that. We saw that.
But
we saw that, Angel.
Are you angry at this, Billy? Is this angry Angel?
I'm angry at this. He should be even more angry at this. He's supposed to be leading his team. Yeah, take it off the chart.
Yeah.
This is, yes.
Fully, yeah, I agree fully. He should be completely angry. Just because he's IGL, you tell your players, make sure you know your lineups for their game.
Yes.
So yeah, I hear this all the time.
Yeah.
You know, he should be up there.
Nats has never missed a lineup, you know? I've never seen
I mean,
okay,
guys.
Would Nats ever get angry if you guys miss lineups? What's his reaction like? Is he just not bothered?
The coaches are getting
I mean,
angry.
he would scold us, but you know, he's not like the person to like sort of erupt in terms of like get super angry, but he does control.
He'll tell you off a little bit, you know, you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. But for more on what we can expect from this match, let's throw this over
Kiko
to
said the
Mini
APEKS is
on
looking
how
good.
to Wasteland.
I mean, they were looking good last week. I do think that the maps...
Hello everyone. Last week
well, I wonder what maps they played on.
Wasteland, and luckily Miniboo and Flora both played a fantastic Waylay, and I was able to pick out some clips from them. So we're going to look at how to
Here we
Wasteland.
go, mini solo
We're
segment.
looking at a deep dive concept with Miniboo. So as you can see here, Heretic
Novice
setting
leg
up
is
for a
twitching.
split on Ascent, and we're going to see nice little flash come in. Refract put down, and a deep dive from Miniboo off of his ult.
This was a nice shot, though.
And here is a beautiful because if Miniboo got into any trouble here, he can dip out immediately. Unlike other duelists, he's able to just snap out, but he sees Governor in trouble, immediately gets the kill on him, uses the saturate up top, makes Fluorescent look a little bit silly there, and then dies. But a beautiful round from him, able to go in deep. And I think that one thing that we need to look out for on this attack side is teams not using the overwhelm util enough. So on that round, we can see that, you know, Miniboo's got the ult and able to overwhelm with a deep dive, but other teams maybe sometimes not using enough utility around the Waylay, and that's the problem they're getting on the attack. But here from Heretic's beautiful. Next clip, we're going to look at defense from Floor on Icebox. And I wanted to highlight here, if we see Floor playing
this was nice.
on the Icebox, look out
this is
for
what we
her
talk
going
about
for
on
these
Patch Out, right?
reclears on A. So in this specific clip is a bit more of a trap play, we call it. So we see Governor breaking the recon for Floor, who's up on the top of pipes, so the Heretics doesn't know that she's there. And then Heretics taking the forward space, and based on that, they trigger the trap. Fluorescent goes in with this breach ult, dives deep in. Beautiful cleanup here from Floor. Perfect. Gets into a bit of trouble here, is able to refract out. So lovely couple of concepts there to look out for. The deep dive on attack, and on defense, look out for the traps and re-clears.
Thank you very much, Coach Mini. I will make sure to be looking out for those things. But we have
Would
to
it
talk
ever go on
about
the
this
broadcast?
Koala
No,
versus
it's
Floor
too-
head-to-head.
it's too
I
TikTok
assume when you say that
defined for
Scrimbucks,
me.
that APEKS is doing pretty good.
Yeah.
That
I saw the thing
Floor's
when
doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Mini was doing them
How
earlier.
good are we talking?
It's not,
She frying?
not for me.
Yeah, she's frying. I think like a 9 out of 10.
I like those kind of
9 out
segments.
of
Yeah,
as well.
like
10.
almost dropping 30s, you know, like every
Oh,
game.
wow. Okay, I mean, that's what we expect.
I love
Really?
to hear that. I love to hear that. Yeah, but when I look at these two in particular, you know, there's a lot of similarities coming across from these two, both Canadian, both coming across to EMEA, and I think as well, both using the op a lot. We saw that a lot from Koalanoob, and we saw that a lot from Flora on Ascent the other day. So it's
Waylay,
really,
yeah,
really
Waylay
nice to
needs
see them kind
util
of get
for
into
sure.
the groove of things. However, I'm intrigued to see what Koalanoob is going to play today, because of course we saw a lot of Yoru from him.
I
in
don't know
kickoff.
about this
However, we
Mini
only saw him play
fashion.
Raze
Oh my
last
goodness.
week. So yeah, it'll be interesting to
Fla-
see how actual
Flaming Mini's dress
flexible he
sense?
is for this team.
That's
I
crazy.
think. And
Should do it
Flora,
on the
we
stream
know
though. I
she
want to see what his
can
reaction
play on
is.
anything that's
He'd find it
required
pretty
of her.
funny, I
I
think.
almost don't want to see Koala on the Waylay. I think his agent pool right now, I really like it. Kiko, what are your thoughts? You know, some duelist players maybe flexing over to the Waylay and some choosing not to.
I think it's super dependent. I think that there's op duelists and there's like super aggressive entry duelists. I think that he's more of like an op duelist. I think that he's a smart player, so he's not like super aggressive, hyper aggressive, and turning off his brain and just sending it. I think that he's like a a smart player.
And how do you deal with some of these players, you know, being an ex-duelist? Well, current duelist, it still counts, you know, secondary duelist right now, yeah. How do you deal with players like this, that like to op, that like to be aggressive and surprise you sometimes?
Chat. Don't fall for the bait.
I'll
It's
start
okay.
with Koala, you know, how would
Relax
you deal
yourselves.
with
The mods will
his
deal with it. It's
offing
fine.
prowess?
just not default as much as slow, not enough slow rounds. I think we play a little bit faster, more direct, I would say. Just not dying in the default, because I think that's where as an op, you will get value. And the worst thing is when you have to play retake, which is, yeah, it's awful.
And what about floor? Floor's a difficult one, I feel like.
Just hold for 5 seconds, see what they do, to be honest. Like, you would just see, like,
yeah.
Honestly, if you wait 5 seconds and don't die, then you're good for the round.
Oh, and don't die? Oh,
yeah.
goodness. That's easier said than done. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. But Koala Noob as well, when we consider Koala Noob, how do you find switch and roles? Because this is something we see from Koala. He switches, he was playing a Sage on Lotus, and then he switches back onto the Duelist. How do you find it, having to switch from like Smokes to Duelist to... Because of course they have quite different play styles, those roles.
I mean, yeah, as I said, he's like a smart player, so I don't think that duelist role kind of defines him. I think that he's you know, he can play anything, because, you know, if you're not hyper aggressive and just completely just sending it, then any role can fit you as long as you learn, to be honest. I think that's just it.
And speaking of smart players, Avova was rolling back the years, the centuries, you know, everything that he did last week. Perfection, Billy. I can't even criticize Avova right now. He's just so reliable. How many clutches was it? Almost every single one.
It was ridiculous, right? Across both of the maps, he won 3 1v1s, he won a 1v2, he won a 1v3. He's got a 56% clutch rate right now. I mean, he's in the top when it comes to the actual ratio in the league.
They said this month.
So yeah, this man in a clutch, you don't want to be against Avova right now, especially the form that he was in, and being able to do that across all 3 maps. So yeah, I think like Avova right now, star player for me on APEKS.
Dude, this clutch was so
diabolical.
Good.
As in a good way. As in, I love it. I love the pun. I love the pun. Now, Kiko, it feels like almost years ago that you were on APEKS too, right? So watching matches like this and knowing what's at stake, because obviously there will be a spot in this league next year. They want to make champs. They want to secure it. They don't want to go back to down to Ascension. Do you still root for them? You still want them to do well?
I mean, definitely. I think... I mean, Danny's the head coach now. He was assistant coach when I was there, and I trust him. I think he's going to do magic, you know, make some magic happen. I think he's really smart as a coach, and I think he's going to, you know, bring the team up.
That's a great compliment, and I love that you have the loyalty. You're still supporting APEKS. I love that, because APEKS, they're about to come back onto stage once again here in week 2.
Maybe not like during the broadcast, but I think we might be able to find time for it.
Both of them came out last week without a win. Bit tough and a little bit different in terms of storylines on either side, but today they're guaranteed. One of them is guaranteed a win, and you want to be going into week 3 at least with 1 win underneath your belt. We talked about the stakes for APEKS here. They want to make champs. They want to stay in this league. They don't want to go down to Ascension, but for NAVI, Billy, they have to reclaim that throne. It feels like it's been so long since we've seen them consistent, and we've seen them as a dominant force in EMEA.
I mean, they were consistently not making international events.
No, Billy!
Not to be that person. Yeah. But yeah, I think as well, when we look at this head-to-head with this matchup, when we look at the actual group that they're in as well, this should be arguably both of their easiest matchup, right? It should be the one where it could go in either way. And perhaps if APEKS didn't have that performance last week, maybe I would have said NAVI should be absolutely taking this one. It should be their easiest game throughout the whole group. So for both teams, this game really could decide who ends up going to playoffs and who doesn't.
Oh, 100%. And of course, I don't think anyone has ever underestimated NAVI in the history. And we're getting to a point that it's an upset. I can smell an upset. We're on the precipice of maybe APEKS being able to pull something off here. But let's take a look at the map vetoes in just a moment. We do have some new maps. I know you guys kind of suffered a little bit over there on Team Liquid. But here, last week, NAVI decides to ban the Ascent. And they banned the Ascent again. I am lost for words.
Very many questions. I mean,
lost for words? Why?
They played this map so much last year as well, and it's something that they look decent on. However, last week they decided to insta-ban it.
APEKS B. Okay. APEKS B. Heretics.
Not a total
actually
surprise,
just
and
smashed
APEKS
them.
coming in with that fracture ban again. That's the insta-ban that they've had so far. But I think for me, if we do get to that split eventually, I'm so excited.
That's like the best possible ban they could have done.
They didn't play this in kickoff at all, either of them.
No, I'm a
I
little
would have
bit
been questioning the
upset,
Icebox ban more than anything. I thought the Icebox didn't look too bad.
We might not see that Waylay. Hasn't had the highest win percentage, but still I think Floor was tremendous on it. But
that's the only one that I'm like interested about. Is they had the choice of Icebox and Split, and they decided to go for Split.
Are you surprised that we're going Lotus first, or?
I'm not too sure about
No, you're not too sure. But do you remember Navi's Lotus at all? They ran a wacky comp.
Doombro says good maps for Angel. Yeah, he likes to call on these ones.
Billy will give you a bit of a rundown here because
honestly,
they were.
Kiko, they had a Tejo, they had an Astra, they had a Vice.
Not Barbaric.
They
Thanks so much for the 2-person raid. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a
Appreciate
koala.
Thank you for the raid.
No duelist.
Hope stream was good.
Yeah.
That might be a bit troll.
Yeah, it was a little bit, but let's take a look and see what we're going to get now this time around. And it looks like we got Hero on Raze. Sorry. Okay, there's a lot to unpack.
They go for a chamber.
There's a lot to unpack. Billy, what do you make of this?
I was going to come to you because you're holding your head, Kiko.
Yeah, Kiko's
I'm pretty sure I remember playing against this in practice, to be honest.
Oh, did it go well?
Huh?
Did it go well? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was an interesting game for sure.
It was an interesting game, but he's good with the.
Do you have a
He's good with the lines.
Looking at what we have now.
He doesn't commit too heavy.
I definitely prefer the APEKS comp.
The meta one?
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's Tejo Breach is super powerful in this map, and I think that
so normally what happens is because of the chamber, this ends up being like a 7-5 half on defense. Normally the chamber is like kind of switches it a little bit more to defense sided, and then what ends up happening is
I mean, it's just dependent on the
you kind of get a little bit wrecked on attack. If you don't get given picks, it's very hard to actually like do too much. But honestly, with the Astra Omen,
or kind of figure out where their opponents were, creating question marks.
I'm down for this. I kind of like this. I kind of like a chamber on this map, to be honest with you.
Their solo sentinel. That's again where I'm starting to get a little bit confused.
Tricky Valor, thank you with the 20 months. I appreciate that.
Behind this composition, and what do NAVI want to do with this?
And we've never seen Floor play Yoru on Lotus either.
NAVI, yeah, they don't really like a tail.
Things coming into this. Thank you very much, Kiko,
for
joining us. And it's time for me to toss this over to your casters. Have fun with this one, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. It's time to get into the game. Navi, I understand the thought process. You lose 13-6 to a Harbor, you got to shift up the comp, but been a little while since we've seen the chamber brought out here on Lotus.
Hey, Koala Noob came in. He said, I am the best operator player in this league, so I'm going to play the agent that gets free operator. Like,
all right.
Is he the best operator player in this league?
It's not the most complex level of gameplay that they're looking to bring in, I don't think. But I actually don't mind that. I think the last comp they had,
Batu looks kind of nice with
I hated it. Whether they had double walls,
but honestly, who else is
initiation. This, they brought back in the Fade. Hero's most played agent historically is actually Raze, even though maybe not at like the highest level.
NAVI on defense, APEKS on attack.
I think there's much more
potential. Yeah, we said Darker.
Switch things up.
Kayak?
Why not go for something more aggressive?
Pretty good.
They have the players to do it.
Stop saying boss stuff.
I think has easily proven that he is someone that
not
could
bad,
go toe-to-toe with anyone in the server.
It's not.
Give him the weaponry to do so.
It's not best in the
Navi go back
region.
to the drawing board, and like you said, not looking to do anything overcomplicated. Well, looking at the split from last game, it's
mate, you can't get hit by this, bro. Think about it.
Nice opening.
I think you gotta. I do think he has to respect the drone in this chamber. You gotta find a good line of respecting the drone, because if you get hit by that suppress, you're actually done for.
Nobody close by, caught by the stun, but his smoke gives him a little bit of free space to play with, and he's ready for this backside wrap, catching the first at least, but going down after.
It's a great fade either.
Hero might just have recovered this.
And a solid
I love the call here. Mid-round call's nice from APEKS. Realize that they can't really force over towards A, open the door to create pressure like he might have walked out through door. That's unlucky. It was smart from Governor.
Towards that C site. The problem is with Governor going down, they now sit with a disadvantage. Batu even trying to find
I liked all of these decisions made, to be honest, from the 3v3 from APEKS.
This is now a winnable position, even though the HP is
some low HPs though. Hero should clean this up.
Coming back on for Malzy and a flash as well with
Injo
low
gets
HP
a fade eye.
And the utility they have, it's difficult to run the clock down. They have some reactive utility for the deep control. Batu.
Okay, creates a little pressure for the guy Heaven though.
Spawn, but now has a chance to dive
Hero's on top of this.
Caught by surprise though. Navi covering all their bases. Malzy on the walk around. He might just have caught some beautiful timing. They're still expecting him to be down below, but the shot fired a little too early. Nice connection.
Lucky,
and it was
he
down
played it
close
so well.
in the end. 15 HP. But it's enough for Navi to take
This is a fun round to watch.
Yeah, nice try, but
it's a pretty good round.
Navi will be the ones to get onto that board first. Even after a bit of a shaky start, it was just some solid utility.
I love a round except for the chamber at the start. No, it really was.
Patient, maybe realizing that they would have left somebody behind. There you go, yeah, just catching Governor in a pretty awkward position. I will say there's something we've seen before. Flashbacks to Fnatic. They have this youngster who we know is going to play the Sentinel.
Dude, is that after the peak at the beginning? It's either after the peak or in the 1v2. I don't know which.
I think putting someone like him in a more aggressive role is something
for APEX on this one, in terms of NAVI, they
it's just whether or not
kind of little.
I think that's what
different FPX buy on defense, a little bit rough.
A lot of the supportive utility
it's a little bit scary,
really messy last week from NAVI.
Especially when Hero's playing solo A with a gun.
Choke a victory. There's definitely still some hope there, but APEX looked great. Well, especially on Ascent, they look fantastic. So I definitely understand why it was banned.
Yeah. Support comes in, 3-person hold. That nade is incredible. Oh my goodness. They tried to have a nade combo.
Already managed to overrun the site. 20 HP left on Hero and some support coming in from Angel, but these are opportunities that APEX are keen to capitalize on. NAVI, they won the pistol by a narrow margin, but by a fairly wide one. They seem to be losing the follow-up. It's only Koala Noob remaining. And as strong as he may be, up or not, this one looks like it's too far gone. Salvos online for the post-plant, time already ticking, and you know there's been some recovered weapons. We can see it's fluorescent with a Vandal.
Very nice.
Yeah, that goes exactly as you'd expect.
Yeah, it's such a risky buy. Right, the FPX buy on attack makes a lot of sense. You're more in control of who's where. But when you do it like this, if that one gun goes down,
sure, you get a multi-spray down,
great.
You get your ult online, you're feeling fantastic.
You then back up as just multiple
instead, you take individual fights versus those 5 players rather than playing for the retake.
They get 2 guns into this, or maybe they wanna. Okay, yeah, they're about to get 2 guns into this, but they realize that the win condition of them playing the chambers to get the op, so they save money. And APEX, in my opinion, NAVI, in my opinion, kind of messed that up. I don't think you can do FPX buys anymore on defense. On attack, so fine for it. On defense,
on your own map choice,
it just always gets wrecked.
Yeah, maybe as well, thinking back on the previous games they've had, that could be a dent to the confidence. A few more will be needed to knock this squad down, we know that, but certainly early days. Alarm bells are ringing. NAVI, obviously they've got themselves 1 rifle. The rest of the squad will just be playing with the pistols, and so they don't really have an ability to contest that plant. Maybe even the hope
it's a nice plant for Mount.
Goes down that there's over-aggression,
yeah.
Or that they can
we were saying that Batu
behind.
likes to use Outlaw and Op a lot.
Batu breaking through this choke point. Well, apparently quite easy. Angel's found Malzy.
Yeah, this was the hero gun for Angel, and he's doing damage.
Has to be a recovery, and it looks like Fluorescence there for just that with a fade out on the TP. It's a double stack on Noun. And that spike, very difficult for Xiao to defuse. He had a chance, but
Armor rebuy, all the guns.
Hammer it home.
Okay, now they get the op out.
Falling back. Make that one at least a little bit more costly, but ultimately they had all the save cash from the last round where they win the second with nothing, so it's not going to do too much in terms of damage. And this is where we need to see the response from NAVI, and immediately you are going to get that operator onto Koala. So this is where we kind of need to see the proof of this pick. Because in terms of utility, well,
if you do the FPX and defense, yeah, I think people play it wrong as well. I agree with you, but I still just think you should be buying rifles. Okay, so they saved the money for this op, and they set it up over towards C. Now the rotate can go in, and APEX with the bonus, looking like they kind of want to bust over towards B with the info.
Fluorescent is getting a great stun. The follow-up isn't there, though. Angel still able to connect the shot. In the meantime, though, the space has been taken on B, and Avova is creeping his way into the back lines of NAVI. That's a danger for later on in the round. For now, he'll be trying to work space and link up with the rest of the squad. 3 players on the other side of the Viper.
If the timing was a bit better, maybe.
They've spotted Avova, and now he's in a lot of trouble, surrounded by players taken down. Malzy, though, makes this again.
It's his ult from this one as well. They got really good money, so I'd like to see him, unless he gets a kill.
Problems because of the deep position,
especially with his HP, like not use it until he gets a kill.
Able to take so much extra space. Trap still online, so they know that if there is anybody pushing, coming from that cross angle,
might get rewarded.
See if anybody gets aggressive. Now knows that somebody is within the site, trapped in and just somewhat waiting for the peak. Hits the timing, and now only Governor stands to face versus 3.
All missiles away.
Swing lined up as well.
Oh my god, fair play, man. That's an absolute shot.
The 3K is denied.
That is an absolute shot. Oh my goodness.
Gun elsewhere. He's got the big green dot on his rifle, and it's landed him the round for Navi. And equalization as well early on needed for this.
You need my opinion on the chamber pick? Dude, I'm chamber pilled, man. I like the chamber. I like the chamber in this map. I think it's in the current meta, I think it's the second best chamber map after Pearl.
They can never make anything look easy.
But honestly, if people don't give you picks on attack, you're kind of done for. But it is good on defense on this map. But I also think it struggles a little bit against the Teo. And by a little bit, I mean quite a lot.
No need to bring that right back up into my memory, but...
Hey, sorry, you got to cast Cadaver win at least.
I did, and that did make me very happy.
It's just Enzo who's cast.
Okay, damage, force over towards towards C. We got a punish setup with 3-person door. There's a reason why we don't see 3-person door with no pressure from C, and that's why. That is not the one.
Yeah, Koala's just got to save. They have put everything into this round, only had one player surviving, of course, that was him.
3-person aggro door with my C player playing passive.
Put them in the bin.
What?
And obviously, again, we're still talking about that extra little financial boost.
Like, I know maybe they got unlucky timing with the ult. I'll give them that, but it's still
unlikely for maybe one
at least
less
2-2
hunting.
That's a good spot.
Will mean that they're right back in the thick of it again.
Control for APEKS early on, looking very good. Again, the real problem that they had in the previous round was all that control quality had, like you said, Tom. Navi were able to group
it's a
up,
costly
make
round,
those big
though.
rotations. They were
It
also
is a costly
aware of
round.
the flank up from Avova. They also managed to catch Fluorescent coming out of
1-9 loss
stunned
bonus.
up. I think it was Angel connecting that shot. So there were a couple of things that went right for them, and it still ended up in that, well, it was a 1v3.
I love how Doom Bros
1v1.
is typing stop the NAVI slander, but secretly he's got a giant smile on his face thinking, man, this team has never looked the same since I left. You know he's got the biggest smile, and he's like typing it out. He's just like, guys, come on, give Navi a chance. He's just there just laughing to himself mid-typing. It's wild.
That's not the case, so I think it's a good time to sit back and think about how this match
He's like, guys, come on, please. Please give Navi a chance, guys. Come on.
It's been a quiet start for Brooksick, but a very, very early position in this series. Not too damning just yet, but yeah, it definitely seems like the case. If Koala's not able to get himself into a position, it doesn't seem to work out. And this round was basically just a reactive play. Like the Rolling Thunder was thrown into that C site aggressively. They try and catch them from behind. But APEKS was so ready for it. And that's the sort of credit I want to give over to APEKS from watching their game last week. I think they had a lot of really cool setups, a lot of like great sort of utility usage, but I feel like they were also quite adaptable, which again, when you come in as one of the teams that obviously ascended, lost 2 of your players, arguably your best players, and then had to rebuild from there, and have then since had changes, I expect it to be shaky. I think
Timeout. Let's hope that some of the other rounds have a little
started off great here,
more
so
thought behind it.
Definitely some solid signs. Even Floor was a little bit quiet as well. So
Koala is the hero gun saved.
On a par.
They buy a hero guardian
it was argued on the desk
without a
upset
shield.
potential. I might even argue they come in as favorites.
I think I'd be with you. You know, looking back at some of the games that have happened already, there's question marks in my mind
honestly,
coming into today.
they're going into the chamber.
A lot of those are on the side of NAVI for now.
Oh
See
my
if they
god,
found the
that's
solution,
sick, bro.
and well,
That's
is
so
not
sick.
how you want that one
He
to start.
TP's on
Koala
top of the box and he can see him getting close angle. No way.
Yeah, indeed,
And they
that was
can't
their
get the gun
offering.
back.
Now you're left with the scraps. Hero at least has a guardian, but already the advantage sitting
Wait,
firmly
that's so
with
sick.
APEKS to get themselves a plant, and the post-plant utility is incredibly strong. You've seen it before with the Viper, but having Governor soon to be set of utility alongside an ultimate online.
What's their dude? Their money's gonna be crazy once they win this round.
If it is, they've got that safety net to fall back on, and it's only NAVI who are falling at the moment. 4v2.
Last player standing.
Expectation slim to none. Maybe a bit of a confidence boost for Ruxick if he can get on the board,
Really
but he
nice.
cannot. And well, speaking of
Okay,
Molesey's
next big
Rolling
buy
Thunder
rounds,
that was
and they
used
got
not long ago, he's over
Little
halfway to
tails
getting it
fail.
back, so they're doing well to just collect those ultimate orbs, but
This
more
was sick,
importantly,
though.
just farm up these plays. And this is the thing, again, I'm talking about adaptability.
Common chamber play.
This team being able to sort of change what they're doing.
Very nice.
They got caught off in a round by a very aggressive push
It's the
up.
only thing he can do.
He's actually owned him.
It's not even, that's the thing.
Yeah, maybe that's him calling it then.
Respect.
I'll give you a
the
tip.
IGL or someone making a read on the game. It's someone who's been over in Americas, been over in Pacific, and now come to EMEA, has the read
That
on
is true.
Koala.
Governor's played against the T1 comp.
Yeah, for APEKS, that's how it's felt. They know what's
and
going
they play
on.
Chamber every single
Navi,
time on
they
lows.
need a very strong opening hand to a round for them to have a chance.
2024
then, it comes down
T1.
to the wire.
They played it
to see
every
a
single
turnaround
lows.
for Navi, and this is the round where you would see it. They said he can only do one thing. Well, if that was pushing up and holding with an op, he doesn't have that choice. Koala Noob forced down to the rifle. One away indeed from the ulti being pulled through, but he'll have to find that with by more conventional means. With a minute on the clock.
Dude, what are these Byrons? Like, look like game plan from Navi is to punish over towards B, like really early on.
I think that's
we
what
saw round
Apex
5,
going for at
free
this
pass
stage.
in
You look
hand
at your
to the
opponents
3-1-1.
a duelist
And
plus
then we
chamber.
have round
You know
7,
that the
another big
concept is
Byron,
going to be to
3
try and
passing
get
over towards
aggressive
B,
and
trying to
find
punish this.
some of those opening picks.
Surely
So if
they
you
don't have the
spot
same
anything on one side
reaction.
of the map, you're going to be a little bit wary that you've lost space elsewhere. It does mean that if your opponents play very passively, as Navi are right now, you are going to burn the clock quite low, looking for this aggression.
Door opens.
And they've ended up finding it. The door opening, attempting to try
You guys have
surround. Batu, it's huge though from Hero. That double drops the spike.
I still
They even
hate
had
their
the
punish
cross
over towards
coming
C.
through
I
with
can't
the
believe they're doing
ultimate,
that
so
consistently.
A problem, that Armageddon.
Especially as they smoke
Spike is gonna be
themselves off
stolen.
as well to make sure that you don't have to worry about the smoke and then
Koala
actually
is
just what has to
struggling at the
send
moment,
it.
eliminated within that A site solo. And
Good reaction
somehow
from
this now
APEKS to
comes
take
down
over
to a
towards
chance
site.
again
Obviously,
for
they were
APEKS.
trying to pinch onto the players over towards B once they got the
that
kill.
B push saved the day. Xiao finding the pick outside C. Got rid of
Falls
a
in a
big
good
danger,
cross,
but
and
still,
that is a
the
huge
danger
kill
is
from
lurking.
Avova.
Avova's been the standout player for APEKS in
they
so
might not
many of
even
these
consider
moments. And you
full
talk
being
about clutches. He is someone that's going to win his and shut yours down. A chance for Navi that's slowly fading away. They seem to have seized the day in this round, but instead it was falling back into APEKS's hands. Now it's Avova who has to make good on his promise, and he will not find the clutch this time. Navi in with a defuse and a much needed round win.
Okay, but honestly, I'm looking at APEKS's money. Dude, Navi are going to have to win like 4 in a row.
Came through from Hero at the beginning. Like, the timing couldn't be any better. Your opponent has a stun out, but then the biggest is Xiao. Like, having a read that Fluorescent was still on the other side of that Cosmic Divide, otherwise you're getting backstabbed. And then having a read that the other player has also gone around to backstab you through the same Cosmic Divide.
Koala
That's just
gets it
Xiao
all
having
out.
a solid read in
Definitely
this
going to be
round.
scared of the drone when you got that.
Talk about recreatable rounds, maybe not so much, but hopefully for Navi,
Aggro
that could be the sort
A
of
from
igniter.
APEKS.
And more
It looks like they're going to be able to get out for free. Frenzy MX with the Prime, thank you, Daemons.
Defensive side and going to attack. You're not going to mind
again,
too
with the
much
chamber
how
comps,
you're
you kind of need to get like 7 on
even,
defense, in my opinion.
And third big plays from
Unless
Xiao,
APEKS are going to give him
well.
a lot of
if
picks
that
on
corner isn't
defense.
cleared, if he rotates more passively,
But
this
I
round
don't think
falls
they will,
apart
especially with the Yoru being able to TP
in the
and
back lines.
this gets nothing.
APEKS, they had their opportunities, they didn't connect them, but the credits are sitting pretty, even after an
Oh my god, this little bait.
That
Oh god. Dude, it looks so horrible to play the chamber at the moment. They're doing so much good stuff.
Though, will be resetting, and
Yeah,
he's
and
on
they
his way
find
to
out
the
with the
C
chambers.
side.
They still have the trip though. There's the thing that I like from Koala
the
here.
other to give back
They
to
can't
a
just
chance
leave it
of
as the trip.
expecting that aggression.
The
There
fade
goes the
ult hits
tour de
all
force.
5.
Offline for at
Law
least a few
takes the
seconds.
TP,
There
everyone
has,
can
however,
react
been a
accordingly.
response with the
They
Nightfall.
open the
That
door
will
to
delay
create
them a
pressure
little
like
bit.
they might
You
be
lose your
pivoting over
sound, you
towards
lose some of
B,
your
which
health.
keeps
You're not
people over
really going to be
towards
wanting
here.
to try and blitz in.
And the
Thing is,
fade
though,
eye just covers
after
all of
expending
this. The only
utility
place
that
it didn't clear
direction,
was this
it's
little
left a
corner
pretty
though.
hefty
I'm
opening.
pretty sure, but
With a showstopper
yeah, that's what
online
we're
for
watching.
Hero, I wouldn't mind just seeing a retake play from Navi. They
It was
are
nice though.
very
APEKS just
quickly
opening the door created so
tailing
much
it
pressure
over
that they could
towards
actually
this
just
A
pivot
side,
over
though.
towards A. It's a cool little,
We've seen salvos go down now.
cool little
Navi
play
should know
from them.
their
As soon as they realize they all get
window
busted
should
over
have closed
towards
in terms of
C,
taking
they just open that door
site
instantly.
control. I see the smoke down on the right.
Fade
There
or-
it is.
sorry,
the Viper's pit in
Viper
place,
even.
Good spam,
How many
but the
agents we
return
got?
is there
Viper all
right
covers
away.
spike,
And the
should be
problem
done.
will be rooting these players from that position. Showstopper, one of the best chances they have, and it's fired in blindly. Not landing, not finding its mark.
Viper, yeah,
and
just
this is the
listing all
thing,
of them.
there is no need for Batu to take any of these fights, especially in
Guys, you
Tree.
gotta go around
know
to
your
open this
back is
door.
secure, and there's plenty of friendlies to take that fight up front. APEKS are shredding them. And well, if you want to counter to that big old gun, having to fight through a pit is going to make it pretty difficult to use the tour de force. Koala almost falls on his way back and knows he has to fight to keep that weapon. in a fight he
Win a
does
round,
not win.
lose the
And
next.
APEKS,
Money's
they
in the bin
maintain
again.
their lead, extending up to a 2-man gap.
For sure. It is 5-3 in the lead. Again, I think
APEKS, their reaction to getting hit with a 5-person fatal was incredible. Yeah. It's like the best they could have done, to be
on
honest.
that C site, that okay, we have lost a huge amount of ground here. It's not worth just sprinting into the site and re-hitting it. Let's go all the way back around to the other side of the map. And yeah, there hasn't been a lot of resistance on it. I think the only round was obviously the pistol and then the retake that we had basically from Xiao. Other than that, it has been a very, very comfortable take.
4-person aggro over towards A, they're going to try to set the chamber up, and then everyone can rotate.
The agent choice, an agent that allows him to, especially on defense, should allow him to pick up quite a lot of numbers. Koala's been having a really rough time.
It's been a good read from APEKS as well. A couple times now you've seen Koala group with the team. That means that your flank protection, your player that's usually holding that choke point alone, isn't there anymore. Barely making it around the corner against those classics. They didn't expect NAVI to go quite so gung-ho into the angles, but it's worked out wonderfully for APEKS anyways. A 3v1, Xiao the last man standing, and a guaranteed plant.
It doesn't look that good for NAVI at the moment. I love what APEKS is doing. And like every single round they're playing it great.
From Xiao.
But
from there already. Big numbers on that attacking side with no signs of slowing. A full buy for NAVI in the next, but when you look at ult economy, which is something that I would say they almost need, you certainly want to have on your side at this stage of the game. There's nothing to fall back on.
Bro, stop saying stop saying we, man. He says we usually start slow. Come on, dude.
Well, they're also just so patient. Are they not overfacing, not taking risks? The post plant normally also has those salvos available. This time doesn't, but it's basically just, okay, let's make sure that Xiao doesn't even get an opportunity. APEKS looking like a well-oiled machine the second they get that plant down. And again, like you look at the composition that is there for NAVI, they actually do have quite a good comp for disrupting a team from getting into those post plants. They just haven't. Like they've been losing pretty much, I would say, almost every opening duel, at least most of them. I think, again, you talk about Koala, like he has been countered, he's been caught every single time that they've attempted these sort of plays. And I think also
okay, another round with the op. And this time they're gonna set the op up, right? And then leave the op. Oh, but they want to go aggro towards A. Ah, yeah, the pick here.
Especially with this being Navi's choice. You have to wonder what awaits us when we move to
Flash
Haven
goes
for APEKS.
in Teva, but they don't do anything off of it.
Some of that early aggression, or some of the danger of it, I should say, with Fluorescent so aggressively pushed up. Navi fill in the space after, but it's nothing but dubs for their side. Every fight going their way. And the spike left in the
Rubble
dirt.
Punish.
APEKS
Rubble Punish
that control.
This comes down to Angels, really.
Unusual way, still being in that choke point by the time Navi pushed through.
Ash Jubilee with the Prime, thank you for the 3 months.
So
thank you.
And it looks like they're paying the price with this round.
NAVI, I think they need the rest.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch of Angel and Rooksik should.
Kills here are actually pretty important. Yeah, like that's pretty important. It's another person that has to rebuy. It's another person that might have no money if they lose it.
The cleanest round I think we've seen from NAVI so far, and I don't mind it. Like it is again, it's something just a call. Like okay, let's 4-player push up. Let's go for those clears. Let's take the early fights. Hero doing well in those battles, and that's it. I had high expectations of him on the Raze. I think he's been decent. I think we've seen why they're happy to put him over on that duelist rather than having that additional sentinel. Also, we're very happy to play the retake over on the other side of the map, just leaving Xiao there to basically try and play one pick and then having the trap to hold on to B. That's more of the stuff I actually kind of want to see from NAVI, because I think that's sort of the thing that's been odd, is like you go back to FPX, you go back to even old NAVI teams, and they would run some comps that are outside the meta. But you could always see the idea, you could always see the synergy, and you could always see how they could make those crazy ideas work. I think in the last maybe 6 months to a year, that's not been the case. Either they played default stuff and just not as well as everybody else, or like the last time they played Lotus, they played wacky stuff and you couldn't find where it was supposed to work. This comp, I can see it. It's just been very hit and miss.
Yeah, and I think, you know, looking at the default comp perspective as well, like it's not something that you can't do. It's just that you have to do it perfectly. If everyone comes in knowing your objective,
I do like this timeout though, right? It's another chance
on the map. Then your fundamentals have to be perfect, and you better execute it without any errors. And once the errors are there, people will quickly recognize what they are and how to exploit them, because they've seen it a million times. That's what you study, are those basics. And for NAVI, you say, you know, they'll come through sometimes and try
The
something
chamber,
new, but then
I like it,
wish it was back
but
to basics at those times. So
I think against this comp I play it more B because most people drone over towards C or drone over towards here.
Quite a while.
So like I would play the chamber primarily like from B, to be honest, majority of the time, instead of how they're playing it. Or aggro A. I don't think it can really play C against this comp. The Teo does own it.
For APEKS, if that plant goes down, it is so difficult to take that round. So much time is taken off the clock just by the utility.
Get another good plant though, so they can just play heavy off site. Keep an eye on the luck from Batu. Big jaw, yeah, they weren't expecting it.
Doesn't seem to be going well.
Dude, they got a save.
Performance from APEKS.
I think they got a save.
2v4 now. What's the decision? You could see a world where they go and save, but still pushing forward.
You guys have got to save this.
Poison all going down. It is the call.
Especially as there's up over towards here.
Definitely a moment or two where I didn't mind, again, Na'Vi trying to get ahead of the play, trying to get back into the site, but it definitely seemed like more of a raw push attempted. I think a paint shell thrown into that backline. Just, as I said, once the plant goes down, it seems like there's going to be a solid hold. Molzy attempting to try and hunt that down. I'll also say as well, like, Na'Vi got rid of, in my mind, the one massive danger, which was, if you got rid of Governor, that was the Armageddon gone, because he got it online from the death.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to matter in the end.
The other thing is Molzy's the guy going aggressive.
Probably an easy call, right? Just do your 4-person aggro, try and get the orb.
Take him down, rob him of a few weapons, but more importantly, that death, had he have gotten a pick first, that put him one away from a Rolling Thunder. So now big ultimates with a little bit of ground take, with an orb seized, you can have not only Governor, but Molzy online with their ultimates as well. Now that's going to be a terrifying prospect.
On paper, Na'Vi should be good. Yeah. They're struggling from like the. I feel like I put Na'Vi and K-Corp in the same boat at the moment.
To take a breath,
they both should be really good.
They certainly needed it. It has been a feast of breadcrumbs for this squad. One round scattered throughout a sea of APEKS
it's
victories.
Still early, but
if they close this out 8-4 as well, Tom. I mean, I know it's a different composition than last time, but Navi looked a lot worse on the attack against KC before. But with the comp they had, they should have.
I'm not so worried about that because you didn't actually have real initiate utility. Like,
maybe I haven't seen that much of the Lotus yet.
You had no duelist in the last
Their ascent's really good though.
They didn't
Their
have the
ascent's like
Fade,
8.
They only had Teo, so it meant that they had a singular drone to get them info. So
have I ever had a Taco Bell? Yeah, I've had Taco Bell.
Yes. They had the Vice Flash for a
They weirdly have Taco Bell in Iceland.
So I
we don't have McDonald's, but we have Taco Bell.
Honestly,
but for some reason it's like joined with KFC, or at least it used to be. I think they might have left Iceland now.
Fine. Like, it's very much
it used to be,
I think they'll still have this sort of lurking Koala just to basically stop them from getting aggressive. He can still buy the operator and basically hold down sections of the map. It's not impossible.
Same company, yeah.
It's just the manner in which a lot of these rounds have gone. Like, you're talking about, okay, the hero got a multi-frag this round. Okay, they had a really aggressive defensive side round, but the actual holds have looked weak and their retakes have not looked good either. So I'm
Chat, why are you guys taking the mic up? How I say taco? What do you guys do?
Even consider if they'd won the second round,
you the guys that put an R in it that doesn't exist?
Doesn't feel just when you look at the half has gone.
I mean, but if you look back at that, sure, like the pistol was a gap of 15
Taco?
HP. The next round that Navi won was a 1v3 that was
you guys
into a 1v1.
Are looking outward when you need to be looking inward,
one of his
to be honest,
3 shots that he's landed this half.
That was needed.
No, it wasn't, but it still happened. And I think especially looking at Koala, this is a player that has been the standout for Navi, and of course the duelist here, the Raze in particular, somewhere that he has had all that success.
Don't start me on the education system out there. I know most of you guys kicking off for American.
Well, that's where it gets a little,
you guys are just randomly adding an R in.
But it is, I think for APEKS, like, it feels like they've got full control, and that if we are to go down and look back at rounds and go, well, what if that went the other way? Most of those rounds that I think of as being on a knife's edge would be the ones that landed in Navi's camp anyway. So this seems like they've got 4 that they've barely managed to claim, scattering them throughout, no consecutive wins, and also 4 that if we ran those, the end of those rounds back again.
Yeah, it's fun though. You're really tilted. I like that.
They'd win all 4
okay.
of them. Maybe I give them 2.
Let's keep on going.
I'll have to wait and see if they can claim that final round of the half. Operator back into the hands of Koala. What an offer showstopper as well for Hero. It's not the worst case scenario.
Okay, Odin on attack.
Buying a throwaway Odin.
Dude, throwaway Odins.
I'm not
multiple.
sure, does that make you happy or sad? Happy that they...
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. They won away from an orb.
It makes me happy because it means that they're acknowledging the power
but they
of
late
it,
clear
it's
and
a
they should
financial
be
issue,
getting
you
the
know,
raise
like
off.
it's a great piece of utility, but maybe they're not confident on using it to entry. That's really on them. A little aggression from NAVI that we've seen
Hero,
before,
go
and APEKS
get the
already
orb,
on
mate.
that learning
You're killing
curve
me.
that they've stepped back, they've conceded that space. Last time NAVI went for this hard A push.
Falls over towards here, but this should be the example that I was saying where they just can't get anything with a chamber over towards C. It just always going to get droned off. So I think putting the chamber C 3 times isn't great. Again, I think you should be doing it B. No one defaults B with a drone.
With the drone as well. Like the amount of times that he's been in aggressive position has been completely caught out. Still though, the defense have full coverage. 45 seconds left. B has the trap. You also have the operator still facing in that direction, and while the Rolling Thunder is going to be utilized, but as you said, this is all a ruse, and in fact,
But
it's
they
worked
kind of
perfectly.
clear that
We've seen
pretty
Ruxic
early, but the
TP to the
rotate
other
is
side of the map.
huge.
Showstopper is going
Onto
to
the
be
Yoru.
Okay,
Okay, Hero at least gets good info too. They haven't seen the Omen, I think. That's the only person they haven't seen.
It felt like
Governor
this was the
has
best
salvos
opportunity
and
for
all.
NAVI with a conventional A hold a player up on Ruppel. They had in fact, the showstopper, obviously, they had a huge chance to catch that A push, but they second-guessed themselves. And of course, with the Rolling Thunder on C, you expect that they're committing. Batu's being caught. NAVI on the slow walk, the train, arriving on the A site. And APEKS in trouble. Armageddon put into play. It forces Ruxic forward. Angel
one
goes
went
back.
forward, one
They're
went
not on
back,
the same
maybe.
page, and they'll pay the price for it with
don't know about
inefficient
the
trades.
salvos.
The
I think should have
salvos were
saved the
there as well,
salvos for the
just to
next
make
half.
it turn from bad to worse, keeping them on the other side of the smoke of Ova with another, but he's still got 2 more to pick up. They're dancing through that smoke.
Oh my god, such a nice try.
That was so desperately close.
That was a really nice try.
But in the end, enough time on the clock for NAVI to push up
Dude, they
to
got
5.
It felt like the chamber got absolutely wrecked. But in my opinion, it was a bad game plan.
But it is a round
had a lot of priority over towards C against the Teo.
Think they'll take that one. Nonetheless,
QT with the prime. Thank you for the 14 months. Thank you, thank you.
That second half.
7-5, just as I said, yeah, but honestly, I thought it would be this way around. That's normally what you expect. APEKS should be pretty happy with that. 5 good enough on defense, not really with a chamber comp, unless APEKS are going to give them picks. They might have to, well, I think they have to win pistol. I say might. I think they got to win pistol NAVI. Dude, APEKS had some nice mid rounding here though. That's some really cool rounds on him. NAVI had some questionable rounds. Definitely throwing more question marks over towards NAVI than APEKS on this one. Gov influence? Yeah, it might be. Mid rounding looked nice. Definitely the plan with the TP up the top to counter the chamber. Good. What do you think about your APEKS to Toronto take? I mean, it's less mad now I've seen them play. I'll give you that. Let's see them close this one out though, because they should close this out. Aslak with the prime. Thank you for the 6 months. They can't close this one out, then I'm worried.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5. It's been a bit of back and forth.
What's even the point of not playing the Teo right now?
Shaky start. They've managed to
still might not be a believer, I guess, but
to make this look doable. Moving on
I
to the attack.
I gotta
Previously, they
gotta
won
start
1 out of
questioning
7
you if you're
rounds
not a believer.
up against KC in kickoff. But again, with this composition, I don't foresee them having as much trouble. But with the performance so far, Tom,
Shazam, stop flaming chamber, dude. It's good on this map. It's just they played it wrong.
We'll see if they come to light for NAVI, or if this can be a return to form.
I'm telling you, if they had put it
the
here, like 8 out of 12 rounds, and the other over towards here,
on the defense,
with the TP here, and they actually went aggro,
kind of the
like, it would have been a lot
you
better.
will have these group ups of 4 and then leaving Koala hold on to positions. For now, though, they're actually going to aggressively fight forward. It's not the worst start, but Governor able to get to a good stun coming out of the APEKS side of Over, realizing that this is not worth fighting anymore. You already have the player advantage. and just wanting
I
to
always
try
defend the chamber.
Yeah,
Yeah, I still think the chamber's good, but honestly, the chance of the chamber getting played since the Teo came in really decreased, man. Teo just completely owns chamber in multiple ways.
NAVI stopped completely in their tracks around Mound.
I think there's a magnet on Koala where the Jarge is like, I'm gonna get you. Like just following him around the map. I think he's had to shoot it every single round. Governor really is in his head.
Calm.
Nicely done. The
Real
blast
calm.
pack in from Hero, but Fluorescent didn't take the bait. Dealing with the problem of Xiao first. And, wow, that's enough flashes.
Really, really nice.
That's not something
Dude,
that NAVI could have imagined
really
in the last time they played this map.
The thing I love that is we have the POV of Governor shooting there. I only realized it afterwards. It's like pew 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 pew, and then Fluorescent's killing everyone. Like, yeah, I got them all. I got them. Oh, why didn't my kills go up?
Our rapper's dead, buddy. Lock in.
Well, it doesn't matter. They're locked in nonetheless. APEKS with a pistol under their belt. But hey, NAVI saw the
It is 1-1 for the
same
pistols.
fate.
Obviously, they got ecoed when they did the weird FPX buy here on defense.
They can look
and
for the
doesn't
same
work great.
success. Now, I think APEKS are not giving up A main in quite the same way that their opponents were, looking to battle for it a bit more, a bit much perhaps from Fluorescent, but that's because the gate crash was online. Got their info early that there's players outside A, but they seem to think that it could be a bit of a fake, a bit of a maneuver from the NAVI squad. They might even be right.
Thing is, there's so little to play with in this round.
They got 3 bullets.
I also
That's
say
about
that
it.
The way that second round was lost in the first half was maybe some of the NAVI players slightly overfacing. I don't think we've really witnessed that at all from APEKS. They've been looking much more synergized in terms of their play, and there we go again. I'm telling you, the drone is tracking only Koala.
Thoughts on the EMEA teams not using Phantom as
Except to
much?
the wrong sort of animal.
Honestly, I haven't really noticed it.
I think as well, though, you know, he's the
Only
guy
like
that's always going to be
1
holding
weekend.
that gap of space, an absence of info, and of course that's where you send your drone in. The problem is, because they saw him, that they think that it could still be that A hit. You've seen Viper rotate over just in case, knowing that there was just one, but with the wall still available, and the information coming at a much heavier cost than I thought it would. Governor's being eliminated immediately, and now this is fairly similar to what we saw from NAVI. One player on the site can't afford to be isolated, but does delay them slightly with the util.
Wait, they're pivoting back to B, 15 seconds. As we can see on the minimap, it's incredible. Does Avova consider it? Yes, he does. He has flash. Do they want a fast flood? No, they don't. No, they get the plant.
It's a risky play,
And they got the luck over towards tree. Wait, this is kind of scary now.
The B site is so much better for them. They can get in these close range angles. They can play that post plant nicely, although not having a mass amount of utility. The boom bot,
wait, he hit that shot.
Paranoia is not bad. Trap yet to be utilized, but not wanting to give away the positions. Everything here comes down to that time. A chance for Hero to find some damage, but not expecting the second player to be here. Koala as well, still having a bullet or two left, but already somebody on the defusal. They need to get in there and soon, and it's not going to be soon
Okay,
enough.
nicely done. Just double vision block.
Round.
Played too many off of the site. Double vision block, wall and smoke. Very nice.
I'm going to assume he ran out of bullets.
Yeah, probably. Well, they
Still
were
a nice
spamming
mid-round
a bit.
from
I mean,
Angel,
it's
though.
possible. Just unlikely.
Got a little bit scary with the time,
9 to
but
5. APEKS do well to find that, but that was actually quite nice from NAVI. Just pure chaos. The way they play the A main, go back to C, go back to A, and then route their way into tree. And with 15 seconds left, open the door and run back to the B side. Again, huge risk, and it didn't work out in the end. But you can see the idea, and you can see that had APEKS have chosen different routes back into the site,
Was it a plant and 2 kills?
Yeah,
with just classics, that's not bad.
It's better than the expectation coming into the round, so
100%.
yeah, they've done a good job. Problem is, 4 rounds behind, and if they don't win this round, then all that good work goes out the window.
Yeah, especially with the weaknesses here and there.
Canub with the prime. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you.
Pistol.
You take a lot of map control, APEKS.
In fact, doesn't even
Before
have
some
any shields
BBL
alongside. It really
Liquid.
is saving for a rainy
I think
day.
BBL messed up the veto slightly, and Liquid had a really
where
good
the
ascent
rifles
defense.
Fully online. The one interesting thing is if this comes to a late round,
Liquid had a lot of thought
maybe a
into
post-plant.
the 2 maps that I think they
Drift
thought were
is
very
available
likely.
for Fluorescent. A chance for her to get her team the info if they're in a winnable spot. I don't think you're going to see that ultimate thrown in just for fun. But with how much aggression she's already got on the A site and the look that it's going to be a C site hit, the 2 players there are going to have to do a lot of work. Although
Lovely timing on this.
Snakebite timing
Open the door to create pressure. Are you going to Prowler this, or are we sending it?
Second guess things a little. Maybe it should. There's quite a few players here now.
They've picked up the first, not ready for Governor perhaps, but Hero is on
Over?
the ball. They're not spotting him over though.
Oh my god, imagine he got the
kill
first.
has put APEKS in a decent spot considering the round that they're in. An outlaw in play, but everyone's 150 full shields. And, well, the weapon not reloaded on the peak is probably the biggest issue of all. Fluorescent, well, now it comes down to tidying up. It's housekeeping. Can they pick up 1 or 2 extra kills? The round looks quite difficult to find, and indeed they've got a beautiful little stack up. The flash will not catch them either.
Nice.
2 players in water hiding behind the walls.
Still, they got 2 kills though.
Aware of
Should
what
be
was
happy with
about
that.
to come around
It's
that
alright
corner.
bonus. Could have been better. Could have been worse.
Decent from the side of NAVI. Because as I said, a lot of those rounds have been messy even towards the end. I was looking at Fluorescent, who's currently 16-9, going up into a 1v3, and there was still a part of me that thought that maybe she could take it over the line. But this is the thing. They are now going to go in with full rifles, dimensional drift still available, not
You
utilized
think
in
a
the
KO
last
player
round.
will now throw the flash on the
chance
floor,
to
kind of like Yoru? No. The right click was the thing that got buffed the most.
With not a whole lot of extra.
The left click is
play with them.
purely for
Aggressive stance as well.
ranked people, really.
Full sprint all the way up. The problem is, to do that with 3 players and still have a player on B, you don't have that traditional sentinel, means the A site is quite open.
The KO right click, like underhand throw, got the biggest buff ever.
Players making it to the door. That wall's soon to fall. That's going to open up a window for them, and it's free. Angel caught off guard.
No way. No
has keep
bullets?
herself alive and confirm that
Big
information.
jewel from
at least
above
2
though.
spotted.
Yeah, everyone locked in. Oh my goodness,
Such
how?
a great follow-up though. NAVI. Oh, that's a heaven sent of a round for them. We're back into winnable territory. 1 picked off on the cross though. Rooksik 11 HP and Hero on 66. But he
What a
lands a
kill
headshot
that is, and Hero
turns
gets
the
the
tide
ult, and Hero
right
needs
back
to
in their
use ult.
favor. Showstopper already
You
online
gotta win
before
this
that
round.
kill. And now, well, that will be a beautiful safety net, maybe even used here
Weird,
just to
Avova
close
needs
it
to,
out. This is a
like-
Vova after all.
Okay. I was going to say, Avova needs to somehow get the ult out of them without touching the spike.
To try and bait the opponent, and he's just going to go jumping
Very
straight
nice from
through.
Hero.
Okay, it needed to
Oh,
be
what
incredibly
a close
quick
round this was.
reaction
11
from Avova to get
HP,
that one,
28.
but
I think some of those splash damage from his
solid
ult.
round from Hero. As I said, I think whatever expectations you had from NAVI coming into the map, seeing him on a duelist, I was always thinking there would be big things. Second top fragger in the server at the moment, second only to Fluorescent, which I think that's acceptable when you've been playing Sentinel for about a year.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. Good shit.
Good to see that Koala's still in high spirits. I think that is the thing I really like
Outlaw
about Koala, is even if he is not having the best of games, it still seems like you'll cut to the cams and the vibes are still there. That's something he's brought over from Americas, I feel. I don't know if the EMEA guys are quite as positive.
Dude, it's like the old school Joggermo.
Clearly you need to pump up Hero more if he's going to be doing
Yeah,
stuff like
Joggermo peak.
that.
Yeah, keep it up, whatever just happened. That is a wonderful opening. Blast pack into just a dry swing on Governor, who has no idea what's coming. Weaker weapons indeed, and well, they had no chance in that duel, as we can say for Fluorescent and Avova. A quick shutdown on the redirect to the C site. NAVI find themselves walking into an open site. Well, depending on how quickly they get there, Batu has rotated in. It's the last remaining player for APEKS in this round. Claiming this
Yeah,
would
at least
be
he's got some damage
something
done.
he looks back on for many
An armory
years to
buy,
come,
that's
but
it. Yeah, this
an
might get
in-zone
close.
flawless
That's a
in the
lot of
stars
money.
for NAVI.
Looking
One
like the
round
first half,
behind
really.
now, very nicely recovered from this squad, who seemed to just be clawing for any foothold in that first half. Now they very much got their act together.
Seems like put the guy from the Turkish league back on duelist. Good strat.
Not bad.
Good strat.
Not bad. Top fragging now.
Took that one straight out of the Fnatic handbook.
Okay, another op dropped though.
Funnily enough, their opponents also did it for a game with Batu, so...
What is this?
We've seen this one before.
4-person
Hero's
holds
having
and just have the op watching this.
fantastic
Okay.
game.
Looked like they expected a fast B.
Batu's just spotted a sneaky Rooksik, maybe trying to get into the backline or at least trying to
Dude, they
sell
were
the
so
idea.
out of
This is a
position, but
ruse,
this
by
is
the
still
way.
nice from Navi, right? Omen
Hero,
all over
who's been
towards
the star of the
spawn,
show the
pulls
last
the
couple of
rotates
rounds, is
away, they then get
attempting
C
to
side,
try
you
and
can see
sell the
3-person
idea of
walking
faking.
through,
Bear in mind, though, Fluorescent is
and
waiting
they
and
might have
watching.
overcooked this one, could have kept it
Well,
nice
that
and
immediate
simple,
pick-off.
as we can
The problem
see.
now is that the fake has done better than the take.
Yeah.
I mean, little do they know the take actually worked wonderfully. You sacrifice a player and that
what's
whole
the call
half
now?
of the map is wide open, but you'd be foolish to go running in as if that were the case. They don't know that the gate crash was used towards the C site. They don't know that only now has that op rotated back into the A site. So they've taken their time waiting for opportunities. Those opportunities never came. So they step up. I will say, risky to shift walk up in this space where they know there was an op before, and with Governor waiting eagerly for Heroes roundabouts, there will be no flank. It all comes down to the site take, and it looks like they're moving towards B. Probably better to avoid the operator. Let's see if they have a better time against Batu.
Batu seems well aware of this potential. It's whether or not they can maybe spot an angle from above. Missed shot. That was an opportunity, and now with the remaining players still having that Armageddon online, this is a seemingly an easy setup. Not even going to use it. Salvo's attempted to at least try and chunk a bit of damage. I believe that Xiao did take a slight hit, and then the patience from Fluorescent has put NAVI back into a horrible position. But here comes Xiao. He's been a little bit quiet, tried his best to bring that round back. That's not going to be the case.
I mean, the overall idea from NAVI was nice. But APEKS kind of called their bluff, and Floor
at least able to afford an investment out of this. It's certainly not lost yet. That's just one little hiccup, but they managed to put 3 rounds in a row on the board. A repeat of that would be wonderful, and that's exactly what they're going to come in looking for, calling a timeout here to touch base with Happy, with their coaching staff. See if they can find an easy solution to some of these problems. But here on the attack, it hasn't looked that terrible. I think the fact that Fluorescent finds an opening pick and is able to escape out is just the nature of that operator and that Yoru, and the fact that they move back towards A after the plant, and
they've done alright to get it a little bit closer.
Isn't ideal either. Those 2 op shots landing, I
think,
made
APEKS
the
win last week,
in this
and
round,
they won
especially with a big performance by Xiao
they
on the
lost
site. There's definitely some hope to
Icebox,
draw from that.
I'm
The
trying to
first
remember
half,
the
I
other
was
map
certain
was.
this was going to look a lot more dominant, just because of how strong APEKS were playing, and now honestly it felt like NAVI were getting a little lucky in some of the rounds they were winning. This time, I don't think that's the case. They've earned that early contention in the half, but they still have to make up for that gap in rounds from the first.
Yeah, and it's also now, I don't mind the pause here, coming in from Happy, an attempt to talk through with the squad. Like you said, the deep playing operator, it kind of solved the whole idea was to basically try and push all of these players over to the C site. But when you have that operator from Fluorescent, she can hold across so many different angles.
Forcing down to Nico, they didn't get to buy 3 guns.
Pacey with it, or you still have to use utility. So I can't expect that we're going to see those
Only
same sort of
here
bruises attempted by the
nice.
side of NAVI. And then coming into this round, a
Wait, they're
couple
going
of
for the
ultimates
pinch?
incredibly close being online. Again, we're going to see this aggressive push up, an immediate usage of that Armageddon, trying to force them into the hands of Avova, and that's exactly what they've done. Angel's not going to survive it. It all hinged on a kill coming out from Hero. Xiao has at least got rid of Fluorescent, though.
They either push forwards or they push back into the double swing.
Angel is that maybe they wouldn't have put the ult all the way into the corner.
You don't have anywhere else to go at that point.
Yeah, it was run into the choke point with the spike was an opportunity.
They got really good set ult rounds, to be honest.
More annoyed
we were talking about it on Icebox, right? They had some nice set ult rounds.
And found by NAVI with a slow shift
up. And then also on this was awesome.
Not expecting them to still commit to this angle, and Avova's the one to find the info, at least gets a paranoia out of them. So somewhat less utility for NAVI to work with, but post-plant Astra can still do quite a lot.
I like this from Gov, though. He's just clearing over towards B. He's going to lay great pressure over towards Mount.
Trying to keep a couple of pockets of space. Try and use that surprise element. Could make things that little bit more awkward. Obviously, that time is already ticking, and Koala's been forced off the
Oh my god, that's sick though. Molly into salvos, and I think Koala might have just re-stepped back into the molly.
But instead is found by an opponent, although that time is ticking.
Wait, that's
can only
sick.
Get one. Solid trading, but more importantly,
I think Koala messed up. I don't think he realized how much HP he was on after the salvos. I'm pretty sure he went back into it.
Came back off an ult and off.
We'll probably see in the replay.
Yeah, they've done
that was
really
nice.
well.
That was good
in
util.
particular,
Salvos
I know
into
it's
molly.
easy when he picks up the 3K, but the way that he does it, that choke point was being watched. They had Xiao hiding inside, waiting.
It's a great round from APEKS, this one.
Well, that one was doomed from the start.
Yeah.
But the snake bite, I didn't realize he was that low. Not ideal. Hidden inside the smoke. It's like a trap.
That was the thing. They forced him into that position because of where the salvo was and because where other utility was thrown, and then he just steps back into it. So a bit of an error, but also there wasn't really any space that Koala could go back into. Viper's Pit immediately utilized outside of C. Now they do have
you can
the
force through
Nightfall
this.
and a Showstopper. So if they wanted to clear this, they could. It seems
Definitely
like the plan
force
instead
through
maybe
this
to
with a
go back
Razor.
towards B.
Nightfall can be very effective here as well if they decide to deploy it. Looks like just a straight push in with the Showstopper. Hero chasing them down. Stuns caught him. Governor's not gone terribly far, but I think he'll be safe there. Depends how deep Hero put that shot, and indeed he's lost a lot of HP, but survives on 50.
Keep an eye on the Shao luck.
Good start. Look at this late
I might get a lot
by
for this.
Shao. They're already retaking control towards the broken door.
Kind of like
If
how
Shao can
Batu's
creep up,
playing
I
this
think
as
he'll be a
well. Late
little
luck
late,
over
though.
towards
APEKS
C. We've got
moving
luck on
somewhat
luck at the
quicker
moment.
than their opponents might expect them back into this retake.
Thing is, they've got like a double luck. An
Um,
aggressive play.
what's
Hero
going on
ends
there?
up taking out his IGL. Removing him from
Okay, Hero's
position,
made
but
up for it
fine.
with the shots.
Ends up trading out those remaining spots, and I actually really like that post plant from NAVI. I think the fact that they don't just sit back and allow their opponents to retake.
It's nice when
they
Shao's
leave
there as
Koala
well.
deep towards B main. They leave another player out towards A main, wrapping him behind. But they realize, okay, if we just stay on the
Koala
side,
get to buy
we
an
can
op
still
on
be
defense
surrounded
this
from all
map?
the
Yeah,
other
like
angles. So
4
they use
rounds,
that
maybe
nightfall
even
in
5
towards their
rounds.
opponent's spawn.
He maybe
And
bought it
that's
like
where they
3,
end up
4,
finding the
but had
value.
into like
Sure,
5 rounds. Saved a
might look
couple.
a little bit silly, but I think again it's just Angel trying to be as disruptive as possible and give his teammates a good opportunity.
Yeah, I was worried that would be the first domino. I mean, he was a bullet away from taking down Governor, so fair play for just standing in.
Oh boy, that fade eye is.
Now opens up onto Fluorescent. You have to note that
Was this the one that's here? The one that's like in the wall?
Between them and NAVI.
That fade eye is so strong.
To close in. We've seen them juggle the weapons right back.
Prowler goes out, creates a lot of pressure over towards it. Instant group up. It's a nice shot.
Or rather stolen, I suppose, by NAVI. No way for APEKS to claim that back without a very deep push indeed. Already down to a 3 versus 5. 2 players on the B site, but not going to be close enough to cause any damage. And you can see the respect they
Let's
give
start
that
looking at the
orb,
next
just
round.
scared a snake
Yoru
will come
or
in and steal the round
we've
away.
got Breach
With
or
Batu's utility so far, I think that's a fair.
against nothing. And they're pretty
risk
far away
assessment.
from ults as
Well,
well.
it's also that you run
Dude,
through
APEKS,
a
man,
poison
they're
orb,
they're
and on the
actually
other side,
in
someone has
the
an
position
SMG,
to win
even
it.
a pistol,
Not
a
this round,
shotgun.
obviously, but
Like it
wait.
can be incredibly rough. Governor
Really?
at least managed to find one. The salvos will give him a 1v1 fight, but wasn't expecting Shao to be that far forward. And with the spike now making its way to the back of site, don't really see any real opportunities. Of course, Batu with a gun in hand. They had 2 for this round. One of them was Fluorescent dying within the first 5 seconds or so, just attempting something incredibly aggressive.
They're going to look for the other weapon.
Yeah, I think that has been juggled very far away, but Mosey doesn't really have anything to lose.
Where's that rifle? Yeah, I think he's so stunned.
Yeah, it's like what?
Like,
Well, I guess I gotta go die.
It fell through the floor? Call a pause.
I like the idea that
just juggled it back.
That Fluorescent is going, no, that's where I went down. That's right there, right there.
You open?
And then Mosey's going, it's not here. Not here. Where? Right there. Look again. Look again.
Oh, I like the stun. Trying to keep them contained. Oh, there's the rifle, but no chance to run away. Spike will claim him.
Little chamber.
An assist for Chamber as
Chamber
well. Koala will be
assist.
happy with that little stat
Sometimes
padding.
you
One round
gotta take the
between
freebies.
them. NAVI, they really came in on shaky foundations. That first half, it looked like it could have went either way. And if it went the other way, it would have been APEKS already closing this out. But now, 1 round behind, and the attack side
I love the
looking good. That's
love the timing of the
5 out
timeouts at
7
the moment.
rounds have gone their way, and I don't think there's
Because they can
been
just have a
anything
great plan here.
like insane that we look
They
at and go,
could-
there's no way they could do that again.
They could do
They've
something
got a
aggro
very
at the
well-rounded
beginning, but
attack
probably
side
too
on
obvious, so they
display,
could
and it's
definitely play like
APEKS
retake
stalling
over
out.
towards the
They've called
side
the
if they
timeout to
wanted.
hopefully
They know they're up
pull them
against
out
an
of this
attack
tailspin.
op, so they don't have to
I
like
think
peek
Koala's had
anything
a
if they don't want
decent
to as well.
resurgence. Like I said, it'll be about those lurks and holding down
They got
any
killed by the
aggression that can be thrown
fades.
through. And you
I
kind of
as
have
well,
that
so they
expectation
could
when your
spam
opponent
it
is
if they
running
wanted to go
this
aggro A.
Breach, Teo, Yoru. You want to try and have set plays. You have all the pieces to get yourself information
can
and
still
then
win it.
set
But
up
the ults
into
on
something.
I mean, they're
well,
in
if
control.
your opponent is holding angles with
Like,
an
these two are
operator, you can't do
sick
that as
ults.
much. You have to know exactly where they are. And well, so far, I think Koala's been quite dynamic. The other factor has to be, though, that it does seem like, well, Hero, Shao, Angel have all been having a solid game. Hero especially. As said, it's been quite a while since we've really expected this guy to be playing a duelist, but it's good to see that it doesn't look like there's any rust there whatsoever. Up there, top fragger within the server, and I guess the main sort of difference here, and probably one of the reasons why APEKS have timed this ball so well, is they come in with 3 ultimates. 2 of them can be combined together, especially alongside those salvos. So I have high expectation that APEKS are not just going to be sitting back this round.
Oh, okay. Dropped it at the end.
Heroes managed to shake off that rust coming into round 22.
Dropped it as he decided to go aggro over towards A. This time they change up their fade eye, and they were maybe expecting the same fade eye up on the wall, but this time they did the deeper fade eye. Hey, what though? Trades are kind of nice.
Around A main, attack or defensive side, they lose opening duels. It looks like it's slipping away, and he's the one to step up and put that performance through. Got his Rolling Thunder as a result, but also went down. So that'll be for a future round. 3v3, and the pressure onto Fluorescent, not with an operator either.
HP.
So those headshots might be necessary as they cross out, and it's a clean opener.
She's done her job. Just needed to get the pick and get out of there. Good opportunity still for a post plant, and HP already low. I feel like there was a temptation from
pressure on every single angle, and
get a little
they
bit
gotta
more
get some map
aggressive.
control.
Dimensional drift is going to give them every single piece of information they could ever need, and actually
Smoke to hide around
walking
though. This was nice.
over. This could be perfect.
Yeah, they just instantly take over towards the side.
Usage.
The Omen flash means they don't hear the TP out of there.
Doesn't quite manage to
kind of
get
just
that
locked
pick,
in though.
Still standing as Ruxic, trying to dance
very
within
nice
the
from
smoke,
APEKS
so
on this
will
one.
not survive any longer. Again, solid support utility. APEKS now 1 round away from taking their opponent's
APEKS 2
map
chances
choice.
to steal Navi's map. It's a huge.
No matter what, you can say Navi, they look a whole lot better. The work they've put in, the rethinking of how they approach this map, even just from the get-go, in terms of the agent comp that they've brought to bear, it looks so much better than it did before.
The problem, though, is...
I'm not sure what that was.
I think, I have a feeling the governor thought Fluorescent got that knife.
The knife,
and,
yeah, I think so.
I got a little bit overexcited, but I appreciate the support governor gives to his teammate Fluorescent.
Dude, and it's on Koala, who should have been doing this on defense. That's
it. The re-swing, definitely feeling confident in her ability, while maybe a little bit
lovely
too
trade
confident,
though.
still,
Oh my goodness, trades on trades.
It's back to a 3v3.
Do they call to go A? Tap spike go A?
They're taking their time.
Oh, Astro, it's plan B.
Cosmic Divide utilized once
Dude,
again
Mosey's
just to
gonna
make
wreck
sure
them
they
with
can
all
get
here.
safely into that post.
Angel!
Oh, maybe not.
Again, man.
Why?
Mosey's had a great game.
Just push for his own ult over towards Heaven.
Yeah, it is. It's not fantastic as a strategy goes, but this is the Brimstone main that's known for just the same kind of play. Ruxic is in a smoke. They haven't seen him, but they are shredding him. A knife attempt again. This time it's Batu, and it's the utility to claim the kill. Ruxic last alive.
Damn, dude. Okay, nicely done from APEKS. I got no idea what Angel's doing there because they have full control of A as well. Full control, full control of B site, full control of A, full control of Hobbit, and he pushes the ult over towards Heaven. I can't even fathom it. Nicely done to APEKS. They actually look better. They just look better on this map. And they really own the chamber, to be honest, because I think the chamber...
I have player cards now. Bro, it's been 4 years. I finally got player cards.
Oh yeah, me too. Bro, look at my card. Look at my card.
Yo, Batu.
I'm freaky today a bit, you know.
Batu.
They... Oh, what was I going to say, dudes? Oh, they handled the chamber really well, but Navi, in my opinion, like, didn't handle... It somehow looked like Navi hadn't played against the tail in practice, to be honest, with the chamber. Oh, really weird. Chat, what is the next map? APEKS picked Haven. Psych, thank you for the YouTube membership, mate. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much. Chat, let me get this VOD uploaded and then we'll get into Haven. RV. Right, back in a little bit, chat.
What a fantastic start for APEKS. They're on the board 1-0 against NAVI in this best of 3. I am your host, Yingsun, and I'm back here with Minnie and Billy. It got a little bit dicey towards the end there, but Billy, APEKS have managed to close it out. It's feeling like an upset.
On NAVI's map pick as well, nonetheless. So yeah, it's a little bit concerning for NAVI, but I kind of wanted to talk about the comps as well before we even dive into the overarching things about what happened. I know that I said I didn't like NAVI's Lotus before, but when I look at this now, I don't think that they found the exact value that they were looking for starting on that defense. I was expecting them to fight for a rubble a lot more. You know, they have the perfect amount of utility to be able to do that with the Raze, with the Fade, an Astra Star, an Omen Blind, whatever it may be. And I think it was round 10 where we actually finally see NAVI finding success in being able to fight for that A rubble control. So yeah, I mean, I still have questions about this composition. Yeah, still not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think if you contrast the APEKS comp to the NAVI comp, the APEKS comp is the strong meta, and then on the NAVI side, it's like they're relying on a chamber, and the chamber didn't really hit, to be honest with you.
We were all shocked, right? Because it was Hero on the Raze, and then you put Koala on the chamber. Was that the difference? Do you think
Hero had a decent game. It seemed to be going well. I just frame it more like you think about all the strong agents right now in the meta, and there's none of them really on NAVI's composition.
That's so Navi, right? Navi always do this. They always, for some reason, they don't want to lean into the meta right now. But APEKS, they took full advantage of this. We actually saw that in the game. So take a look, another look even, at Governor and Rova anti-stratting Koala Noob.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably on A somewhere, guys. Don't worry. Oh, they have an up. They're probably going to be in some sort of 4-1, okay? Or he might go aggro. Good job. I knew it! It's the only thing he can do.
Mini, Governor had the read there.
Yeah, and that's not even really anti-strat because there's no footage on it. It's just understanding how this chamber's going to play, and it seemed to work. Like, Koala didn't get much impact at all on that defense. I think he had a total of I counted 2 AWP kills. I didn't see much.
Yeah, I think it was really difficult because I think Tom and Mitch kind of mentioned it on the cast that any time they had that Tejo drone, they were just always able to kind of find out where Koala Noob was, and so it kind of put him in an awkward position because if he is getting suppressed, he's not able to TP back, and then at that point he was having to play a bit more careful on his defense. He couldn't go for those early engagements, which we would normally see him seek out.
And I love the impact that Governor has brought in game, you know, the communication, the vibes as well. He was standing up for so much in that map, and you guys mentioned it already. Hero, it wasn't the issue. Hero on this raid, you can see why they decided to put him here, and Floor on the other side. This head-to-head battle, Billy, was so back and forth and so interesting. And I remember, sorry, I directed this at you, but also the knife Now, Mini, I know back on Fnatic you had this rule, the knifing rule. It was a big no-no. So if you had seen Floor do this, we might see in a second, trying to knife somebody and failing, would you have fined her? Would that have been a fine?
You can't fine Floor, I don't think.
But anyway, but you would fine others.
I mean, usually, yeah. I mean, I think I got angry once. I don't usually fine people, but I got so angry that I was like, "You're gonna get fined if you go for knives." And this was at Champs, I think, or something quite big.
But this was at 10-10, I think, the scoreline.
I mean, it's pretty outrageous. It's pretty outrageous.
I love the confidence though, and I think a lot of what was helping set Floor up was that supportive utility from Malsey, right? I think he had a great performance again, being on that breach and being able to help set her up. A couple of team flashes here and there, but we won't talk about that. But then going up against Hero as well. I mean, Hero is a player that was primarily a duelist and in tier 2, right? This was something that we've seen him play a lot. If you go on his VLR, Raze is his most played agent, right? So it was a very welcome change, seeing him jump onto that. And it's nice to see Navi actually, you know, considering their options, but especially when we talk about Koala Noob's flexibility. We kind of hinted at that in the pre-match.
I would say though that Navi, this is Navi. We shouldn't be at this part of the season talking about options compositionally, I don't think. Like, it's crazy that we're almost like hitting a panic button in my opinion. Like, Hero looked great, but this ain't looking good for Navi. Like, their season isn't supposed to go like this. This team was built to go to international events, to go to those global events, not to lose to APEKS.
Yeah, I mean, the thought of even being 0-2 down, right, going into week 3 is not what you expect from Navi, but they haven't lost to APEKS yet. They've lost map 1. We will be heading to map 2 of Haven. Does the Navi stocks rise, in your opinion, when we go to Haven?
Well, it's not that map pick, so it'd be hard for me to,
I mean,
say that.
Are they good on it? Are they bad on it? Give me the lowdown.
They're fine at it. Like, they took Fnatic, who are traditionally a very good Haven team, like, very close and should have beaten Fnatic, so they've got to be pretty good, but this is APEK's pick for a reason.
Well, let's take a look and see what agents we're going to get for this map. And it looks like a Floor Neon on one side and an Angel Vice, which means Shao is back on server.
I mean, that's nice. The Shao on server is nice, but Navi double Senti Haven, this isn't something like...
But it's very Navi. If it's anyone, it's them.
Yeah, it's very Navi. These agent selects, I've given up.
You've given up. But I will say, with Floor being on the Neon on the other side, this double Santi Billy could be a very strong thing for Navi.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, like you say, with her choosing to play that Neon, we've seen so much Yoru from her. I think that playing the Neon, it's going to be difficult because if she's running into either Hero or Angel setup, she could be alone on site at that point. She could be falling into a death trap. So yeah, I think again, I would be expecting her to lean on Mosley for that supportive utility like we just saw on that first map. I think Governor as well is going to play a big part in this and trying to seek out where those double sentinel setups are.
Yeah, and I think that on like Haven is all about A main control usually. And on defense, I don't see a way for Navi to be able to actually take A main. So I think that's going to be the thing that I'm going to be looking for in this game.
I can't wait to see it. Now, last week, Hypok came back. This week, Shao is back on the server. Mitch and Tom, we're just living in the greatest timeline of all time, I think.
And we're getting to see Angel play a Vice. I mean, I've always enjoyed his different interpretations of how agents should be played. Brimstone was what he spearheaded. We just saw the
Angel
running
Vice.
through an
Oh,
Astro
double
Wall on a
sentinel on this
fade.
map.
Now, we'll get to see his interpretation of how Vice should be played. This one might be a little bit more conventional. We shall see
honestly.
Thorns early and activated down in sewers. No
They have to start an
possibility
attack
for
though,
Apex
but
to
it's one of those
continue
comps
that
that if they
A
get over
push, they'll be
towards
sent
site,
back
super
to this
strong.
Long aggression on its own and a paranoia, but it lands a little late. Fluorescent goes down, still good for the trade at least. So no, I'm surprised Governor's still going. Governor pushes right up when it seems like the push on short was cancelled. They initiated a solo A push?
No, I think what it was is because they put the shock darts in, they believed there could be no one in that corner.
Oh, okay.
So, but they didn't bounce them far enough into the back of the wall. So Shao, I think took 0 damage from those shock darts. So just a bit of a misread on the utility, and because of that,
Chema Yuki, thank you for the
again, it's his
gifted.
own shock darts, so.
I see it. And Isabella as well, thank you for the gifted also. Chema Yuki, Isabella, thank you so much, you two.
And a lurk being left on Hero. Now they've intentionally not broken that trip.
Good
Maybe
luck
trying to
and not
sell
breaking the trip. Yeah, might not think that anyone's in this corner.
It seems like they Be wrapping right back into Heroes.
Love that.
Still though, Badger's going to win that one and gets the second onto Koala. 2 players waiting.
Oh my god, he's dinking everyone.
For the young Turkish player, Xiao with another. It was hyped up on the desk, him back on the Sova. Well, he needs to ace the pistol.
Damn, the crouch
going to. It's Batu.
What a round from him.
Win this one out.
Trip still up, expects around the corner, and then kills the other one, and then dinks the guy's sight.
I'll be honest, I think with more time, this guy's going to be exceptional on the Sentinel.
Well, I think his Viper retakes last map were phenomenal, but right here, the idea that his trap inside Garage didn't give him any security. In his head, someone could be in any corner, and he cleared it, found his pick, and followed up, knowing that if I take a player out close in Garage, someone's probably going to be close to swing in, whether it's in the window or in this laneway here, and that's exactly what he ended up capitalizing on.
I do really go for this.
Actually ended up leaving Na'Vi in a spot
Xiao
where they were
drops
more
Koala.
for those fights.
He buys heavy armor.
Much more likely to have Koala,
and we got an outlaw that can one-shot 3 people at the moment.
Heroes playing deeper, and I think that's kind of their undoing.
And they just see it though. They see the recon. Recon, they see the outline of the gun.
Attempt at early fights with an Ares spamming.
So they know it's in play.
Your favorite gun, isn't it?
And Ares.
Yeah, you love the Ares.
Yes, I just so.
You're the LMG guy.
Got so much ammo.
You gotta like the Ares.
No, I'm a HMG guy. Give me the big one, the big boy, not that light machine gun 150 ammo BS. And then you look at the Outlaw as well. So even if they had full shields, which in this round they're not going to, you're gonna tag him up for 10 and easily take him down. Now, great highlight from you, Tom. Koala Noob.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Has his own Outlaw brought to bear.
Yeah, but he's 33 HP. There goes the heavy armor.
Another opportunity.
The investment's pretty much out of him.
Players that could take a shot from him had he have landed it.
Late recon over towards the long, spots one, and
an easy pickup if given the opportunity.
Just tries to take the 50-50.
Cover going out. Mitch being a hater. Just because he can't do something. Nonetheless, a solid setup. She's going to garner the easiest kill in Batu's
Molly's going to clean this one up.
Something that I'm sure Na'Vi are going to be checking for from now on. Oh, the stinger, a bit of a stinker. As Xiao is going to add another to his tally. Getting ever closer to already having his ultimate online. I think he's going to get one or closer
nice.
Everyone
gets one.
Fluorescent with the final. 4 players survive, and more importantly, so does the Ares.
Well, I'm not sure about that last part, Tom, but the rest I'm on board with you. A nice little team ace as well to pick up the spirits across the board. Not that they're needing much picking up after winning their opponent's map pick.
30 seconds. 1 enemy remaining.
I think, you know, it was a questionable fight from Malsey going out wide with the stinger, but, you know, he'll pay the price now. He took his risk.
So they know an outlaw's in play. They've got 2 people that can get one shot, and Xiao has to take the hit after dropping the gun. Only person to have kills, of course.
To come out of this weapon, and they're going to stack a lot of their players up on A. 4 of the APEX members
all passing aggro over towards A from APEX, and they have no idea about the Omen.
Pushing on long, trying desperately to take down Governor. Well, they risk.
And they saw the Omen flash here, so Navi should know that there's double shot. Normally when you invest in the Omen flash, you do your 4 aggro on A.
So the second player was actually denied being able to get through that choke. Ruxic, though, going alone. Running through the smoke on A, maybe still having the expectation that there was nobody there. Luckily, there's been a pretty hefty gap on the other side, and it'd only be an overextension into Batu, but the thing is they have no idea as of yet how far the squad have got into the back of the site. The rows basically just used to make sure there's nobody there, and I guess the cage to make doubly sure there's no one in that corner.
Yeah, if someone peeks from backside, they can just quickly
it happens. It's happened in a scenario where it literally doesn't matter, so
it's nice from APEX at the moment, though. Just looking like they want to do damage.
Why have you said that?
I'm getting ahead of the problem, you know?
I wasn't going to say that. That's just mean.
I don't know, Tom. I don't know anymore. But yeah,
Avova, timing's crazy.
Upset? No, the swing doesn't come in on time. He's going to be a little more upset.
Okay, only 1 armor rebuy, 1 gun. Not too bad.
Obviously checking his angles, but there you go. Relatively clean round from Na'Vi. A single player lost. Xiao still having a very solid game. Finding a couple of openers with the Sheriff. And that's the thing. We've always talked about Xiao across his history as a player as someone who can literally play anything. But you go back, and I think the Sova, and for me personally, him playing a Fade, I think is where I always saw his sort of best gameplay.
Important rounds in
Even if
terms of the money, so should see the
Shao
Sova
stopper
ult.
to
And it
come
looks
back
like
into play on the
APEKS
Raze.
want to do something
It never
aggro.
really came about.
Stun close.
Again, though, with this Neon, expectation is that there's
they're in
going to
the
be these
recon
aggressive
spin
starts. Already, though, a repeat from Koala. Just wanted to take the
Oh,
fight. There was
boy.
a second player there, and he's walked backwards into the aftershock.
It's not a strategy I've seen much before, Tom, but I don't think we'll
It's
see
a one-for-one
too much of it
trade.
after
That's
that.
fine.
Yeah, ideal
And
scenario.
for Fluorescent as well, you know. Decent trade.
Yeah.
Could have been an advantage, but we'll ignore that.
It won't be. Thanks to their mistake.
Does the recon get back here?
Still has quite a number of players coming towards him, and a reveal right behind him. Got a nice little
Whoa.
angle there. They don't
Whoa.
have any idea. It's free for the first. The planter in danger. They have to step in. The
Oh
stun is
my god, the
perfect.
stun was good as well. Molzy's gifted 2 kills. Lovely pause from Governor, and they had no idea
As that
you could
Ruxic is
avoid
the
that.
last one standing. Paranoia even caught him. Insult to
Did he
injury.
hit a tap?
And a firing squad awaiting him if he peeks. To
I thought
attempt
he
the
had the tap
spam
before
through
it
the
hit him,
smoke
but
to deny the defuse.
doesn't even
There's
want to try
no
go for it.
chance. As he realized and acknowledged early on, that's another round for APEKS. What a play from Governor. He had everyone coming his way. And just that
Fonzie
one
with the tier 1.
dodged
Thank you
no
so much
need
for the
to replay
25
that.
mums.
One dodged reveal, and this is what
Thank
he
you, bro. I
gets.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I think fully confident.
You see me, Floyd?
That's such an evil laugh.
Can we get a compilation of all of his little laughs after rounds? I mean, I feel like a lot of them, like,
He's got a
be
range
mini
on him,
boo.
it's true.
It's the same thing every time, you know? It's high energy. Yeah. But I feel
Sad
like Governor's a
strat.
different
Omen
person
flash,
every
stun
round.
deep, Sova recon into the ult as they're trying to dodge the ult. You got a Neon sending it, but Neon kind of sends it before they even fast bid the Sova ult's gone
Other
off.
players were a little too far away. That was dead on, but distance not quite ideal.
It's always quite easy to forget that it does actually have a distance range rather than just actually just hitting whenever you line
A little
up.
too
But,
early,
yeah. That's why
yeah.
you saw the players
Floor
run
needed to wait like
backwards
2
into the
seconds,
spawn.
to
It's
be
one of the
honest.
few places they can survive. This aggressive round hasn't worked out. We've seen
Also,
an
another
attempt with the
rate
Hunter's
like a
Fury combined with some aggression. However, though,
like
having that
sliding
expectation that somebody
forwards
could be
in
so
a straight
far up,
line,
Avova
really. This is so
tanked
easy to
relatively
hit.
low, but has managed to escape, bringing this back into a 4v3. Again, though, it's
Sliding
a full
forward for a
gamble
choke.
onto the other side of the map as they attempt to make their way into C. Maybe not.
No way they're going to go back over towards A.
Expecting that they've sold a ruse, there's a chance that if Angel falls here, this ends up back in a 3 versus 3, re-aggressing round onto the angle, but he will win that fight. Already spotting one. I think once the second player goes, surely the full
Surely
team
they
will
cancel
almost
this.
start just running back
Surely
the
they
other
cancel
direction.
this.
No, they're looking to try and pressure this. They're going into the blender, but eventually Koala has made that realization that this is not worth it. Even still, though, from a 4v3 with a low HP player, we now sit in a 2 versus 2. The one danger, though, or the one major danger, is that Hunter's Fury is online for Shao. Obviously farming up a lot of kills. Also wonder, I think Koala's just going to try and take one and then fade away.
Still has that gate crash to fall back to. Wonderful work again. Navi.
Yeah,
There
might
should
not
be no
even
way
need
for
to use the
one to fall
servo
the
into
other
this
way.
one.
Hunter's Fury, like you said,
Oh, he
online
tried
if
to
they
do the
need
thing where he
defuse
makes a sound
halfway,
after the
smoke
tap.
Pops. They've seen a tap. Now they know that they're in a dangerous scenario, not giving him the time to defuse even
It was
off
nice
the
to play
reveal
from
pop
Koala.
before it. They'll be swinging on into the angle. And that is a nice recovery of the round from Navi. Again, the early dangers here. Fluorescent firing herself down through mid for this early fight. The Kamehame from Governor doesn't quite land what it needs.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that was so... I could see it was too far away, but meters,
Yeah, it was a good
less
replay
than a
on that
meter
one.
in it by the looks of things.
The distance.
That could have changed the tide. Turned it completely the other way.
Technical pause, but yeah, a bit of a back and forth. I think that maybe the Hunter's Fury there was just a little bit too late from Governor, because you kind of hope that it hits
Yeah,
first,
so many
that then
phantoms, you're
Fluorescent
right.
gets the reveal of somebody in behind. You can maybe then throw a stun or something in
All
and
the tech
trap them.
pauses today,
Or you were
yeah,
hoping that they were
fair
outside
amount.
the A site.
They've been
stun goes
relatively
through,
short,
and then
though,
Fluorescent is to catch them as they try and go back. Instead, because they were kind of around the window, it left her in a little bit of an awkward spot. And so far, that Neon hasn't really found too much value on the defensive side. Of course, that can be where things become quite a bit more difficult.
Is that
There's
legal,
also
him
potential as
jumping?
well there, as we saw
The
in
jump
last map.
defuse tech?
Operator
Yeah,
comes
it's
online and
legal.
Fluorescent is pretty much going to revolutionize the defense, just how much you can shut down. I think the difficult thing as well when running a Neon into a composition that has that double Sentinel is you're almost definitely going to be pushing into someone. Like, we've seen those double lurks, Hero on one side, Angel on the other, and then sort of the info gatherers going elsewhere. But neither side really having a full chokehold on the map just yet. Obviously very early days. The thing I'm looking at though, Mitch, is a lot of ultimates available and about to be available for the side of Na'Vi. I think especially we've already seen the talk of the Vice being nerfed mostly to do with the vines, understandably. They do a lot of damage, last a long time, and the wall is going to be shortened in its timing. But that ultimate as well, like what you can do when you go into a buy round, just taking away all of that weaponry, and it is a large area. So maybe the whole of the B site, whole of the A site, just with no weapons. Could set them up nicely into this round, especially then when you consider that, okay, if they run in with the dimensional drift, you're going to have all the information as well.
The double sentinel comp,
especially if you do that dimensional
it's very strong
early,
in this meta
it makes it much easier for Angel to have that impact
mostly
with the ultimate reliably. And then obviously we've seen the combination a million times. You've seen it in your ranked games, the shoot me from 100's Fury onto that dimensional drift. It's an easy follow-up to try to take them down. Usually though, you're going to have something like a breach with you just to make that a guaranteed hit and kill. For Navi though, this is the thing, they have all of those options to work with, and this is the time to use them one round behind and climbing back up.
Now,
I've heard it's a little bit of an in-ear issue for one of the players. It shouldn't take too long to boot us right back up into the server.
Double initiate or double sentinel?
And then we'll see this one kick off as both squads come in here with
the Vice
economy
enough?
in
Nah,
an interesting spot. It could
I
swing
think the Vice enough needs to be more.
In the early half, not quite the impact.
It's a good start though.
Practicing their aim.
I feel like the
double sentinel is so good.
On that APEX
nah, it's still the delay is still super strong.
They are without a doubt.
How could they nuff her? I still think they should nuff the damage of the fawns. I think you should be able to disrespect it slightly. Like 7 damage maybe per tick instead of 10. I don't know, it just feels so much.
Back. That makes me think maybe it might be a little bit more extended. We might have the clock running down. We shall see in a moment. But I think the
enough, yeah,
thing
that's
is, you know,
long overdue
sometimes
as well.
these tech pauses come in and you see players, yeah, they sit back in their chair.
It used to be that, yeah, but honestly the agent was fine back then.
He's having a chat with the boys.
Well, he's not.
He was a second ago.
He's not allowed to have a chat. He's not allowed to have a chat with the boys.
The boys, actually, we need to get involved real quick.
That's a negative. He was definitely, for anybody, he was definitely not having a chat with the boys. He just said a few words to himself. That's what it was.
I think he was making comments about Evova's form and the throw.
Of course.
The hand warmers. It very much adds up for me. Where he'd be taking that.
Yoru should be nuffed, yeah.
I definitely want to see more content.
I mean, they did a slight Yoru nuff.
I actually think him and Angel are primed for it. They both seem like very
more money for the
men,
clone. Doesn't go around corners as easy. Not sure that one's intended.
I think one of the pieces I got to do around Ascension while talking with Mosey, and it's very difficult to tell if he's trolling or if he's not.
How would I nuff Yoru? I just think Yoru needs one more orb on
the ult. It has not faded away just yet, so luckily...
Either that, do you know what, I would put one more orb on the ult,
we'll be off to the
and I would also decrease the ult, how long it lasts.
Wait, are we
and then we're good.
Other people?
Oh damn, you know it's a long one when this is
happening.
happening.
Who Tom was referring
to?
boy. Thank you, the other people. Yes, we will be getting to game soon, but for now, there was a gear issue on stage. So we will keep you guys updated as soon as I know more information. But for now, let's talk about the comps. I don't think we had enough time during Agent Select to talk about this. So now we have a lot of time to yap about it. Let's start with the easier one, I feel like, to talk about, which is the APEKS comp. They bring in the Neon, Batu is playing Cypher. How do you guys feel about this?
I like this, yeah. Oh, look, that was the lowest one.
Beautiful.
Okay, we're talking about this. Yeah, we're talking about the Haven. I was expecting the Haven one to fly up. Yeah, I think that Batu on Cypher, we've obviously kind of like been looking at his transition to Sentinel.
Because as I said, the tech pause was short,
yeah,
honestly.
He was a great Yoru in kickoff.
I regret
he's been playing a lot more of that Viper
Cal's
recently.
cool with the tier 1. Thank you for the whole
Cypher,
year, bro.
I think he's doing a good job from what we've seen so far. I think that he was already kind of getting lurks and stuff here and there where he could. So yeah, I think he's settling in okay on the Cypher. I don't know how you feel, Minnie.
Yeah, I think it's fine. APEKS is playing the standards, Neon, Cypher, Breach. Like, it's all standard.
Nothing weird.
If I was going to be critical, like, every time I don't see Teo in this meta, I'm a little bit irked. But there are bigger problems for Navi's side, so I'm not going to be too...
See, I started with the easy, the low-hanging fruit, you know?
Yeah.
But let's move on to this Na'Vi one. We spoke about, you know, the angry Angel, the angry Na'Vi. Is this a byproduct of that, do you think?
Yeah, I did Bacon.
Na'Vi have to change something.
Nice. I
they
wish
have to
they
find
keep
their own
it,
identity, and this is the result of that.
I don't know. You're trying to
how angry
you're
are
trying to
you,
get
Mini?
me. If you do, we should do the next segment is me being angry at Navi's comps, and we look at every single comp.
So how angry are you with this comp?
It's not good.
But
it's really
how
not
angry?
Good. Angry.
Wait, which comp is you talking about? The Navi comp?
10 being you're raging, 1 being you're super chill, happy, cats happy.
I'm an 8.
8?
Yeah.
Ooh,
He's an 8 out of 10.
To me, this is just put Angel on Breach and it's back to their old comp, which is still not great, but it's reasonable. Like, it's reasonable. I just think that Angel really doesn't want to play Breach to the point where he's willing to play double Senti on Haven, which I don't think is very strong.
Now, I love this because Xiao's playing Sova.
Yeah.
You could, the other 4 could be playing whatever they want. You know, I
An 8 out of 10 anger for this. This is an alright comp.
But Billy, the fact that Xiao is back on Sova, the world is right again.
Yeah, this is great. This is what we wanted to see from Navi.
Because this is still the buffed Vice
and,
as well.
We expect this.
He is he just gave you a side eye.
He
proper gave you a
he's still angry. The issue is, right, as much as Xiao was great on the Sova, the issue is the rest of the comp isn't great.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Mini wanted to go down.
It's basically like you have to think about Haven. Like, why am I not happy with this? Is like, again, on defense, attack, we can already see the struggles. We don't have enough utility to actually take map control appropriately, in my opinion. Like, we can get down into the device thorns down into sewers is looking okay, but to go into like an A main default back into garage and explore the map a little bit, there's not enough there. And then the XX aren't going to be as strong. And then we flip to defense, where traditionally you say that the double Senti should be strong. And on this map, they can't take A main control, which is a vital point on defense. So it's like, to me, I don't see where this is winning.
I think they can't take A main control.
Just win every single round, but yeah, I don't see this.
I think as well, when we're looking at their composition, we're looking at ways that they can bait out that aggressive utility from APEX.
You just have to go there heavy with
really
the Omen
other
flash,
than say like the Yoru clone that can go in. So yeah, I think when I look at APEX comp in comparison to Navi, how are Navi actually going to bait out any of that utility? How are they going to deal with, like on their attack specifically, like Mini said, how are they going to deal with
the Cypher
utility
that Batu is going to
have up? What do we just send a Yoru clone into garage and then that's it?
Vice Molly? Yeah, I wonder if you just Vice Molly the wall bacon so they can't actually run out towards long.
Like this.
They have to go short.
You know, we talk about what is the identity of certain teams,
and then you smoke it off, but you do like a deeper smoke.
Past being like this. It's
yeah, that's what I think they're gonna do.
And I believe we have restarted one of the players' clients, and we're ready to send this over to the other people. Take it away.
Got the other people and ready to roll. What was that?
That was Kyra on the third mic.
Oh, fantastic. Shall I ask him some questions?
No. Okay. no, I don't think you should.
Well, it's 3-2. It was that score when we left you, and of course, as usual, we haven't played the game without you folks.
Oh, we actually played the whole match. I already know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Final score?
Na'Vi are going to win 13-9. And it's going to be an Angel 1v2 clutch to close.
I'm delighted. That means I get to see the split again, and oh wow.
You're excited for that.
If Angel's playing the Vice over there, then I'll be thrilled, to say the least. But yes, between these two squads, the first map, I thought we had a series set out to be domination from APEX. I think Angel squad, Navi, they started out a bit slow, but they really found themselves in that.
Surely we're back.
But the first half, round one,
yeah,
2 for APEX. Round one, and always by a narrow margin, 2 for APEX. There was always a response without even needing to go to the coaching staff. And I think for APEX, they were still quite wise, still quite aware of how quickly this lead that they had could spiral out of control. Moving into second half, closed it out nicely. But for Navi, there was always hope.
We're back in. Where even are we?
Well.
Navi just won the round, so these two won't be able to buy.
As we said before,
if they lose it, we get the
op
out for floor, we go for insta-C hit.
Lots of ultis for Navi.
Yeah, I'm looking at that operator.
Yeah, I mean, C hit's strong, and then if they decide to leave the side, they should just win.
All the way over on the other side.
Not sure about this Fawns. I think they missed their Fawns lineup.
Here it is.
An attempt to try and clear out
the killer combo. They clear sight and manage to combo
That's
it.
actually well worthwhile.
They still have another Fawns, right? Another Fawns and Wall. Wall goes in, and Fawns over towards here.
Wall as well,
You gotta insta-pop that if you're gonna place it there.
Destroyed. That's the thing, though. Fluorescent actually going to bait out the wall. I think expected.
Yeah, but this is still kind of nice. The luck doesn't have to go until the wall gets triggered.
Instead, she's gone back in the other direction.
If you have someone that maybe doesn't
close, the trades will come in, but still sticks
luck as much, these kind of protocols are like really nice to play
Hero
with.
in position, Xiao with another. It's going to be left all onto
Like
a
trip gets broken or wall gets broken, and that's when you go.
So much still
People used to do it with Sage a lot.
moments. And already you can see the shock darts coming in. Hero going to run all the way through.
Yeah, nicely done from Hero.
And it will be the head.
Good run from Navi.
Navi
A lot of ultis though, but
will get themselves
still
back up to level. Hero will even survive.
Didn't cost him that much either. Again, we talked about this combo before we went, and indeed, there we see the wall go up. My sound must be a little low.
You made me down myself.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tom. I'm sorry. Listen, I've piped the sound up. If someone fires an op, I shall go deaf. But for Navi, they came in and they only used that combo of the Hunter's Fury and the Dimensional Drift. That's very good ult usage from a squad that, again,
yeah,
looking at their last
Bacon.
game, it seemed like there were a lot of moments where panic overtook.
That was
as soon as they heard
though.
steps, everything was being thrown at their opponents. But
okay,
it's
I'm
not
pretty
the
sure
case
they got
here.
an eco on this one, but at least their next round's going to be good. They can definitely do a set
APEKS
round
not happy
with
about losing the last two
neon
rounds.
ult.
They take a pause here, going back to the coaching staff. And again, coming into this next round, this is where ults start to come online for them. They've got something to play with, but you got to be careful not to throw them all in here and now, because as you can see down the bottom of the screen, those numbers when it comes to credits, they're not particularly high. Getting a buy up here, it's possible.
Yeah,
that's actually true. Again,
Fluorescent might make them do it.
Yeah, I think that's the difference. Then again, I'm
they
looking
talking
at
in tech
Fluorescent
pause?
currently
No.
having a rifle as well. Maybe
You're only allowed to talk in tech
This
pauses.
should be point of contact. If he's first player taking a fight, then we got a
Even the
problem.
players are meant to be speaking in
I
tech
think
pauses.
what it is back at kickoff, Malsey had the gun, Fluorescent didn't, Malsey got flamed. I would say there was even one of Fluorescent's ex-teammates doing some flaming. So I think Malsey's gone, you know what, I'll have no gun.
Classic, mate.
Yeah, they actually force into this. Malsey takes the hit.
It's
and
Mel's.
has no gun.
It's not Tute's fault, it's Mel's fault.
It's literally just a classic.
Well,
But he's playing the breach in terms of
keep in mind, I wasn't involved in that.
positioning.
I've already got high
Should be
bat for me
fine.
today. Don't need anyone else.
I wonder if one point if they need to retake, that they're just going to throw this over
3
and then
rounds on the
ult.
board.
Probably makes the most sense.
Some steam.
And as we can see, heavy fight over towards B, retake.
Just play towards A. A lot of space, given up for free. They'll use
So
utility on
you'd
the way.
imagine the
Governor hears
Governor
that, wants to confirm they're here, and it's the
absolutely
drone.
gets
2
out of there.
players spotted. Yeah, it's going to start to get you
It feels like the
suspicious.
timeout they
Rotations
were
come
told
in.
to do
3
this.
players, maybe even 4.
Okay, I like
Again,
this though.
remember,
They think they're
Malsey
hitting over towards A,
didn't
they
have
know
the
they're going to
weapon
fight
start
over
this
towards
round
A,
out, but
guns
now
get
that they've
switched,
seen
and then when they
danger,
fully commit,
it's swapped over
an
into
ult
his
pop.
hands, and Fluorescent will be sent in with the ultimate. They've got a stun lined up as well. But Angel doesn't seem to be on the line that they're looking for. In fact, that's because the line is for a long fight.
Vice ult goes in. It looks like it's 4A, but it's actually 4B. It's kind of nice.
Mass amount of the map. It won't affect Fluorescent if she was going to attempt to use that overdrive. Fact is, though, the post plants.
Okay, we definitely got to keep an eye on Over at the moment.
From the side of Navi,
Recon
already going to
is
be
close.
using those
Omen
thorns. But left
flash.
Koala at the back of the site,
That's
not able
nice.
to
Just
quite
keep an eye on
deal
Over
with
the
Fluorescent,
smoke.
but down to just 8 HP. Those thorns are going to be deadly.
Yeah, they clear
Rifle
side so they can
retrieved
smoke on
as
the
they now look to try
line
and get
itself.
onto
Wait,
that defuse
no,
on Hero,
Abova
though,
goes
up
down.
close.
This done.
Acting as the bodyguard, finally put down by Fluorescent, but that
Incredible
should mean the
shots from
damage
Hero.
done is a bit shaky.
As soon as he kills that Omen,
from
it's done.
Ruxic, but the bigger problem is that time is ticking, and while with Fluorescent only on 8 HP and a rifle now retrieved, all that can be done is a save.
That's another now 3 in a row for Navi. The attack side really taking shape in front of our eyes.
Yeah, pretty nice
This
though.
is what you want to see from a squad who
Take
again
over
started
towards
out the
short.
last map on
Makes
shaky
it look a little bit like an A hit.
Foundation's
You
not looking good to
Viso
build
on the
upon.
left,
This
covers
man
all the B.
lit up heavy. I think he
Covers
was
a
down
little
on
bit of A,
3
so
HP.
they might still
Going
think
in for
that's
that
an A
third
hit.
fight, still manages to connect it. Great
Hero.
reaction
Good
from
shit, bro.
Ruxic as well, putting through that paranoia and then repositioning to make that fight an almost guarantee for his squad. Navi, look at the reward that they get. We talked about the credits being a little shaky for APEKS in the last. The consequence of putting all those credits in and losing is that now they ain't got anything to work with. A rifle saved by Fluorescent, the rest of the squad with pistols. And again, ulti's online, your Hunter's Fury, they'll, at least coming out of this round, have Rolling Thunder, but not likely
Well,
to use any
there
of
goes
those
the
ults.
solo
Certainly not the
A
Hunter's Fury
protector.
in this one, with it being a low buy.
Calling into question anyway, but unfortunately for APEKS, this has been a full all-in gamble down towards C. Now they've had to do that 100-meter sprint all the way
weird
back to
having
get
him up with
into
his
the A side
no-tail.
just to try and contest. And I don't think they realize how far their opponents have got. Batu walking in, paranoia to the back of sight. Will leave Mozzie completely blinded. Still manages to get the kill onto Koala.
Xiao will love this though. He's about to get his ult again.
Xiao already farming halfway back up, over halfway now, to that Hunter's Fury. Clearly an ultimate there, very committed. And just in case, they're going to get the information if Fluorescent does try to enter the site. I would be surprised if she does. Even though you want to try and do some damage to the economy of your opponents, you're talking about Xiao with 7,000 credits already. Realistically, you losing that gun is a lot worse than them losing one.
The thing I'll say is
this is the thing about a lot of these Vice comps is Vice comps when you play double Sentinel,
you go through the wall,
I promise you they're actually pretty good on attack.
Will have more undermined
They
through that choke point.
They get a good amount of info and they're
just
just so strong in the
activated
afterplan.
light just in case.
Especially on a free site map when you can like manipulate rotates.
5 rounds though
kind of pretty good at being able to get into these sites. There's always going to be some kind of weak site where someone has to play retake. If you have a comp that always wins retakes, I mean always wins after plant,
great. I think Hero having a high impact round and overall having a great series when you consider versus Fnatic didn't quite have the same sort of impact, wasn't able to get things done, and I think he's a player that I think we've all been sort of watching fondly, hoping that we're going to see that level.
It looks like Avova wants to insta-put his
Youngster.
Omen Flash into A.
Nonetheless, looking like again a fairly aggressive stance. You've got a Neon on defense. You've got to try and go for something.
Instant
Paranoia
Omen
put
Flash.
through. Again, it's
oh, it's the same strat.
The same play with the Hunter's Fury, and it's exactly the
that
same
strat
result.
that low?
Surprisingly, I think when they see that Hunter's Fury online, they have expectations. They've used the From the Shadows as well.
Oh my
Rolling
goodness.
Thunder, I think, is actually going to catch Avova, who's
Avova's in their spawn, dude.
They're currently fighting for the spawn. Mosey still going strong, has turned it back into a 3v3. Considering what was committed, yeah, sure, it's an even scenario in terms of personnel, but APEKS have thrown way more into the round.
The sheer chaos, I have to say, Navi did very well in adapting to it. Players in front of them, behind them, Hunter's Fury thrown into the mix. This wasn't an easy
we saw him,
That time
Hero's
for
actually
Hero
been
was perfect,
pretty
slipping
unreal,
in
though.
as Malzy rounded the corner, posting up and landing the
Malzy winning that as well.
Another connection.
30 HP for both of those fights as well.
3-piece on B, it just seems to be his standard, his baseline performance. And from here, there's no chance for Governor to have impact on the round. They're spread out, they're running the clock down. You gotta win the fights when they're offered up. For Navi,
yeah, looking a little bit rough.
This is their opponent's map pick, Tom, but it's not looking like it. Sure, they wanted to start here on the attack, but you can see exactly why.
Your ultimate set play is basically the same. Like it was the exact same Hunter's Fury, the exact same position for Fluorescent. Okay, the TP into the spawn was new, but it really relied on the first, like step 1 and step 2 going well for step 3 to actually have any level of impact. And then after all of that, they threw in a Rolling Thunder as well. So you've used 4 ultimates and your opponents have survived with 3 players alive. That is not great.
And we saw Avova as well try to TP past the Rolling Thunder, just missed it, got hit by it. You know, if that works out, maybe he can dive on them, but even then, I think the value is hard to find. It's a big risk, and it relies on Navi being caught off guard.
Also, if there was any confusion, him then
Flash
using
into the corner, but they did just clear it. And Governor.
Okay.
I was wondering if he was going to like tuck into the opposite corner instead of taking the duel. All goes in, he sees 3, they don't know about 1. Easy call to get over towards B or C. They only don't know about one person right now.
Well, you mentioned it. He's been the king of the B site. Just holding on to the exact same angle as the prior round. Sure, been forced off it, but I don't think they're going to mind too much.
Yeah, I understand why you go B when Hero just seems so comfortable here. A shutdown of the first. It's Fluorescent down. She's been struggling in those early fights. The Vines in play as well. Look how annoying that makes it. The players slowing their push completely, and as they set their eyes on the site again, the backstab from Ruxic seals the round. Malzy is going to try to save this operator. They now know exactly what's in his hands, and look at the response immediately. They're running it down after him. Chance to pick up 1, the reset. No, not quite so easy. Ruxic finds him in the spawn. Another round for Navi, and the BM's coming out. They're feeling good. This is a good side to Navi that we don't get to see with starts like they had on Lotus, but Spirit's
It sucks,
very
they're getting a little bit
high on the
wrecked.
attack side.
Your map pick is not great.
sort of steamroll teams, it can be difficult to stop. But yeah, I think the fact that
bro, he shot at my flesh.
The fact that they were able to weather the storm of the high impact ultimate round, that you go into the next one, you're going to be
gets the outlaw out. It's a big buy round. He can one-shot everyone.
On that attack side, and
the drone, dude, you're Sova, mate. You can't be peeking long against you can't be peeking long against
Xiao has
surely.
been pinpoint accurate, and each time has picked off a major threat. Ruxic is
up against the Sova, shouldn't be peeking long.
Don't you? Who's gonna get it? Mosey is down to 26 HP. You know that Mosey in that moment went, he's probably left, because why would he go through this?
Well, he certainly didn't know he'd lit him down to 2 health. That might make him a bit more frustrated with that scenario. Information landing.
Gotta run back.
Thanks to Batu, they know exactly where Navi are going, and APEKS are ahead of it. They've still got their traps here as well. Spike still committed to this C side. There's no going back anymore. It's time to fight that damage on the side. So good for Hero. They are staggered and stalled.
What a weird round this is,
here, and Hero thinning out the
There's a chance of Vova just cleans it up though. TP's over the trip of Vova.
Well, we better hope that there's a lot of impact to be had. Avova coming down on long. That's a free kill onto Angel.
Oh, dude, I really thought he was going to get none though.
Paranoia.
Flash into swing.
Oh, he's done for. No chance in that fight. The wall on backside. Well, that's caught coming out of it. Despite
bro, I thought he was going to win it.
Good attempt from
Okay,
Hero.
that was nice though. Shout out to Avova. He just kind of took control of this one.
Fluorescent, at least another
dude, Hero's
round for
playing
APEKS.
great though.
A chance for a 7-5 half still there, despite this huge streak of rounds from Navi.
Yeah, it definitely seems like sometimes Navi do get lost in the chaos. Like, I think having this super aggressive push, Xiao then just, I think maybe expecting that they had that backside control. I'm not sure, but
yeah, I don't know why Xiao sent it there.
Realizing he had the spike, I don't
but
know.
He also
recon two of them, so he knows two of them are
backside.
Surrounded from behind, it just became
no pressure from behind to even push it.
Position for Navi to fight back from. That leaves both teams fairly low on ultimates. Okay.
Cage off the bat, the insta overlaps. You can sneak out. Ball goes in, easy call to send it over towards A.
That will tell them that this A site, at least for the moment,
Mate,
is free,
come on, guys. Don't.
Has been slowed. And there is a
How can you look at that setup with this Cypher ult and then still run into that?
Okay.
A brave play indeed. Okay, the wall's being spotted. And this presents a big problem. Late flank from Hero as well, completely
Hero's absolutely
unknown.
everywhere.
They know
Lining up the breach damage that gets all under heaven, so Ruxic might have to move.
Just one player to go, or unless they group up and blitz it together, there's risks with it, but the big risk is they'll never make it towards the wall. A little shaky, but they get there in the end.
Wait, how is he allowed to be under still?
Finishing it off with a triple. I think that might put him positive ending this half, and a resurgence, not just from Navi, but from Koala Noob as well. 8-4 at the halftime. There's a real chance that we go to 3.
Oh, looking good. I mean, it looks like we're just going last map.
I think we should have, we definitely should have beat Fnatic. We were up like 11-4, 11-5, and we let the pressure get to us. It happens.
Should have
beaten
them.
We didn't have a lot of time together. We started completely like
maybe
changing the way we view like how we want to improve in practice. And ever since we started doing that, we've been absolutely, like, in my opinion, like improving at a very rapid rate. So now at the end of the day, like if we can keep up what we've been doing in scrims and not let pressure get to us, like I think teams are very underestimating us right now to be like kind of middle of the pack, but like I truthfully believe that like we actually have like very good ideas. Like Angel's a very good IGL. We have a bunch of fraggers on the team.
Well, at least they played it on this half instead of the first half of
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Tom, with some of the issues that we've seen in the past about getting
kickoff. No, they actually should have been on kickoff for sure, especially that Haven.
I think in the last game that they played, it was chaos at times in the protocols, the decision making, and
they
the last two
games massively. So yeah.
And I think for this squad though, we know that the pieces, you know, if they can become greater or equal to the sum of their parts, this is a squad that can go far. But from what we've seen so far, excluding this map, excluding this series perhaps, there's been a lot of problems. There's been a lot of hurdles to get over. It seems like now, though, they're starting to do that piece by piece.
Yeah, it depends where you put your expectations.
Milan, I know
like,
you watched that
Navi
kickoff VOD review back and you looked at Haven and thought, how the hell did we win this one?
Like, you look at this matchup
Don't
in
even
the
try
context
that.
of things, like, these
Don't
are
even give me the question marks there.
most people's, or at least some people's, 2 teams that could finish bottom of this group. So you almost look at Navi and go, okay, if they're going to be a world beater, if they're going to be a team that can make it to an international event, they kind of should be trouncing APEKS. And I think APEKS proved, like, okay, last week they can take a map off Heretics. They definitely have a lot of good ideas, but you look at these 2 teams on paper, and you go off the history, you go off the success.
Gonna make this look a little bit worse. It's 2-1, 1-0 on pistols.
Individual players from the Tier 2 of Americas. The expectation is victory, and right now,
on this map.
Okay, they've got the lead, but they're a map down in a series that, if they do lose, playoffs already.
Wait, this is kind of nice. They do a trip, and they're going to feel like they create pressure over towards C, but actually they have the trip here and they have someone holding garage.
Build on what we saw is
so it's like a trip that actually doesn't matter if you go in default, break the camera, and then you can keep the stack over towards A. I say keep the stack over towards A. Keep an eye on Koala. It's absolutely centered.
That's their decision. They gotta live
I
with
like
it.
this trip,
and
though.
I think for Navi, slow growth.
Especially if you know they like
that's
the
where I'd put it
default
for
and
this
they're a
roster.
pistol.
Maybe they have to do it under a different banner if things don't go well. 8-4. Early pick, the position from Hero. There's been a lot more of a battle into the spawn than I think we see in any Haven game.
By the way. She was well aware that somebody could have been in this position. The
it
problem,
both.
though, is that he has completely missed the timing. It's gone from the most valuable position on the map to the least valuable position on the map.
They're actually going to end up planting and he's going to be like, what the hell?
Potentially walking into a stack.
Especially Batu firing the one shot.
Clear. And I think the other players on Navi are going to be
It's okay, they can deal with the one that they know is over towards
how
A.
this has happened with a player towards the spawn. Now Batu's going to walk back in and go, there was a guy in the spawn? Like, how has that
thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 10 months.
But it
Thank
still
you for
puts
that.
Navi in a 5 versus 3, and you can see that APEKS are not just going to sit back. They're getting aggressive, moving forward into spots where they can find a surprise. Unfortunately, the surprise is another player to fall. It's all going to come down to what can Fluorescent do alongside the IGL Molesy, doing decent damage.
Pretty
in
good
fact,
go at it.
a fair few low players.
Going to be
unfortunately, the sheer numbers
one.
were enough for Navi to take that.
I think Batu almost signed his death warrant with that shot out on long. That meant that Hero immediately said, oh, there's still one there? Perfect. But to be honest, if he played it slow, if he played it in the most bait way possible, he probably gets huge impact in that round, hearing the rotation, getting behind them. But most of the time, you know, because he doesn't have the info on where they are, most of the time he would be... My goodness, Super Yedeje on the server. Most of the time, he would have just completely sold
Nice to see him fired up, though. Okay, APEKS realized they got to win now, and they go for 4 stingers.
But we can see from our perspective, slower approach would have worked out. For Navi, 9-4 now. And APEKS, they're going in for that full force buy indeed.
If you know Navi, you know that they like to go for this 3 rifle, 2 pistol buy. They were pretty much the team that pioneered it. So you come in with 4 SMGs and a sniper, and you have a real opportunity. Koala, I think, may already have a decent idea of what's been invested, but Hero is in for a nasty surprise. Only having a pistol.
They're doing the FPX buy on defense again, and they might have been owned. Dude, especially with the scoreline. I don't know about that.
Koala only going to get 1 with a rifle.
They don't know Angel's here. He's caught a lot of them reloading, but Malsey corrects in time. And the smoke couldn't have been timed better.
Oh, boy.
They did know Navi. They knew exactly what they were coming up against. And APEKS,
they lost the original pistol by doing the FPX buy, where they have 3 guns and 2 pistols. And pretty much the 2 people that face contact fast are the 2 pistols. Not sure. I think in the future I'd love to see Navi just full buy into these, especially when it's 9-4.
That's the thing. The whole point of that purchase from Navi is you come up against a few pistols, a light buy, people take some individual fights, you have the advantage with the rifles. But if you have,
yeah, that's a nice stinger buy. Dude, imagine they win now.
Then having those 2 pistols can be a serious disadvantage. Hero.
Oh boy.
Gonna be the only player with a weapon and stuck in the corner, trying to get away, but the spams are prevalent.
That's a nice stun, though. Down into breach damage.
This is now a 2nd time in this series. We're only in map number 2 that we have seen a pistol victory.
I'm out of here.
Quickly responded on with the 2nd round win. Fluorescent will check the corner. Not the prettiest, but the job is done anyway. One away from already.
Doesn't really give them an opportunity to like
luck, Ruxic.
Trigger discipline and let them go by, just checking everything. Even over towards here when Hero pushed, checked twice.
That's all we can say.
Just goes down to a spike here, right?
Yeah. Most likely. I mean, again, you're going to be picking up an Omen ult point by going down. Is that really worth it? For APEKS, they could find something a lot more valuable, especially Fluorescent, one away from ult Malzy. Yeah. Most importantly, the Rolling Thunder could be just one orb away, so just not worth throwing your life away and throwing an orb to the opponent's side for minimal gain in return.
Shadows traveling.
And yeah, it'd be nice to take a few kills here, but I think that's something that, that ship has already sailed with the rest of the squad falling. They'll go down to the spike. Navi, they stay on 9 as APEKS close in the distance. And like
Navi
said,
did save enough money to get an op-out early,
in this
though.
series already that we've seen that. The pistol win and the follow-up immediately. It's the second time we've seen it happen to Navi as well. That's the worrying thing. They've really not had look, and I think looking back at previous series, like it just seems to be the early half. They always set themselves up with a disadvantage that has to be recovered on.
That's the thing. I wouldn't put that one down to luck at all.
Why does
Like
NA
that
get
for me
more
is
viewership than
literally just
EMEA?
their opponents going, I know what you're going
Mostly
to do.
because
Yeah,
everyone
sure,
in
for sure. I just mean
EMEA is like
the
CS
overarching
build.
scheme of things. This time, obviously, like Governor said,
Like EMEA or EU is just kind of
every
CS.
time, at least for them.
And Valorant is more Americas.
We go though. Koala Nu back on the operator. Didn't have the same success when running the chamber, but I don't think that means he's going to shy away from anything here. 3 players around this angle. In fact, 2 Sentinels in position with an incredibly aggressive
Pacific
play
has the highest viewership, I think.
over on that A site. Now, Ruxic is someone that
Carried
you
by
look back to
Japan a little
kickoff,
bit, though.
had some
The
really
Japan
big
numbers are
individual
kinda
games.
crazy.
I think it was especially on maps like Bind. He looked like he could put up numbers. I think there's no doubt his individual
China? I mean, yeah,
ability is
obviously
there.
China, but...
But in this matchup so far, he's not had the best game.
Big bait in for the corner.
Oh, goodness. Beautiful opening, but Ruxic being
And the lineup.
for 2 shots and both connect onto the head. APEKS, they try to make it work here
calm,
with
though.
these weapons.
Hey,
And a
very
real
nice from
chance
these two.
at least to do damage, but an end zone flawless from Navi. A
China is CS?
win
Nah,
of this
China-
round.
China's
and that's
Valorant.
double digits for this
They
squad
shoot
now. A
up to
big
Valorant.
gap to recover on for APEKS.
Valorant or
but
Crossfire, I think
they'll
it's
be
called.
investing fully into this.
This was the round that mostly only had Guardians, but I think that Navi just winning it so nice and clean, making sure they keep the operator, no real repurchases other than a few bits of utility, maybe some extra shields. I think they'll take that all day long. More importantly, once again, we're seeing
Okay, what's
Shao
the plan here?
with that Hunter's Fury online.
Okay, they just
already
play
tell you
passive
right
every
now
single
that
time.
Su has requested a Shao highlight package to him back on the
Oh,
solo.
tunnel vision.
Fluorescent has just taken that opener, but doesn't expect the 1-2 punch. In fact, you can see
Dude, the
Ruxic's
180
plan is to
stun's
wait a little
crazy.
bit longer to maybe
Free
catch a
sight
second
here.
player. The
Did
rest
enough
of the
people
team,
from
though,
that
has
though.
just
No
gone
one
straight
died from
into C.
Navi, so their money's really good.
And they've got the Vice Wall to cover off the Behold as well. No late flank possible from this squad. Hunter's Fury. It's fired blindly. It's not finding
Angel
the
just takes the
impact, but
peek.
Angel
Everyone
and
taking the
Koala
peeks, they're
certainly
dodging.
are. Back to a
Wait,
3,
hold
in
up.
fact,
Is
a
it 2v4 at one
with
point?
big pickups on the other side.
Koala can't really connect because he's got
decoy.
the
He's gonna
op.
use this to post up. That's the operator
Dude,
on
the
a
Omen
long-range
is so
angle.
stuck.
No real opportunity now for APEKS to re-aggress on that spot. The rotation already coming in as Governor goes wide around to the A site where he should be able to freely walk in and get that plan down. Oh no!
Oh no.
Koala with the miss.
And that actually allows, well, potentially allows Over to get out of here. We'll have a smoke in a
And
second
during
as
this,
well,
Governor
just to
went and
mark
picked
his
up
own
the
cross.
orb, so
That
he
was
has his ult
seemingly a
for the
freebie.
after plant.
30 seconds left.
You would imagine that Shao's got him locked
The
in.
rest of the team's still a little bit unaware. Good position from Shao, though. Should be the... That's now the second time in this round that Avova should have been dead to rights, and somehow they've managed to come out of this from such a huge, advantageous position for the side.
They heard him.
Navi, and well, Koala probably doesn't realize he's walking into a two-man trap. Who would expect multiple
Yeah.
players around this corner? He's predicted the first,
didn't expect the
Governor
double.
is eventually there on the trade
Crazy
around
2v4
like
to be honest with you, with the Yori ult used as
the
well.
amount of ultimates that were used, the amount that was thrown in by NAVI, but
bro,
it's actually a huge resurgence
it's a
in the late round from this APEX squad.
Good news for NAVI is they can buy after
I'm
this.
becoming more and more a fan of Governor, not just, we talked about roles a lot starting out his appearance here in EMEA. Oh, but he's putting the frustration into the other side. At least Avova certainly was with those peaks. But I think that,
this is not the round though.
Like he's just bringing the team
2 full loss bonus on top of this. They're not buying next if they lose it. Aggro from NAVI over towards middle. APEX may be realizing they can take A for free. Recon gets shot. No one breaks the recon over towards A. And Koala.
Knows what he's doing already. Koala has taken some aggressive control. This was
looks like he has a
very
kill
much
hit.
predicted by the opponents. Well, Batu has been caught out completely. Not the start they were looking for, and now you can see immediately from APEX they have to try and basically fall back and clear all the angles that they've just lost. A lot of time will be wasted, and they also have to be careful because Hero has also aggressed, taking a lot of control towards C.
And has the traps to cover his back as well, so he can even embed that
and he knows that the Cypher's dead as well,
camera
so
for sight. That's
he can definitely
huge
start pushing
information
behind.
for NAVI. But still sticking around on this 3-man A hold as
Needs to wait
APEX
for
look
the
for
other
space
contact of
elsewhere.
other people though.
They've heard the drone go up on long. And Avova, of course, his position.
Dude, APEX are in a weird position because they kind of need to win the round, but you don't want to use your ults to lose it. Oh my goodness.
That is a big pickup.
Okay, well that makes it easy.
Now,
I was worried that they might like get close and start using ults there.
Just holding their angles and finding,
Speaking
I guess,
of
pretty
ults,
predictable
do you
timing.
even want to
Maybe
try
even
it?
using the neon utility as a signal for exactly when they should fire, because the timing's been perfect, and often they've been catching people pushing through those choke points, just like we saw this time.
Nah, okay.
Not going to allow for much. Maybe you would have seen a from the shadow steal of the spike and attempting something here, but I think the 1v5 has made sure that this is a no-go for Avova, and it's a very small world where Koala takes him out of the action. I think it will be just too far gone. I think the next clear would have been the exact position. But this is the problem. When we saw Fluorescent on the other side getting aggressive, it was very much something that NAVI were watching out for. I think multiple different players doing so. Koala got way too much space there.
Well, I think you have to look at the difference though, right? When Koala does it, he's going down sneaky with a gate crash to get out. So it's not an all-in play. It's I'll sit here, and if I need to rotate, I can quickly move around the map, take one and get out. It's all good. But when Fluorescent did it, you're on the neon. You gotta be sliding in. You're making a lot of noise, and that's drawing heads. That's why we had the Hunter's Fury to back her up. That's why we had the TP from Avova.
Every single ult, basically.
Got the Rolling Thunder at one point as well. That's the same point as all the others. That didn't work out. But I think it's just a much more, it gives you that extra flair to play
EMEA
it,
used 20%,
under the radar and try
27% of the Phantom, APAC 34%, America's 42%.
Great reward in this round for them as well, and a 4-round lead.
Yeah, it's
for
kind of nuts.
NAVI. They are taking this lead
Mad
and
the
trying
Vandal's
to push us
still.
all the way to
Wait,
split.
Gabri, you just doing a straight up
they've got quite a bit to make up for.
rifle? Or do you include the? You just doing a Vandal
switch-ups though, once you make
Phantom
the mistakes,
comparison.
and I think that's what NAVI have been doing throughout this series. The change of comp on Lotus, although wasn't successful, definitely still had its benefits. I think the composition here, again, outside of the meta, but there's definitely a level of comfort from their players. And on this defensive side, that's where you kind of expect it to thrive. You have that really aggressive stance that we've seen from Ruxic and Xiao. They look like a great team over on that A side.
Might be the end here for APEX
Koala,
on this one.
And then you've got, at times, a double Senti setup, which if you're walking into Cypher and Vice, it's never going to be easy.
Oh, that reveals caught.
That was nice though. Oh, when ult gets stuck over towards here, does he just smoke himself off?
Not even the first one we've seen in this
yes, he
map
does.
From him going straight into the enemy spawn, down to 30 HP though. Not long for this world, tries to take someone with him, but at least finds the space for his squad. The Vice Wall almost working in APEX's favor as they use it to block
are against the smoker though, so they can't all play off site.
They're able to cross all the way back to long, Rolling Thunder
I'm
online,
worried
Hunter's Fury in
if
play.
Floor goes
Now
down without killing the owner.
That's a
okay, well.
wonderful shot for Fluorescent.
Or you just do that. Okay, this
quick,
round though, chat. This is the big one.
That's
it
true.
might get close
I think
if they
one of
win
the
this.
other things that APEX has been doing well is just punishing And I'd say both sides. We've seen
That's
a lot of
head-to-head
punishes
Vandal
onto
Phantom.
those
That's kind of
Sentinel
crazy.
players.
27.
A really solid combination of the reveal and the stun, although the stun, I feel like at that point was almost cosmetic. Fluorescent was going to find those kills, but the pop flash from Molzy, and this is something I spoke about last week, is that Molzy's supportive play around Fluorescent has already leveled up since kickoff. At kickoff, there were mistakes. There were gaps where I think neither of them had the exact right read on each other.
Guys.
I think in the last 2 games,
Is it Euro though? So
Molzy especially
can't
has
use the wins
really
this one.
done well
Okay,
in sort of making sure that
don't
Fluorescent
mind
is
this one.
never going into a fight without
Euro
that
getting
support.
tagged, that's okay.
And if that happens, Fluorescent is probably going to get the kill.
Molzy support utility good. Who would have thought? And for APEKS, oh, that's going to be especially important on this round. As we said, Rolling Thunder available for them. In the A site full of targets. They were slowly shifting their way towards that side of the map. It's where the Vice Wall is. You can see it right now on A-Long. Whoop, right now. There we go. And they've obviously got the Thorns right behind it. So a lot of utility when you consider there's 3 people here and a Vice Wall.
The stronghold over towards
B.
Does Angel bait this?
This is a lot to work with, and so that sends Vice over to covering C
Oh
gaps,
boy.
covering garage gaps.
Boy.
Ruxic on his own, but they haven't checked! Ruxic! That double is huge!
Dude, no
B-site
one over
open
towards
for
middle, they
business,
didn't
and
even check
Angel
the
having
corner.
just fled it will find himself smoked
Draken
off both
XC,
sides.
thank
In
you so much
fact,
for the tier
this
1.
is a
Thank you,
plan
thank
that
you.
should be undeniable. All put into play, but the TP out is not free! No one's watching again! A few mistakes have given NAVI an opportunity.
Already tapping that spike, baiting him into the open, leaving Batu to try and
Good
fight.
luck, mate. 8 bullets.
Versus 3 players, they
1
need
bullet.
to try and isolate as many of these fights as possible. And
Tragedy
Xiao
info
is
is
not
the
going
reloading.
to allow it.
That
will be a 12th
I mean,
round
honestly,
onto the
I want to
board
say that should
for
be
the
it,
side
but
of Navi.
they can still buy
And
it.
that is the thing, yeah. I think what we have witnessed, especially from Ruxic in this second half, is so much confidence. Like, think about that 1-2 punch they had over on the A site where he was just deep waiting on contact. He immediately swings, finds a multi-frag. You then have the exact same here where he's in such a deep, risky position, but it's just a surprise factor.
Yeah, you should be clearing
I'm
that.
a little bit disappointed, especially when APEKS are up against a Yoru.
They have so many ults they could keep it clean.
Like
Wait, did he have a Sova
if you're
ult
not
as he
checking for
died, or
Ruxic,
did he have it
you should
before
be checking
there?
for Koala.
I think in the 2v3, you got to be tempted to use
yeah,
it.
just that escapability that
Maybe
they
he got it
have.
as he died. No, I think he had it. I think I remember seeing it.
Quick shot towards Garage, and
Before,
already
yeah.
he's outside A.
A
Quick
bit rough.
teleport away and a free pick. That flash was pretty much just used to check if there were other players here still around the area, and they found out, yes, there are. With it being destroyed,
I think when it's like,
punish, I suppose, with how long it's
when
going
you
to take
need
to
to
come
make
back,
a play, I mean,
that's
you
about all.
got to do it.
Molzy hoping for space, hearing the jump peak might tempt him to swing out a little bit more wide, and that's exactly what Xiao wants.
Right there.
They've already spotted
Right
out
there.
the Thorns. Well, because of the step. There was a step, so he just popped them. Ready to shoot it. Instead, setting up
And
with
it's
the
the,
Rolling
it's the
Thunder.
old one. Wait, they might have done this
Xiao
too early. These phones are here for a while now.
may be able to dodge this. I think he might have been caught, yeah, in the back line, so you're not going to have that same sort of
Your
aggression.
ult's
Instead,
instant.
dimensional drift being utilized to try and get as much information as humanly
Avova.
possible. Nothing in terms of ultimates.
No,
that will
dude,
be able
Avova, you got to go under heaven, surely.
deny too much here.
They take
Especially
sight
that
with the
Hunter's Fury
breach
that's
ult, but they
gone
don't
down,
have the good
unfortunately,
after
for the
plant
attack.
in terms of leaving the omen on the heaven.
Back to even. Good stun though will slow them. Big TP from Ruxic, but it's being spotted. He realized
Okay,
that
use
in
the
time,
omen ult
thankfully.
does take away the
Back he goes.
omen.
Paranoia
Sorry,
not
use the
ready,
omen
not
flash, but
online. They have to just swing
yeah,
right
all
into
of these guys will be
angles,
omen
going
flash right now.
well to
Damn,
start
dude.
with, but then they
Wait, there
run
might
into
be a
Fluorescent.
chance
A
here.
three-piece pickup. An
They're
APEKS,
gonna
just
eco.
3 behind, but 1 needed for NAVI to take us to OT. It feels
Should
inevitable.
start getting a little bit stressful.
Or take us to OT, take us to map 3.
I was about to say, we are currently in. I was looking at that 5v4 and I was thinking in my head, maybe my prediction was off by a round. But instead, 13-9. Angel 1v2 clutch.
Come off it, mate. If Angel 1v2 clutches this, I'm just putting the headset down and leaving. I don't want to hear whatever you're going to say after. I want to hear a word of it.
I will say they're coming in with a stinky buy, which, if anything, maybe sets him up more so for a 1v2 clutch, but
Stop it. Stop it. Not going to happen.
It might be the greatest prediction I've ever done if it comes true, but I have a feeling it's not going to come true. I'm also looking at the fact that Fluorescent's coming into this with overdrive. Pause is being called by Navi, and as
Well,
said,
ulted early,
the economy is in the bin.
They could have comboed a little bit better.
They don't have any ultimates. It would only come down to maybe Xiao getting something done with Hunter's Fury, but he'd need to get an orb and a kill or 2 kills, which, you know what, it's been having a great game.
Awesome Boy 122 YouTube, thank you so much for the 3 months, bro. Appreciate that.
Wala's even going to pull in Bucky.
Okay, so this one should be easy.
Yeah, I've been lied to before.
They're pretty far away from every ult that isn't a Sovo.
You can always sell those weapons. You never know what's going on in their mind. Like you said, very weak buy. Not a round that Navi should win. Certainly not with a clutch from Angel.
Who only has a ghost.
It's got a ghost and not necessarily the best stats line on the server. But we'll see. Tom's prediction still up for grabs. APEKS still able to push this to an OT.
If he 1v2s in the next round, I'm going to be annoyed.
Yeah, be fuming. I almost hope for it. I wish for it.
Would take us to split, which...
Okay, bit of pressure over towards C. We can see
for.
they got no info over towards it.
Slow-tempered start to this round from APEKS. Again, they're going to know that their opponent's economy is weak. Xiao has managed to get 1 away from now. And now it is just a singular kill in order to get that online. See what sort of comfortability the side of APEKS will have.
You know about this
I've
one.
used that word specifically to annoy someone on Reddit.
It's not actually a word, is it?
Don't think so.
Don't think
Close his team back over towards A.
Batu's done
Can he
well.
hold on to this
There's
gun?
one, but there's a lot of weaker weapons all around him. Being
Got fair play, he played it pretty well.
Two.
They do pick up the gun though, so they probably should be avoiding this one. Angel is already in position.
Koala Noob goes to the C
Oh god, to
side.
get
It's
in
a
the corner,
fast
they
enough rotation,
might.
not with a gate crash.
Flaw's been checking
Angel
everything
in
though.
the corner. It's not quite a 1v2. Let's see if he can pick up a few. No,
Close.
absolutely
Really
nothing. Koala Noob's also going to be flashed up at 13 seconds left. That's a great opportunity.
Yeah, it's the gun you gave him, 10 seconds.
The plant here and now. Big wrap around from Koala Noob. He can deny it.
Oh my god, he could have got the planter.
Get the plant in. That was a tiny margin, but just about able to take it across the line at least to the 1v2.
I guess the comms were crazy and he didn't hear the plant.
The better weapon gets caught though. Out of here to safety.
Oh my, that was actually the opportunity.
Could have been the round for Navi, but still a damn good try considering the investments.
Walnut with the prime, thank you for the 4 months, thank you.
We've seen
Kane as well, thank you so much for the 13
APEKS managed
months.
to get
Good to see you, bro. Thank you for that.
in this second half, but they do have a lot available for them. Overdrive, Hunter's Fury. But Hunter's Fury also sits in the hands of Xiao, who I'm pretty sure every single time he's utilized it has at least found something.
Okay.
Pinpoint accurate back on that
For
server.
sure, okay,
I'm
big
sure
server ult for each team.
we're going to be willing
Recon
to see.
clears over towards A. Double aggro. They've got to deal with a trip though.
The rest of the season, Fluorescent are just so good at taking that space into
oh
the site.
my
Hero's going to try
goodness,
and
Flaw's
isolate
in
that
trouble.
battle. She is completely alone, but just completely avoiding things. And now Hero's in a prime position. It's not pretty though. It might be one of the biggest wins we've ever seen. And Fluorescent is going to eliminate the rest. Oh, that is such a rough spot for Hero. And wow, there might not be a Hero on the Navi side, but there certainly was on APEKS.
That was awful. And he's had such a good game as well. Look at the last
Okay, 4
map.
chances down to
Why
1
did
lost
he
chance.
decide that round
That's
to
the
copy
one
your
round.
flow? Or Hypes, maybe.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, he's going to come here, Tom. If we keep this up, he's going to
Dude,
ride.
they use Sovo as well.
I did not. I did not tell him to say that. I want you to know that.
Floor is feeling it.
Floor is feeling it. 26 and 14. 11 to 12.
Oh
and a
boy.
timeout from Navi.
A couple
as
of
their
absolutely
victory
devastating
on
rounds
Haven
from
may be put
Navi as
on
well,
hold,
to be honest.
And they're not happy about
2
that.
people now could have closed this
Split
one
will be
out.
up next, and like I said, look, I'm hoping there's a lot of changes from the top down to how they ran it last time.
Harvey, I'm going to be.
If we get there.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay. Let's hear it.
The last game you played, you lost 6 rounds in a row to lose to Fnatic.
Yes.
Map number 2.
That's accurate.
Series before that, you lost 7 of 8 rounds.
Yep. Go OT.
To go OT and then
Jed is
lose
on a
to
boat.
Fnatic.
Thank you for the 20 months. Thank you, thank you.
If you lose 4 rounds in a row,
oh well,
OT.
You could have went further with that. The one before was the Lotus. 6 out of 7 of the last rounds. The KC game.
Yeah, I didn't want to go back that
Didn't
far,
want to go back further. Will I go to 4? I feel like there's a trend forming here.
Okay,
I'm
one.
hoping it doesn't go back that far.
One last chance.
Oh! Oh, it's so much worse.
Okay, we get the point.
10 out of 10.
They lost a lot of rounds in a row to choke games, and
Yeah, this did work out well for them earlier, though.
Worrying trend
Especially
for this
when they default over towards A with the camera, and they got no camera over towards middle. It's for sure a good call.
The other side also being held by Batu. That
Oh, he's going to jump
bit of
peek.
cash being expended in order to try and deny aggression.
Smoke comes in.
Not really there for the side of
Hello.
NATUS, VINCERE, and Molzy again just a couple away from having Rolling Thunder available. They're doing well to deny information, but the one piece that maybe they don't have just yet is this aggressive push currently down mid.
Incredibly
Now,
patient from Koala as well.
in the past from these sort of positions.
One piece mentioned. Good start. 11 to 12. As you said, 1 round here
Flash
for
goes
APEKS
in and
OT.
hits.
1 round for NAVI.
They know they can't get
Is
info,
map
they
3.
don't have to worry about as much anymore.
Again,
We've
moving
got
towards
wall
the
here.
C-site.
The
Angel on the
Omen.
crossover,
He actually gets
denies
killed
the
so early
TP
they don't
that
get
no
to
doubt
see
would
much,
have
and
been
that is going
stuck.
to
No
be
one
huge
Apex,
info.
no
Do
one
they get through the
Avova.
choke?
Hero
Stun
might
is
be
good.
Stunned up now on the back of the
Oh,
side.
stun is good, but that is just a shot through the wall.
Comes in clutch. Hero making up for the previous round.
Okay.
Well, map
Damn, this
3
one got
incoming.
close,
We're going all
though. This
the
one
way
got
to
close,
split
close.
As NAVI barely take victory here on
Yeah,
Apex.
I've been believing at one
Map
point.
Pick a much better face that they showed on Haven.
Yeah, they've been able to deny the comeback for the 5th, whatever time it was in a row, but they still need to do it on the next map. It goes all the way to 3.
This one's hard to call, though.
Versus NAVI continues after the break.
Nice, hero! Let's go! That's what I'm talking about, bro. Good shit. Nice. Nice, hero. Well, let's go, hero! Good shit, bro. Well played, bro. Well played. Nice! Let's go! Nice! Diffuse.
Diffuse. That's my IGL right there. Micromanaging the players. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. We got Split. And it normally delivers bangers, but
Red Bull gives you wings.
APEKS are kind of nice on this map. Didn't look too bad.
It was a close affair on Haven, but we will be heading to Split. And I'm glad to see that they have their little warm-up routines, you know, very, very trendy right now, dunking your face in a bowl of water. Have you ever tried it?
Can't say I have.
Well, roll one out tomorrow to make sure.
Leo, I think Leo is the real trendsetter. I know it's all a meme on social media, but Leo was doing that before that meme.
He was doing it before it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? Xiao was doing what Leo was doing before Leo was doing what Leo was doing was cool. Many layers to that. Sure. But he is back. It's been 262 days, Billy, since we've seen Xiao on Sova, and what a glorious return it was.
Yeah, I mean, we got to kind of touch on it when we came back to us. It's just so nice to see him on this Sova, not being forced on to any other agents and any other roles. So yeah, I think he had a tremendous performance throughout this map.
Yeah, and I got to turn it into the negative straight away. Why isn't he just playing Initiator?
That's not a negative. That we've been asking that question for a year.
Why? Like, just why? Like, when we would join a server against NAVI and you see Xiao on Initiator, you're scared. Like,
of course.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and also 4 times Hunter's Fury, 3 kills. It's just, you know, it's only Xiao. There's only a handful of players in our region that has the impact that he does on this agent. But it was very, very nearly futile because it was a fake comeback from APEKS, but Mini, they very well could have taken that to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of instances there where I feel like some of the holes in the comps from NAVI kind of come in through at the end, but overall from APEKS, I feel like they didn't really have a good game plan against the comp specifically. It felt like they were running, you know, we heard Kiko talk about if you sit and spawn for 5 seconds and wait for floor. Like a bit of that was there. Yep. And then also some of the defaulting, it didn't feel like they had worked the map properly. It was very neon go. And against that composition, I don't think that's how you should play. I think it needs to be a bit more defaulty. So I think they need to go back and look to see, you know, how are they going to adapt to stuff on the fly against a team like NAVI especially.
I have to agree. I think on their defense as well, they really suffered. I can understand that they were trying to help set up floor with that operator, but I just think they were way too passive on that defense with the composition that APEKS were running, right? They were constantly playing retake simulator, playing so like chilled, laid back. Like it just didn't feel as though they were able to go up against that double sentinel combination. As soon as NAVI got into a post plant, the round was won because they have all of that utility.
And speaking of that double sentinel composition, a hero going from the Raze to the Cypher. He's having an amazing day today. You know, this is the hero that we were excited about coming into this year on NAVI. And we're starting to see the value, Billy, he brings to this roster and his flexibility.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that that's a good thing as well, is that they're able to kind of flex around Hero. We kind of looked at Koala Noob beforehand about his kind of flexibility, but Hero in particular, I think it's nice to see him kind of be a bit more comfortable on the Cypher this time round. It's more that when we get into the later stages of this going to Split, where we see him on that Vise, this is where I start to get a little bit worried for Hero.
Yeah, and I think just to go back to like the last Haven they played against Fnatic, like Hero was not having a good time at all, and it's nice to see him kind of revitalized. So yeah, Vice, yeah, I'm a little bit worried because he hasn't seemed comfortable yet, but he's playing Raze, he's playing Cypher. Vice should be fine. He should get there with Vice, to be honest.
And also, you know, with last week on that Split, did they even get an opportunity to play the Split? They didn't even get to really show anything or be in the server. They got dominated. They got ran over
by
completely.
Crashies.
Yeah, by Crashies. And this time around, you would like to hope that they've prepared, they've changed, they fixed their mistakes. On the other side too, Mini, it wasn't the best split ever from APEKS either against
I didn't Liquid look.
No, it wasn't the
pretty
best,
good on
Heretic,
Fracture and
so
Ascent.
Like, where do you know, it's hard to gauge because we don't know where Heretics are at right now. I like the comp from APEKS, didn't like the comp from NAVI last time, but I feel like that's just the common denominator at this point for this game.
I think APEKS's saving grace is that they chose Split into Team Heretics, whereas NAVI, they kind of got forced into Split because Fnatic chose it. So I don't know if it was one of those things that they expected to play last week.
Do you have an opinion on what role that IGL should play? I mean, in an ideal world, it's like
and yeah, it's just
initiator or controller.
Are they going to rejig the roles?
I think you can do it on anything.
On Lotus?
I definitely think they probably expected to play it this week just because of how
it depends on the person as well.
Maybe it's a trap where other teams feel like they can exploit against
like
NAVI,
NATUS
but
does a pretty good job on Sentinel.
I start to get nervous for the players of APEKS. I start to get nervous, you know.
But I think everyone else has to be very good at like relaying information, and you have to have a secondary caller if you're going to do that.
At select, agent select. We're not going to get any changes on either side. And do you stand by that, Mini? You still don't like this NAVI comp?
No, I mean, they can win this game for sure. It's not like it's an instant loss, but it's like against anyone who is able to adapt and able to game plan properly, I don't see the value of this composition.
I want to see if they've learned the mistakes that they had against Kayak's Yoru last week, because the amount of utility that one Yoru clone was able to bait out
Mini's
from
just
NAVI
flaming every team that doesn't use a Teo.
ridiculous. So I want to make sure that
Not
they've
wrong.
learned those kind of lessons. And I think as well, like just looking at this NAVI composition, we had so many times where Koalanoob would go into site and there was no follow-up on that attack. So he was playing very aggressive in how we would expect him to play this role, but we need Angel
Why do you
to
think that
follow up on
IGLs who won titles in
and we need him not to
2022
miss a
are
single
struggling in the
lineup.
current
So
years?
let's throw this back over to your
It was a
casters
better
and see
meta back
which
then
team
for
are
callers.
gonna come out on top.
It is like a main thing. Also, every meta is like different, so you kind of have to reset. You might have a good read on one meta, but a bad read on another meta. Also, just everyone got a lot better, so if you weren't as good individually, like back then you could probably hang, nowadays it's probably like noticeable that you're struggling.
Super early, and the second they heard steps before the wall was even
yeah, every kind of
they had that showstopper activated
every
with
year
a
and every
hold towards B. They still weren't happy with it. I think
different metas are good for different people.
From NAVI last time I saw them play this map, and I have to hope that has changed ever since.
Alright, like
Certainly,
you gotta look at K-Corp. If you're looking at just Sadax, like his read of the Viper, Harbor, Sky was incredible. FNS's read with having a chamber and setting it up, so like the maximum potential is like what won them a lot.
Already.
Just
Very
just different
taken
matters.
towards that side.
Sometimes you have a good read, sometimes you
setting
don't.
up for the retake, attempting, well, and succeeding on a very aggressive response.
When you don't, you got to adapt fast.
Ruxic will manage to stem the bleeding a little bit. And in
The
fact,
big turn too, and Avova probably owned it, to be honest. Oh my goodness, I thought.
Not quite able to find
Thought that was my fault.
Ruxic's doing absolutely everything. Back into the 1 versus 1, facing up
Very
against Governor.
nice, dude.
Well, that's
God, he had
one way
some
to
absolute
start
shots
that.
during this.
Really nice and clean start from Ruxic. The rest of the squad falling didn't seem to cause him any distress whatsoever. Shot after shot landed, and well, you can't help but think the player on backside got a little bit lost in the sauce, looking for that second kill. But still, he capitalized on every single opportunity. And early days, pistol round, that's great stuff for NAVI. The problem is, they haven't had a great success rate when it came to following them up. Now, Governor said
No, because they keep doing this. But this is okay on the attack.
That might be a little bit more so on the attack.
This is
side.
good on
Here
the attack,
defense,
yeah.
They'll play the classics.
Just the fact that on defense they try and do it.
It gives you a little bit of an extra
They try to do the
boost.
same
He's already
buy.
going to be finding that early orb and
Okay, a main pressure, and they're trying to cause a rotate. We've got Fade Eye, we've got Omen Smoke. Actually does cause a big rotate. We've got 4 people here, 1 person middle. A completely open.
aggressive responses from the defense. But
Woosley, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you, thank you.
I don't mind this. They're going aggressive into B main, but unfortunately they have got the complete wrong end of the stick. Angel even
And even though they do clear the pressure,
position of Batu, who
they've just lost
I
so
think
much
is still
map control.
completely unaware how far they've gotten. The smoke has completely missed the mark. It is too late.
Yeah, it's very nice.
An easy round from this point forward.
I mean,
Risks
Ruxic
can be
has
taken by
ult
Angel and
already.
Xiao, playing a little bit looser with the pistols and the light shields. And players with rifles very much wanting to stay alive, or at least have their rifle picked up if those pistol players are still alive. This play through spawn from APEKS is nice. 3 players on their way. The problem is that setup that's waiting for them. Previously, NAVI have tried, and maybe we'll see them again. I hope not. Some
Jai
silly
999
walls.
with the
This
tier
one's
1.
a bit
Thank you,
more
thank you.
conventional,
Appreciate it.
and as
11
soon
months.
I don't think Ruxic needs to be here, but I guess he really likes the Omen ulti. Looking to farm them up. This is a huge risk.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
if he
already-
goes down here, the
he already had
rifle is
it.
theirs for the
Damn,
taking.
bro.
Luckily,
We're
that's
8 and
another
0.
4K from Ruxic, so they will cement.
Okay, do they
could
have
have gotten a
a
little
set
bit
ult that
shaky
they
in
like
the
to
end.
do
I'm
with
not a fan of
the
splitting up
Omen
like
ult?
that and given those opportunities, but hey, 2-0 is 2-0.
Yeah, and an in-zone flawless. So keeping all of that weaponry over. Don't even have to buy any of the shields again. And although, yeah, I completely agree, the aggression is unnecessary. I think for Ruxic, it's more of just a confidence builder.
Sure.
Like, he has been having such a quiet game, so just wanting to try and get himself back in with some eco kills, fair enough.
Yeah, until he loses the rifle, and it's a confidence destroyer.
Okay, looks like they do have a set
goes.
strat,
That's
so I'm
the
going
right
over
play.
towards B.
Yeah, well,
There's multiple options.
Maybe get you for the post plant with the coaches, and we'll see what we think about that. I'm not sure that
these are the three most common.
Agree, but Ruxic certainly would. He's got his ult online. A little bit of a recon for them.
Omen
Conventional
flash
wall,
into
cover out
Omen,
main
ult
as they
back
play
of
in the
sight.
backside. Ult is used. This is what it was all
Prowler
about.
clears all of the side as well. Smoke to lock them out. It's very nice at the moment. It's actually a hard retake.
Such an annoyance. You can already see them spamming through to try to break
Everyone's here though if they want to early go for it.
But if they stay alive late into the round, that is going to be a big drain on the clock. A little bit of aggression from
Dude,
NAVI,
Shao, you're in trouble, mate. You're just out in the open here. Your mate left you.
In an unusual position, staying
might work though.
Aggressive underneath the boxes. They've got players on side ready
God.
for the fight.
Oh
and
my
Shao
God, bro.
tearing them a new one.
Dude, was that Vice Flash that hit the guy's spawn? That was nuts.
Embedded on the box. It was a risk, but it paid off tenfold.
That's the thing. We know the level that these players on Na'Vi can hit, and I think you go back to, again, just historic performances on this map, and it always was that attack side. I think Angel pretty much changed our view of this map after probably a couple of years of like,
yeah, it was.
okay,
Vice
we
Flash.
expect them to get 8 or 9 rounds of the defense, and then it was like every time we watched FPX play, they'd get 7 or 8 rounds in the attack, and we go, and teams learn from them. So,
and it's the classic
sure,
snowball.
Some of the stuff they do is
Pistol into first buy, and then they're going to get all the ults early.
They were very good at the defaults.
I mean, they had an ult anyway,
sort of
but now they can get another ult.
And sure, the pieces of the puzzle may have changed, but the leadership and, well, the Shao Show hasn't gone anywhere.
No, the Shao Show never ends. At least not so far. Valorant's history.
Like, 4 years, this is a long show.
Oops.
I hope there's an interval.
Oh, no, there's not. There really isn't. Not with this man. No matter where he gets put, what role he's on, he will deliver. 3-0 start for Na'Vi and an opening pick here.
Yeah, throw the guns when it's time to entry.
We do want to see exactly what's happening. Na'Vi abandoning this play towards the A site, grouping up and moving as a unit. But APEKS have made the read correctly. Look at the rotations coming in. The furthest player away is just now making it
stack.
through
they
to
got a
heaven.
Sheriff,
a big stack
a Ghost,
yes,
and
they
2
don't
classics.
have the weaponry for it, but the element of surprise, along with those weaker weapons,
Shots.
could pay off.
Fluorescent
looking like she's in a death match. Beautiful double, but it will not be enough with Governor locked out of any pickups from those rifles or any real impact. Holding just that classic expectation, but holding the knife, expectations are even lower.
And they got the plan as well. Shao got ult.
No need.
And now they can just make a plan around Astro. It's a disaster for APEKS.
Bit of additional BM he likes to add in. He's 11.
This really is like the most classic snowball.
Have just been
like every single round, apart from the pistol, they've had a disadvantage. Right, pistol was 50-50. Then obviously eco, they don't have the same guns, so it goes to first buy rounds. They're up against an Omen ult. Now second buy.
And now the operator comes in for Fluorescent. We saw this. In the first
at least they got a Yoru ult, but
this was the difference maker. I do feel like at times it can be a little bit more
set
difficult
strat,
to get
Omen
true
flash
value
over
on
towards
this map.
heaven, double satchel
A lot of
claws.
aggressive
Astra
positioning.
stun? No Astra
Speaking
stun.
of aggressive positioning, Koala has just taken an immediate fight. The paranoia popped within the first 5 seconds of the round. And that's already
to get through here if they want as well.
The most integral piece to this puzzle, the glue for the side of APEKS. Already down.
And the player who went back into a corner like that,
Even
when
on the
squad
minimap,
comes at him, he
another
tends to take
over-rotate
down
from
more,
APEKS.
and he really should.
Kind of
Get his
don't blame
fair
him for this
share.
one though. It looked
Not
like they
this
want to
time.
send it.
NAVI standing with 5, still late into the round. And the pressure put into heaven, this could be a mistake. It certainly is as Fluorescent rounds the corner first.
Big duel over towards B main.
That's 11-1 now with his first death on the board. See if NAVI can recover without him, because he has been the one to take it across the line in the majority of these rounds. And there's a lot of presence from APEKS, especially with this ult coming through. That's confirming that the hit is on its way. They know about Avova. The TP coming out of the ult up top's being heard.
Dude, I was looking at Avova just thinking like, man, that's a rough position to be in. Oh my god, what is that?
I can't believe I just saw that. Replay that.
That's crazy.
Screw the round. 2v2.
That is so crazy.
Tom, all thanks to Fluorescent.
Oh, please win it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to walk anywhere near. Don't even go near a
Flash
wall
for a
that
teammate.
Fluorescent is looking at, because you might just fall gun barrel
Oh my
spotted.
god, please. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's mental. It's one of the best we've ever seen, ever.
Fluorescent will be able to thrive in this league. Just replay this round over and over and over again, and then proceed to shut your mouth.
Oh my.
This third
kill
shot.
On the rug 6, sure, but this decent kill. This one.
Oh, God.
Get out of here.
I wouldn't even think to shoot at that part of the wall. Dear Lord.
Nice! What are you doing, Flood?
I cannot believe
That's one of the best we've ever
online,
seen.
I'd be pausing the game myself.
I do think that
get the admins to check what's going on.
I think it's Batu and Governor are having a battle for who can make the highest pitch scream of the day.
Oh my God.
Plays like that, mate. I'm not surprised at all. Oh, that was sensational.
Blocking vision.
And the best part is, Governor's got the op this round. After what just happened, Governor's like,
yeah, imagine doing that and throwing the op away. Nuts, innit?
Wow, that's really just blowing the wind out of my sails. I feel like I need a minute.
It's easy to forget that they're currently 4-1
Oh
down.
God,
Fluorescent
dude, you're
has danced out
non-stop
of the way
owning everyone.
of that showstopper.
TP'd
Angel's
away
patiently
from
waiting for some aggression and what Avova's doing.
the Razor.
Fantastic work on the site, trading things out to lead
God, just
them
give me the POV.
in a 3v3, but NAVI still decent spot to play from. The drone is going to clear that backline. Again, it's actually going to be utilized, but it doesn't connect onto Hero at all. In fact, he's able to basically just sidestep
It's a
the
really important
Multi's been able to
2v2
pick
for
off Angel.
Apex.
That leaves the
I mean, obviously
in a bit
both
of a
teams, but
precarious position, and the time is ticking down. Hero immediately going to utilize that flash to try and give some space. And the Apex players in the meantime have grouped up, but it doesn't
bro,
matter.
so unlucky.
Hero
At the
will
chat, they're so
respond
wrecked money-wise.
with a double. And what was a
They got an
fluorescent
eco. They can have
blip
the double hero gun.
has now stopped shimmering. It is another on the board for NAVI.
Well, let me treat NAVI with the same gusto I gave to Apex in that first map where I thought they were rolling. Right now, the only round for Apex is one of the craziest aces I've ever seen with an operator.
Yeah.
Certainly here on Split.
They ain't fuck.
Whoa, that was close. But for NAVI, 5 rounds now, looking good. Fumbling, yes,
Wait,
exactly.
they
And
squeeze
that's
out
what
a buy
Apex
here?
may be
Are they
doing.
not
And I
missing
said,
a
this
lot of
may favor
util?
NAVI more starting on the attack. I have questions around their defense, but if they're
They
able
get
to
a Judge,
deliver
Guardian,
like this
Guardian, light
consistently,
armors.
look, 6 rounds now, and they have
They
got
got the Viper
themselves
smoke down?
full control over the flow of this
Okay,
series
maybe missing
here
Viper
on the
smoke.
final map. They can keep this up. There's no doubt about it. Apex are in trouble. They've got a mixed bag of a buy, but the
Not too bad. It's such an all-in though.
guess where this one's going, but the spike certainly going
And
towards
that's a
the
free
A
site.
And it might free its
And
way.
Governor.
Governor, yeah, he's not going to take the risk.
Yeah, he's got to just stay alive
side
here.
of the
Okay,
map,
the smoke is down. They just took the hits of Guardian, Guardian Judge.
Not even gonna get her
Dude, you got to
halfway.
retake with a Judge and
Free
op.
post plant. Nightfall 1 away. And the same for a couple of ultimates on the other side. Heroes lurks have definitely been causing them issues.
Well, the Judge
Trying
can
to clear
say
him from mid has been
Parma
troublesome.
bends at least.
Some aggressive positions.
This is nice from
Shao
Hero though.
waiting
Shows over
patiently.
towards middle,
Brooks
pressures
also
there,
on
goes
the cross
joins the
this time.
team.
Fluorescent is caught out, and the rest of the team are a little bit, well, screwed is the word that comes to mind.
Yeah, they're so
Malsey now
wrecked.
and attempting an ace of his own, a 1 versus 5. Even with a Rolling Thunder, their economy is in the bin, and trying to face back into the site seems like an impossibility.
playing pretty
Hoping
good.
to maybe clear some guns, but you have to bear in mind the economy for NAVI is pretty damn good.
Quite interesting this round that they've left Hero
Dude,
behind
anytime
on
Mini
mid
doesn't
to
like a
lurk,
comp, it just farms
but
and
they
wins.
didn't put down the wall on B, so there was a free push for Apex through B main. And I have to wonder, because I've seen this from NAVI before, where they just don't expect their opponents, especially to take the spawn flanks. I have to wonder if they're looking at Apex and just assuming that that kind of aggressive control won't go through, because Hero was leaving himself open to a backstab, and I have to think that he expected there's a good chance that backstab won't come through. Otherwise,
That round is the only round they get.
and also we
Nah,
see this from
surely
NAVI a
not.
lot, where on some more direct plays, they will keep that utility for post plant, but again, because he was mid, that doesn't really seem to be the case.
I guess also, yeah, I
Big
think
timeout.
it's potentially, if he does spot something, could just
Lock
look
down
to
middle.
isolate those fights and literally use it reactively.
Maybe.
Yeah, we saw the round before, even in the 2v2 when he went up into heaven, and he took those kills
Apex
to finish
giving
it
up mid
off,
too
right?
much and
What
not
put him up to
exploiting
a
sides,
3K,
yeah.
or 3 pieces on the board. He still had the wall.
Feels
as
like they
well.
get a
So
lot
I
of
think the
space
post-plant
everywhere.
util, and then they're keeping it for maybe, like, again, like you say, if they find that control over vent, or they find the control over
That's
heaven
what
and they want
the
to
double
rotate,
smoke
you
comp's
just
meant
pop
to
the wall
be
down,
really
and
good
now
for just
another
holding
avenue
middle.
of their rotation
They're
is
kind of
either cut
taking it
off,
easy.
or you've got huge info when they go for it. So you can can make better decisions. I think this is a much better look, and Navi have clearly done their homework from the last time they played this map, where they just looked lost. Again, that was more defensive side, and maybe we'll see the same thing with the challenges against the Yoru there.
Dude, they get nothing into this.
Very good on the attack. I think it definitely helps when Ruxic is currently having an absolute game. 14 and 2. Xiao's up there as well.
Koala ready to farm him.
Yeah, you have to consider.
Especially over towards B. Most common is jump peek from default.
We've seen a steady improvement. 15 kills in total for Ruxic in the last already, as said, on 14.
That's so close.
We are looking at a very weak buy. And a spread out one at that.
What for Liquid's BBL? Yeah, it should almost be uploaded.
Something together, go for a more aggressive push. And I think when you have ultimates online, well, that's not exactly how Avova was hoping.
Chat, do you reckon we see an outlaw nerf at one point?
For Koala to farm.
Like teams have got it now, right?
With most
like teams
other roles, either
too
online
good
or
with
relatively close, him finding impact with this outlaw.
Or do we like it?
Pretty important. Could allow for.
Do we like it, or does it need a nerf? What a shot again, dude!
From Fluorescent, and maybe
looked like she looked away, but
for Navi, sending a player out late towards
140 to 125, yeah, I think that should be the change. Just even something like that would be nice. It still would then do the one shot to the light armor, but just against the heavy armor, maybe just doesn't do well. Still gonna be one shot.
Alongside that rifle, they decide to commit it. The round's not over yet.
I think it might take.
There's no harm in making a 125.
Already ticking. They are going to use the dimensional drift, so clearly, an idea to find something into this round. They have got one connection off the back of that Nightfall.
Yeah, full info, so you can now walk over towards the left. Is it going to hit all three? Yes, it is. Nicely handled in the end. I mean, they used a couple of ults into it, but it was very clean. And they managed to keep 3 people alive and get the gun upgrade, so very nice.
Definitely worthwhile for the pay save card Thrifty.
Well, it was, Tom, a huge risk indeed.
It's a good ult, though. Ult made sure that the breach ult had hard info. Nice shot by
deficit, having invested a lot of ultis into a round where they didn't have a lot. And it's a risk. Many teams try it, and it doesn't work out. BBL will tell you all about that. But now, they've come through and found the value with it. And again, I think just belief in themselves in that moment.
Okay, if they can get momentum from that, it should be pretty close. Problem is they're up against 2 ults that could combo if they want to. Hero's got a good ult for afterplant as well.
For APEKS in that round, it's still 6-2 though. It's a massive lead for Navi. Ult used by Batu.
Surely they don't try force this. Oh my god, they're walking through the Viper ult.
They're walking through the pit. This always makes me nervous against Batu of all people, but Ruxic claims the kill. They haven't cleared Malzy. He grabs one, and he's just shifting his way back across. Huge risk to spam with a Vandal there, but he did a lot of damage.
It's a nuts kill.
Batu, but even still, they found themselves in a relatively decent position. That A site somewhat open for business, and Ruxic shooting anything that moves while connecting
push all the way through B, confirms that no one's here, so they get to rotate pretty early on.
But the timing from Fluorescent could be better. 1 for free, teammate to support. Koala already tagged. This is looking like a good opportunity to respond, but they have to be careful of the player.
This is nice from Navi.
Already clearing out one gunner, and the site can only find one of his own. And now it's left down to the clutch king himself. Avova. He's had a couple of attempts. The paranoia through. And already the gun going to be removed.
So
it takes
unlucky,
a bit of time
man.
for the steel
I actually
guard.
thought he had it.
Luckily for them, Xiao
I thought he had
didn't
it.
need that time at all.
No, he did. Right back to winning ways. Are now V7-2 in play.
That's a crazy kill.
To open the round. 4 players walking through a Viper's pit. That is not a strategy
30 HP.
All that often. Usually the pit goes down and you go a different route, but
every time APEKS win one, they lose the next. Money is in the bin. And they just squeeze out another bike, so obviously picked up some guns from the eco that they won. 12-7. And no one else really dragging too much.
I think if you're going off impact
Prowler double flash to force over towards middle.
On his team.
Honestly, Navi are doing a good job at forcing mid.
Get over what we've seen from Fluorescent so far.
A great flash.
Another setup. The revolves around.
I wonder if their instant reaction is just take aim main. They see numbers. Yeah, they can take so much space here. Yori TPs though, so they might end up getting pinched. Dude, this is a weird round.
Switching of roles, that Heaven spot is definitely something they'll be aware of. The double controller now taking Heaven on the other side of the map.
There's so much going on. We got a guy in T spawn.
How NAVI are going to piece
we got
this one together.
two guys almost in defense spawn.
Well, I mean, the big problem with that wall going down with the walkabouts coming through.
It's a pinch on A through B.
The spawn wrap
and
up.
Flo gets info.
I mean, APEKS have got to be lost. Where have these players gone in their mind? Maybe they're sitting middle. Maybe they've moved to Heaven.
Dude, imagine being governor right now. He's walked all the way around here and he can't find anyone.
It is confusing, but I can't
and
blame
then
Batu for that.
now he's going over towards middle. No, man, governor.
This is a bizarre way for it
it's a
to
great ult though.
Ultimate sent through.
Oh no,
gap,
he almost bought so much space for his team.
To dive onto him before
and now he's over towards middle.
12 seconds.
Oh, dude, it's so devastating for governor. That's one of the most frustrating rounds I've ever seen a player have to do.
This is a crazy
dude, this was legit his pathing. He did all of that in the round, and then didn't find anyone until that duel we just saw.
The economy being where it is, up in play, I think this might be save territory.
Possible to get a pip of
walking the whole time.
Because I don't know how I feel about this round, but I really don't know how he feels about it, because there was like a gap that was seemingly well aware of from APEKS. Is this the pip of Minnie's anger levels?
Minnie's looking good. I like what he's done with his makeup.
Well, a little bit green, maybe a bit ill.
It's the lighting. It's the lighting. Don't worry, they'll fix that up.
But yeah, it seemed like Fluorescent was well aware of the gap because she was consistently watching towards the spawn. Ruxic was even seen within her crosshair, and then Batu seemed completely unaware that someone could come from behind.
Yeah,
him.
it did look weird. It did look really weird. Like from the information they got over towards spawn,
was clearly well aware that
didn't really react great.
I want to say that's straight BS. That's a one-shot kill, because I don't think that maybe that was the other thing that was weird. There was a C's thrown into the backside and a nade not thrown into the backside. So I don't know if he thought that both of them had gone there and that player had to be low. But it was very odd that the nade just went somewhere completely different to where Over was.
Yeah, I like this though. They want to shut down over towards the middle. They get the op here. Fade eye doesn't go where it's meant to go. I'm pretty sure.
Potential weaknesses on the defense, and no doubt APEKS have looked back at that match.
Maybe it doesn't. It's only for rafters.
Yoru in as well, even further confirms it for me. They know the weaknesses to Navi's defense. 2 rounds on the board, it won't be enough to capitalize. Fluorescent opening pick, a big player to take down in the form of Ruxic. And the walkabouts to the A site. This has been a slow start for Navi.
And holds over towards B, frees the Omen up.
That APEKS have pushed up in quite a bit.
Smokes been used the whole time over towards middle.
They're checking everything.
Are they going to Cosmic Divide it?
Dude, Governor playing this pause and not having a Phantom's kind of...
Heaven and have the freebie in towards the site. Still have it in his inventory.
Yeah. It's going to be placed for the Heaven walk down, but they're keeping control over Heaven.
Incredible timing.
Doubling up on the security of that utility. Oh, okay. Clearly not expecting Koala Noob to be that close, but the punish comes in nonetheless. And Batu's able to upgrade to a rifle. That's a great start for APEKS.
Back into slightly more passive positions. The C's from Angel thrown out to Heaven to just try and
still got an Omen flash.
The wall has also now been placed over towards the stairs. It's all about.
As soon as it takes sight, Shao can go Heaven, but looks like wants to get kills and trade out his team.
Lurking on the edge of the smokes, his timing needs to be sublime, and while it seems like him and Hero alongside the leader have combined
just better on this
perfectly
map,
within
really.
the chaos.
They snowboarded a little bit as well, but no, getting into the buy rounds where it's like relatively even.
They come out quite clean.
It's pretty nice from NAVI though.
Well, they certainly made the end of that game.
They create pressure on the sides, then next round they create pressure middle, then they go on the sides, then they go middle, sides, middle.
Back up in Heaven. It was good space for APEK to have. Who are they? APEKS to have. In the end, this big brawl on the side.
But like,
are you calling them APEK because there's only one player on the server?
Now do they go over towards middle? And keep it going, or?
What happened to you? Are they putting your teeth
I don't know. I feel mean today. I think you started it by bullying Mike, and then I just decided to take it.
One comment about
Yeah, so you started it, and then I joined
and
in.
now they go back towards middle.
I'm sorry. I brought this upon everyone. We had Angry Angel on the desk earlier. We got Angry Tombiz just on the cast. All day long. 9 rounds, so, and this, look, any doubt I had about NAVI, and let me tell you, I had a lot. It's sort of being dispelled by this. This already 9-3 is going to be a really tough scoreline for APEKS to come back from, even if they can manipulate NAVI in the way that we saw
Judge close might shut down the ult.
For the defensive side here, though,
Looks
putting
like
the round on
they
the
want to
board
take some
is
mid-control
essential
first,
if they want to have a chance. Fluorescent with the ultimate and a Judge,
Make it weaker.
It makes me scared. Scared for NAVI. Here we go.
Nice info. 1,
Normally
2,
this is where you
3.
see the stun come out from Molzy, but they're falling far enough back that connecting that stun may be difficult. Angel's gone full sprint up mid to try and find the gap, and instead has met Batu. Showstopper, there's a lot of players around here, and the flash is good, but he just predicts where Batu's going to be.
Big Omen duel on B main.
For the Viper player, Vova needs to win this battle, and it's a bit shaky, but the job is done. Molzy in combination. The Judge looking to get up in the face as his headshots, but barely any bullets, any of the shells connecting.
14 seconds.
The time is ticking. 14 seconds, trying to bait them in. Trying to give that little bit of extra space. Koala wants to take that fight, and I think there may be at least one more. A curse is what APEKS have on their side, because NAVI end with 9.
9-3.
Kind of got to do the whole pistol bonus thing.
Around their split. I wasn't looking forward to seeing it, but this attack side may just have set them up for a recovery. And the imagery of this map. We'll see how that second half unfolds after the break.
They got outclassed? Yeah, they got outclassed a little bit. It was snowballing to begin with, and then when it got into later rounds, just all over them. Midnight Swift, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for that.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We did get the best ever ace with an op. That's true. Dude, that third shot is still insane. The third shot is just crazy. Crazy, crazy. You want to rewatch the ace? I mean, we can do it right now. No. Dude, I was looking at Vova. Okay, I gotta mute myself, guys. Don't. Holy hell. Damn, dudes. I gotta slow-mo it. I gotta slow-mo it. God, it's nuts. It's actually nuts. Flash to enable the team to go out through spawn as well. X middle. Flash for you to get out. Salvos go in, force them into this angle. Dude, even this shot's nice, to be honest. Fair play.
Yeah, last time out it was a 6-6 half on the attack versus Heretics, and then only 2 rounds on the defense for APEKS. So they do go into what seems like
APEKS
their
do the
favored side,
whole
but
Viper wall over towards B
like
with
so many
your
individuals
pressure.
Confident over
Somehow
on
I
that
killed
NAVI
the
side.
sound
Ruxic
in
having
game
his best performance
by
of the
watching
day.
the
I think
replay.
Xiao, he's been pretty good in the last map as well, but I'd argue this has been better. Batu with a nice start though. Koala out of action, and it seems like Avova's going to double up himself. This pistol looking inevitable.
There we go.
Unless we can finally see that ace out of Ruxic, but with 47 HP, Mitch, even I'm not a believer in this one.
No, listen, he was lights out earlier on, but this should be too much, and Molzy confirms that it will
be.
A much
there's a
needed win in the
chance that
pistol round
Navi
for APEKS
really
as
struggle
they
against the
trail
B
now
pressure
by
of the
5,
Viper wall.
but the distance can quickly start to close in. For NAVI,
bro,
no choice.
Florida's 15-9, bro. Can we give her some help? Me too, man.
You know, Governor, not afraid to call it as it is. I respect that.
Oh god. I think I don't even know if I need to say by the end of the season, but maybe just by the end of the week, I think he's going to have my favorite comms across the board.
100%.
So brutally honest.
I'm becoming a big fan of Governor on the server and certainly off it as well.
Potential B spam. Navi on this one, go for a little combo in
some
terms
more of the
of
personality, because again, it was
Race
a bit of a
and
risky
Teva.
pickup based on
He needs
previous
to do that all the
successes,
time
changing
here.
roles as well. Something I think we knew he'd be capable of, but
An Angel Classic, I mean.
be a lot of expectations. A bit of damage. In fact, 2 players.
Yeah.
Incredibly low. Governor and
And again, it's gonna be kind of hard for Navi to work out how to play over towards A main. Sorry, B main.
Seen, but Avova still going strong.
So much damage done, but it just doesn't seem to matter. NAVI unable to finish their dinner in a lot of these bite-sized battles. It's APEKS coming ahead, 7 HP on 2.
I'm surprised Avova didn't go for the plant and then try hunt this.
The opportunity
Then it would have been the exact
his
same
way
as like the
in droves.
Navi one. Maybe they don't have a set ult round that they like to do.
Even going down to the spike here is fine, and if that patience results in a mistake being made on the other side, great. There's one, and almost 2, desperately close. The first cleanly on the head of Malzy at least adds some
big buy.
cost to this. In terms of shields and so on, there's going to be reinvestments.
Not really the end of the world, and it seems like they're going to come in with a lot of rifles for this one. I think APEKS probably also realizing that a break back here would put Navi on double digits, set them up nicely to move forward in this match, and
It makes a lot of sense from Navi. Struggling over towards B.
Response.
And they put
need
the
to
Vice
break
Wall
back
here.
early. The same can be said for them in terms of this group.
The Vice Wall here, and they're fighting in front of it a little bit, I
Of
think.
heavy hitters.
Let's put Crouch on the corner. Yeah, okay.
So either team taking a victory. Sure, it's come down to map difference, etc. But I think for either side, just getting on that board, even a couple of wins, depending on others' results,
It's a bold
could be
player
enough
middle.
to make it into the playoffs. Although I'd say depends on expectations for Navi.
Especially now.
Playoffs would be the start.
Now what? You're an Omen.
For APEKS, they are taking it one step at a time. Malzy with a good clear. That was a aggressive position, but it does seem like, but we go back to Haven, they're being caught by stuff like that, so they have been learning as they go.
I like the setup as well that Heroes put in. The wall and vines on B is just a great alarm system, but also a slowing effect with those vines once the wall gets tripped, and then he moves over to A. He's got a flash that's now going to need to be used with that pickup from Batu. And indeed, it will be beautiful stuff from Hero finding the kill. But it's the other side of the map where the test is about to come in.
That's the thing, this is a full buy. The first couple of kills that came through
30 seconds left.
definitely seem more awkward. Now, normally I'm absolutely
gets
fine
weird.
with that wall being activated and baited out, but the problem is the amount of time. 20 seconds left on the clock for them to try and make a move into this site. This is starting to get a little bit shaky, but Xiao being cleared with ease, and Angel needs to get something done! It will be the double up! Now left on to Malzy. Just 8
Dude,
HP.
8 HP is on.
Just running
Big
it
round
down.
from Angel.
The IGL has had a desperately quiet
big rounds.
series on the scoreboard, but the fact is that round was all about
They did
him.
pretty good at getting through the choke point there. I thought it was done.
Through, it delays them
It's a
further. It makes that
3v5
push
at its peak.
a bit more frantic and forces the last player to just go for the plant. That double kill there, though, his third piece of the round, followed up with a fourth. Wonderful work. And again, a lot of it comes down to the C's that went in, sure, but the wall that was in play. Again, we see that APEKS are looking at NAVI, seeing those weaknesses. You just send the decoy through, but the problem is it comes in so late in the round that then the vines and the wall, they serve their purpose of running the clock down lower. We'll see them hopefully look to get rid of some of that until a little bit earlier.
In terms of
as
wall
now
over
the wall
towards
shifts
middle.
up to middle. And this is, I think, the more common spot for Vice players to put that, just replacing a Sage wall, but lasting all round. And if they don't
It was
come
pretty
close
nice.
enough to it,
Vice flash
flying
over
under the
towards
radar,
A.
so you get
Didn't
control,
spot anyone.
your opponents don't even
Heavy
know you have
rotate
it.
out. Wonder if Batu's going to call his team back.
Like this time, they're going to go a little bit earlier, or at least try to bait out any of that utility. Problem is, it is not there. I think a lot more dynamic from Hero in his placement of these walls, making sure that a lot more
Yeah,
difficult
Avova
to try
goes
and
close.
predict.
Tried to
If
see
there
if
was
he
a
can hear the
walk up
wall.
into
Doesn't
mid,
hear it.
Poison's off.
that would catch anybody lurking, or in this case, just the original take. It does seem like, though, instead...
Also, no one's been seen for a long time.
Again, I'm looking at this clock. Okay, sure, we're only at that 40-second marker. But right now, there isn't any ground that's really been garnered. And when you know that your opponent has these vines that can desperately slow you down, I feel like you need to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, no, 100%, but at least now they're moving through avenues
what a shot that is,
where those vines won't block them. We saw them
Will they expect the luck? Can they even get over towards the site? Thorns just went down here. They're going to wait a little bit. 20 seconds. Ruxic.
He's boxed out for now. Ruxic's crossed
Dude, what a...
Oh
my god, nice shots.
Is wonderful. Batu only now making it in.
Yeah,
the paranoia
slow.
perfectly timed.
Slow,
Either gets
slow,
caught
slow.
by it or the round is done and dusted. And with the spike up in
Slow,
heaven,
slow, and they have like
cemented
it's 30
in
seconds
favor
and they have
of NAVI. Again,
floor going
this
late
setup was
into
causing
vents.
so much trouble for
And they
NAVI,
still
where
got a
Fnatic
over
were
here, like
using
30
it to
seconds,
play them
25
like a fiddle in
seconds.
their rotations. Their
Still
map
2 people
control, the
here.
free info that we saw this round till 40 seconds on the clock wasn't there. It was challenged with like 20 seconds gone off the clock.
Yeah.
And that left them then spiraling late round, always having to have players committed to those angles. There would be baits on one side or the other of the map, getting those vines up early. But once you have them online late, well, we've seen the impact now. This setup has to be challenged. And Danito and co, that's probably what they're talking about
on
here.
Heaven.
You gotta
like,
remove that utility and that free info from the NAVI defense early on.
But that's the thing, like, you can have a lot of that Vice util gone because you have that double controller. You can smoke, you can paranoia, you can have the stun, you grab well, whatever you like. You can
Looks
also
to
still get
Loud's
info
active
from
roster
Angel's
for
utility.
who?
That's the way this composition is going to work.
Wait,
If
people
you
were saying
allow
that he
them
was
to
going to
have
play.
everything until 40 seconds, okay, sure, you got rid of the wall, but all the vines are still there, the stars are still there. Even the haunt will come back online.
Is that actually like official or just reports?
And then you're running into things blind. Maybe literally in some cases, because you haven't got rid of the rows either. And that's such a huge problem when going for those execution. Those vines were up. Like, how is it with what, 15, 20 seconds left?
Contract
Ruxic
database,
could TP back into the site. Like, that shouldn't be possible. There should be someone there to stop him.
And there was. That person was Batu. But again, those
David,
vines
thank
were
you so much for
there.
the 5
They
months.
stopped
Thank you. Appreciate the prime.
You ain't gonna get on very well. You stand on the other side and your teammates have a bad time.
Yeah, so he's in, but we still don't know who's out for
sure. We need to see fixed up. But the other thing, and you mentioned it earlier, Tom, at Hero 7
it's
and
a
8,
rough,
but his impact on the server
position
is,
to be in. Navi just look better on this map.
Understate it. And I think the thing
not
about
much
him
else
is
to
he's
say.
being so diverse with where this utility is being put into play. He's not at mid at the start of the round, so he won't be placing the wall. You know what they do instead? They say, okay, APEKS, they might try to get rid of our wall. They might walk up and jump through it. They might put a decoy. You know what we'll do? We'll put 3 players there. We'll react aggressively and take that fight right to them, but that's what Fluorescent does best. Eliminating Angel, and the stun will get them up into heaven.
Okay, fast over towards B, got the ult to clear it. Xiao.
They want to try and capitalize off this, but they have not seen Xiao. Xiao is the one underlying factor that they have completely negated. Already one to his name, still at the back of this site, looking for a little more.
Xiao did incredible.
That was the spike on the
Xiao
deck.
did
Koala
so good.
with a huge triple of his own. 12-5. NAVI don't look
Holds
like they're
backside,
slowing down.
knows they're going to clear B
And what was
main. I say backside under box.
Shaky map 1. A map 2 that almost slipped away from them. In map 3, well, it would take
APEKS
7 rounds in a row for APEKS. And I'll be honest with you, there has not been anything in this second half that makes me think they'll get there.
I think we even saw the improvement, though, from Lotus, from the end of Lotus, not so much the start of it. But it was a much better performance from NAVI against an actual comp, not against a Harbor comp. So that's already a step up. Then they take 13-11 on Haven with a very impressive map. But here on Split, where they suck. I mean, I can't say it enough. I hated watching their Split last time around against Fnatic. But this... I mean, it very much just shows as well, though, if you have weaknesses, a team like Fnatic will exploit them. I think for APEKS, that is definitely holds true at times.
Look at this Angel, though. 5. The spray off,
but I would put
5
that down
HP.
to NAVI, really minimizing their weaknesses, really learning from their last loss, and now
1v1, I'm surprised he didn't take it.
Starting out with
I'd
a
be
pick on
tempted.
Malzi, eliminating the Rolling Thunder, and even Ruxic there dodging the flash. Won't go for the further fight on mid, though.
I think the other thing is just because you look weak versus Fnatic, doesn't mean you'll look weak versus others. A depth of talent within that roster and new coaching staff. These seem to do the trick in week number 1. Batu's done well. Managing to isolate Hero. Ruxic also desperately low on HP. Shouldn't get anything here. Almost gets away with 2.
51 HP. They got a free sight though.
Immediate rotation from Angel. Well, that's not gone to plan.
Oh boy.
All the players over on the APEKS side taking
Koala's going to get tempted to ult, but he shouldn't.
The ult, but the problem is the showstopper.
He's got a
take
lovely,
a single bullet and has gone on the full rotation in from behind. Probably just going to try and fire this in from a distance. Maybe even waiting for an extra piece of utility from Angel. A single kill from him will also get that Nightfall online and could give the game away.
Usually I'd question if the ult is used here, but I think 12-5, there's a very good chance. Koala's on the walk up, low HP on Batu as well, but a headshot delivered. The health didn't matter.
Like it there from Navi. No one's panicking. It's a 3v3. Definitely a lot of teams that could be tempted to go for this one. They just save the ults, accept it. No, there's going to be a better chance.
No choice for Navi.
Yeah, economy as well.
Save.
You have a couple of players that can purchase and probably maybe even drop one over, but you don't want to have too many weapons thrown into the dirt. I also do wonder if the timing there was just a little bit off. Like, I think Koala wanted to try and be sneaky, but just after he peeks, they throw the Haunt in, which Batu has to shoot. So it could have been just slightly more synergized, but hey, they're not going to mind too much. 12-6. Showstopper still available. Koala's now going to invest into that operator. I think he's had a lot more success on this defensive side, but still has.
I mean, they're about to get all of them.
If he wants to take that #1 operator, I think Fluorescent might be making a claim to that after what we saw earlier. Even still, though, that was the start of what is an incredibly long journey back for APEKS.
Indeed, yeah, it is. Marathon
big
from
play.
The squad needed.
Big play.
And they will fall.
Wait, what?
It's not going to land.
It did. It was a leg.
Leg, yeah, 5 HP.
You're right. Yeah, Malsey went
kind of
down
thought
to
that
5
was
HP, but still,
high
he's
enough.
The one to fire right back, take Koala Noob out, eliminate the op, and eliminate the showstopper. Another big danger dealt with.
The difference would have been the loss of supportive utility and a Rolling Thunder, and instead it ends up as the loss of an operator and a showstopper. That fight is probably far more valuable than many will realize. Again, though, it's going to be a
the shot. I mean, we can slow-mo it if anyone wants. I think they might slow-mo it in the replay. We'll see.
Fluorescent, obviously, you can see her going back in the other direction, but does have a gate crash, which will mean she can quickly join up with the team. The scary prospect is, though, they are walking into what is pretty much all of the utility.
So one person fake over towards B.
He's been playing
does
the entirety of this game.
Hero rotate out of position? Oh boy, definitely not anymore. Vines go off. Can't really get over towards site here.
They put up the vines and then Xiao playing inside the smoke. It's a nasty spot. Ruxic on the backside, 14 seconds. The plant very much
what a calm guy in that situation. Yeah, they were just way better on this map. First 2 maps though, they were fun.
13-6.
Navi are good on this map though. They definitely put a lot more
Navi came in looking shaky, but they go out standing tall.
It was a must-win match for them, and after map number 1,
yeah, it really is must-win.
I believe their map choice as well. We definitely started to question what we were going to see from this squad, whether they are
Americas
here
today?
to play
Nah,
in
not
EMEA,
until
or maybe if they were going to fall out bottom of this group.
Until Friday, 2 more days.
Showing that there is still some level, especially on split. Whether
oh my goodness.
they are here to play in EMEA, or maybe if they were going to fall out bottom of this group, but showing that there is still some level, especially on split.
Okay, chat, we'll stick around for the first interview on stage. Oh wait, do they do the first interview on stage? No, they just do straight into Afterglow, right?
Controller comp quite a bit, and it's definitely missed a couple of times, but here, Ruxic was fantastic. Xiao definitely had his moments. And well, they now take their first victory on the board, an important one at that.
Absolutely, 0-1 is for both teams coming in. Now Navi set up in a better position moving into the next week. We talk about the stakes, and for APEKS, obviously elimination from the league looms over them, but for Navi, this is a squad who come in with high expectations.
Everyone can't resist
that they
in the crowd,
represent shoots for the top, and they don't accept a miss. Today, it certainly wasn't that. A much better face from Navi. Now, it's time to go over to the post plant. We've got Yinsu and Mini joined shortly by Angel and Happy.
Nah, not tomorrow, Fio. I got too much stuff going on.
Welcome to Postplant. It's me, your hosting. So I got Mini here. We will be joined by
Even though
Angel
that would
and
be a
Happy
good game.
in just a moment. But for now, we're going to yap. And we're going to yap about how Mini, there is nothing stronger of a curse than your pure hatred. Your hatred for every comp that NAVI has shown today has led them to a victory. Nothing makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, like...
something makes sense, but no one wants to say it.
APEKS, they're not supposed to be, like, deep run kind of
Damn,
team.
dude.
So
Minnie's out here flaming instead of admitting that he's a fraud. That's
but
crazy.
It's so sad, though, this story of APEKS. You know, they look good on map 1. They take a map.
They give all the hope. Like behind the scenes, like Yinsu is loving the map 1s. And then, like,
oh, yeah, it's killing me.
Like, it's almost like my coach cams where it's just like you're absolutely just like loving it and then just pure
I got the handshakes out. Honestly, this is the life of being a PaperX, EDG, and APEKS fan. It's just that there's never a normal day. There is never a normal day.
I want to get
but
some
this
food.
is good news for
So
NAVI,
let's
right?
raid
This
someone.
bodes well for them. They can at least go into the next week
at the moment?
with a 1-1, and no matter what happens next week, they've bought themselves a lifeline. You know, they cannot be eliminated at this point.
Yeah, I think like if they lost today, it's like
Karagi?
0-2 is rough.
It's like close to their no easy games from here on out.
Double
like,
I, right?
They've got a tough group, so losing today would have meant.
Yeah, perfect. Right, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate you all.
But you know as well as anyone,
I will
just getting
be
that
back
one
tomorrow
win
for
underneath
EMEA.
your belt, the confidence and momentum,
And
you can
yeah,
snowball
just appreciate
this.
everyone watching. Thank you
like,
so much for making it a nice place.
Like,
I missed the Chemiyuki subs. Damn, did they actually do it?
So far, but today he looked
Did he actually squeeze him in
much
earlier?
I was like hyping him up before
yeah, he did.
the season began.
Five subs, 3 minutes
He was
ago.
fulfilling
Chemiyuki,
expectations.
respect, man.
And speaking of that,
Got through
we
the whole
have
map.
2 lovely gentlemen here in the studio
win at the end
joining us here on the couch.
thanks so much, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day.
Hello,
I will see you tomorrow, same time as
to
today.
our show, and Happy's first time being. Oh, I don't want to hurt my ring. I'll give you a. I'll give you a.
I thought you didn't want to hurt me.
Yeah, I would never do that. I would
YouTube
never do that
chat.
to you.
Subscribe if you can. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Appreciate it.
Or it's
thank you.
it's always like Heart Attack City.